Hey everyone, today we are gonna see what if Goku Tyrant Saiyans dead. He opened his eyes, squirming inside the liquid he floated in. He could hear muted sounds around him. All the liquid made it hard to hear anything. It was all he had ever really known. Maybe there was a time before this, but he didn't remember it. All of a sudden, that changed. A new sensation almost made him flail. He could feel something different on his body. He was being touched, grabbed, lifted. It was decidedly different from what he was accustomed to, and he didn't understand what was going on. He had never known a touch beyond the slimy feeling of the liquid. And then suddenly he was outside. He didn't even know what outside was, but it felt lighter than the fluid. He opened his mouth, liquid dribbling out before a loud wail escaped from his lungs. He coughed and cried, not understanding the new sensations. It felt strange to have something that wasn't liquid entering his body. Air. And then he stopped for a moment, listening as he was rocked up and down gently. Soothingly, "Shish, mommy's got you, little Kakarot." He opened his eyes and took her in. Why did it feel so safe and warm in her arms? Why did it feel so much better than being in the liquid? He snorted and sniffled as she cooed at him, wiping his body with a towel. "Hey there, little man." She gave him a bright smile, and he squirmed a bit before giving her a toothless one back. Quite a set of lungs on him. Another voice said, dryly. "He's grown well." The voice was gruffer, louder. The speaker was tanned and scarred, with a red bandana around his forehead. The woman turned. "I am sure you screamed just as much as him when they first took you out of the incubator." She shot back with a smirk. But it dropped from her face as she turned to stare at her baby. She tried to smile, but it was strained, and Kakarot must have sensed that. He whimpered, and she set to rocking him again. "He's too young for this, Bardock. He's only a year old. We can't send him away. We can't." I. This is only the second time I've ever held him in my arms." Her face scrunched up as she tried to keep her sadness in. "You think I want to send him away, Jine?" Bardock let out an explosive sigh, coming closer and embracing his family. Little Kakarot babbled a bit, drawing a smile from his mother. "You know, my walking nightmares have been getting worse. I keep seeing our home's destruction ever since I fought that damned Connaison. I thought maybe it was just a curse from that bastard. Nothing at all happened for months, but in the last 2, almost my entire team has vanished on solo missions. And now Frieza issues a planet-wide recall while his ship floats above our heads. I don't buy it. This whole situation reeks of death. Then we should all go." Jine pleaded. "We can't just send our baby off alone. You know that can't happen." Bardock growled. "Well, be sensed immediately on the scouters. It's a relief that Raditz is off-planet with Vegeta. Lord knows that brat probably will ignore the recall." He pulled back. "I really hope that I am just blowing hot air, that these dreams really are just one last curse from that bastard Connaison. If that's the case, it'll be a good dream for once. We can go collect him once this is all over." He backed off. "I am going to go steal a pod. Be ready. I have been since you started having these visions." She shot back. "Clearing the thing's programming will be AC." The baby slowly drifted off, the conversation becoming unintelligible. He was awake again, and now dressed in a black suit that was so skin-tight it appeared molded onto his body. Over it he wore a stretchy body armor on his torso. The man, Bardock, was smirking as the woman came closer. "He makes that look good, doesn't he?" She gave him a watery grin. "Are you sure I can't?" "I am sorry, Jine." He embraced them. "I know how much you want one of us to go with him, but even your power level would be noticed. He'll be safer on his own. The planet I chose is out of the way and not incredibly interesting from a resource standpoint. There's nothing valuable there for Frieza to send his men to conquer it. Plus, it is plentiful in terms of food. The natives are all terribly weak as well. Average power level of a mere 5. He'll be safe there." Jine's lip trembled, before she marched forward and handed her husband his son. "Here, hold him. I have to get this damn thing deprogrammed. We don't need Kakarot listening to all that useless junk. I suppose sending him with rocket baby programming is rather redundant when we're expecting betrayal by Frieza." He snorted as he gave his finger to his son to play with. The young child grabbed it and started cooing. "Why you ended up in the meatpacking plant, he'll never know. You service these things better than anyone." Someone had to keep you meatheads alive. She smirked as she tossed the jab at him, before refocusing. And I am glad it was you, Jine. Look at me, growing sentimental. What have you done to me, woman? He chuckled. What recordings and files are you programming in? Everything I could get my hands on, and what I couldn't we recorded ourselves. She replied, anything he might need. Everything to make him strong like his father. She stepped back, finished. And his scouter? Bardock asked, pacing forward slowly with his son in his arms. Practically rebuilt the damn thing. No trackers or communicators. It's in the ball. She turned, and walked slowly, not looking at him but at her inquisitive baby. Let me hold him some more. Her voice cracked as she took him. Two can't do this, Bardock. She started tearing up, holding on to little Kakarot tighter. This is for him, Jine. He put a hand on her head. He has to live on. No matter what, he took Kakarot back, now, before we're discovered, and this is all for nothing. He placed his son inside the attack ball and strapped him in. Goodbye, son. Don't stare at the moon too long, okay, Kakarot. Jine squeezed past him and placed a kiss on her son's head. Your father's just being a worrywart. She put on a silly face to make her baby giggle. Well, be Riget behind you. Well, come get you, okay. She drew back to choke down a sob. Bardock ruffled his son's hair, and Kakarot apparently started to sense their mood because he started to whine and looked like he was about to cry once more. Bardock pressed a button and his son went into stasis. Some wires attached to his head and started feeding info into his brain. As his eyes closed and he succumbed to the sleep-inducing powers of the attack ball, the last he heard was his mother's mournful sob. Son Goku awakened with a gasp, sitting up in his bed. The young boy shook himself momentarily, before rubbing his face and eyes. That dream again, he mumbled to himself. He started to chuckle. Something's going to happen today, isn't it, Grandpa Gohan? He turned his eyes to the shimmering orange ball with 4 red stars sitting on the countertop on a fluffy pillow. He stood and made his way out of his home. The sun hadn't even started rising yet, and he could see the stars twinkling clearly in the night sky. It was rare for him to dream of his birth parents like that. Sometimes he still wondered if they ever would come for him. If they were out there to this day, preparing to bring him back. It was probably a fool's hope, he knew. 13 years since he had arrived, and not a whisper from them. And if his dreams and their messages on his ball were any indication, there never would be. He took a deep breath of the cool morning air, before exhaling with a smile. He walked back into his home and grabbed his power pole, before walking back out. Time for breakfast. He yelled cheerfully, before exploding into the air and flying from the house. Turn back. What do you mean? The speaker was a beautiful, young teenage girl with long blue hair partially tied into a sideways ponytail. She wore a tight white blouse with what looked like a pair of ski goggles around her neck. Her pants were blue and seemed to be entirely missing one of the legs. She wore calf-high boots, what looked like an armored pad on her left shoulder, blue elbow warmers, and some gloves. She had just finished putting some gas in her car and bought some more supplies for her journey. She had stopped at the diner to get some food in her, when someone had started chatting her up. And far be it for her to stop someone from fluffing up her ego a bit more. Hell, maybe they would buy her breakfast. Several of the local girls had been eyeing her with the green sin of envy in their eyes, and several had smacked their boyfriends for staring. But that had all quickly changed once she told them she was just passing through and heading south. Why, you can't go there, sweetheart. A middle-aged woman said as she poured her a coffee. That's the way to Mount Paozu. It's way too dangerous to head there. It's untouched by the outside world. Dinosaurs still live there. There's no electricity, no lights, nowhere to purchase dino caps, nothing. The young girl, named Bulma, pouted. I am afraid that my journey means going there, no matter the danger, ma'am. You don't understand. The jock who had been trying to get into her skirt up until she mentioned her direction shook his head. I know a couple guys who went there on a dare. They came back blubbering. They swore they saw a giant monster take down a trio of tyrannosaurs single-handedly. A worried-looking girl picked up from where he left off. There's also more deadly beasts and bandits there than practically anywhere else in the world. One of them could just pick up your car for a snack. An older man spoke gravely, and that's not even considering it. On nights with a full moon, we used to hear thunderous rackets even as far away as here. And one day, one of the taller mountains we can see from this town simply vanished in a red flash of light. It was like nothing I've ever seen. Bulma swallowed heavily, sweating a bit. She breathed out, "It's possible that my goal is beyond Mount Paozu. But if it actually leads there, then I can't let that stop me." She drained the rest of her coffee and grabbed her bagel. "Thanks for all the warnings. I'll be careful." She dodged around someone who tried to stick their arm out to stop her. "There are some things a person has to do. This is one of them. Bye everyone." She stepped into the light and with a BAMF, her car was out of its dino cap one more. She hopped in and raced off to her destiny. "Hiya!" Goku cried out as punched the giant log he had just rolled a couple of miles to his house. He could have flown with it, sure, but he liked to have some fun every once in a while. And staying on a rolling log like that was good agility training, he supposed. He landed and clapped his hands, watching as the giant log split and fell into a perfect stack of beams. That should be enough firewood for the day. Now to find some food. "What will it be today, Mr. Tummy?" A growl was his answer. "Yeah, fish sounds great." The grass near him rippled in a circular motion as he lifted into the sky, and then he was off. After an apple snack break and a healthy smack to a saber-toothed cat who seemed to want to make him dinner, he dove right off one of the cliffs and into the rapids below. Yahoo! He shouted gleefully before submerging. He leapt onto a small little island and took his clothes off, setting it to dry. Anyone watching would have been excused for jaw-dropping at the sight of the red, furry monkey tail wiggling behind him. He smirked. "Come on guys, it's a tasty worm for one of you. Why not give it a nibble?" He wiggled his tail out of the water when one of the smaller fishes tried to come for it. He wasn't interested in a tiny snack like that. He saw a very large, dark shadow in the water coming closer. "Now that's more like it." The shadow surged towards him and he spun, yanking his precious tail from danger as a gargantuan fish erupted from the water. The fish crashed through him, only for his form to vanish and reappear behind it. "Take this," he cried, launching a picture-perfect kick at the monster. The sound of breaking bones rang through the air as the fish flew, seemingly launched from a cannon. It hit a tree and flopped onto the dirt, instantly dead. He put his wet clothes back on and flew, landing next to the beast with a happy grin. "You're big eatin' bigger. You'll last till dinner." He slung the massive weight over his shoulder as if it were no heavier than a backpack and started the trek back home. "Oh my God!" Bulma gasped as she got out of her car. She had been driving in the mountains for quite a while now, and it had been utterly picturesque. Other than that one incident where a tyrannosaur had chased her car for a mile or so before giving up on catching her, she hadn't had a single worry. She was honestly completely confused by all the horror stories Shed heard on the way there. Hell, if Shed brought her ray gun, she could have just killed the dinosaur instead of letting it chase her. But this, Bulma swallowed. "Kakin to see what you were warning me about now," she whispered in the silence. The land down in the valley was devastated. A crumbled mountain lay still in the distance. There wasn't a blade of grass to be seen anywhere before her. Craters pockmarked the landscape, as if it was the victim of daily meteor showers. Trees were uprooted and some even looked chewed on. And worst of all, there was a deep trench seemingly carved into the earth. She gulped again. What in the world happened here? She asked the empty air. It was eerily quiet too. There were no animals around. Anywhere. She kept gazing at the mess before her. It was like a train wreck and she just couldn't bring herself to look away. And why just here? This doesn't look anything like the rest of the area. She shook her head. I don't think I should be here. She got back into her car and hightailed it away, only relaxing when she hit pristine grassland and forests once more. It was about a half-hour's walk back. He was still pretty far, so he was debating just flying the rest of the way, since he couldn't wait to get a fire going and his catch cooking. But all of a sudden, he paused, and his ears quirked. What's that sound? I've never heard anything like it before. On the other end of the noise, Bulma was speeding far faster than she would have dared inside the city. Heiress to the largest company on Earth and rich beyond her dreams she may be, but that meant nothing in the eyes of the law. She had been pulled over once. Only once. She hadn't stopped crying for 3 days. Still, it had toughened her up. Showed her that not everyone would just roll over because of her name. It was a good lesson. Here though, in the middle of nowhere with not a soul in sight. Yeah, here she could do as she wished and engage her inner speed demon. Only suddenly, that wasn't quite true. Bulma's eyes bulged out of her skull when she realized there was a kid holding a goddamn giant fish standing in the middle of the path. And when she realized there was literally no way she could possibly stop now, she screamed. Bang! Oh god! Bang! Oof! Goku dropped his fish when he was hit and the both of them smacked into a tree. He got up with a small groan. What the heck was that? He rubbed the back of his head. Try to steal my fish, will you? He shot forward and spinning back at the thing that had attacked him, sending it tumbling with a groan of metal. It rolled over and stilled while on its side. He stopped and actually looked at it, before realizing it looked vaguely like his attack ball. Maybe you kinda had to squint. Okay. They didn't look anything alike other than the fact that they were both made of metal. Goku rubbed the back of his head. So you're not a monster. You're the monster. A blue head of hair popped out from one of the car's windows. Though her head was swimming and her hands were shaking, she still managed to point her gun in his general direction and shot. Before she was even able to squeeze the trigger a second time, Goku yelled, "Extend!" And his power pole swatted the gun right out of her hand. He still took a bullet square in the forehead which made him shuffle back a step, but he didn't do more than rub at the area in irritation. Bulma stared with her jaw unhinged at the clearly magical staff he held. It had grown over 5 times its length as he used it to knock her gun out of her hand. There was nothing scientific about it, and as she nursed her throbbing hand, she came to the understanding that she was probably in way over her head. I surrender. I am a human just like you, kid, she screamed when he glared at her. Goku stopped and stared. She did kinda look like she had the same general figure and softer features that his birth mom did, which made her a girl. From what little he could see on the recordings his parents had left for him, at any rate. He tilted his head to the side. What's this thing you're in? And why did you attack me? Bulma gulped as she pushed herself up and out of the car. I didn't mean to. I didn't think there would be anyone around here after all the stories and warnings I heard telling me how dangerous this place was. Everyone I ran into just told me to stay away. She told him, feeling safe enough to lower her hands. I was driving a lot faster than I should have been and couldn't slow down. I am so sorry about that, she told him, before leaning down to take a closer look at him. He came up to about her navel at best and had messy, spiky hair. He wore a bluish-purple GI from what she could tell, and of course had that awesome staff thingy on his back. Driving. What's that? His question surprised her, though on retrospect it should NT have. Have you never seen a car before? She asked curiously. It's a vehicle, kid. I use it for transportation. You know, to get from place to place. Goku tilted his head again. Why don't you just fly? He looked legitimately confused. She huffed in a bit of irritation. We're hard at work at home trying to make sky cars possible and portable, but there are still too many kink. I have no idea what you're talking about. Goku interrupted her, and she damn near keeled over and fainted when he gently lifted into the air and started floating in front of her. Why don't you just fly? He asked again. How are you doing that? She screeched in shock. She rushed forward and started waving her hands under and over his body while he eyed her in growing bemusement. What the? Where are the strings? Is there a camera somewhere? Am I being punked? She babbled on as she circled around, still looking to find how the hell was he literally floating. She absently noticed the red, furry thing that was coming out of a hole in his pants but put it from her mind for now since she was so flabbergasted. What do you mean? This is really easy. I am just focusing my ki around me and using it to float. Goku replied. Ki? She asked helplessly. Goku blinked. Wow, you're kinda clueless, aren't you? That's rich coming from the kid who didn't know what a car was. She barked automatically, the spell finally broken. He giggled. You're funny. He did a little twirl in the air. Aside from my Grandpa Gohan, you're the first human I've ever seen. And Grandpa Gohan never had a car, though he did tell me about them. She stared at him in both a little bit of shock and a bit of pity. So you and your grandpa have been alone up here your entire lives? Goku hesitated, his good cheer visibly vanishing for a moment. No, Grandpa. He turned his head to the side. a bit of a haunted look coming across his face. Died many years ago. I've been alone ever since. Bulma blinked rapidly, feeling her throat close up a bit in sadness for the boy. Clearly there was some sort of story there, if that look on his face was any indication. She bit her lip gently. I am so sorry to hear that. No one should have to be alone like that. Goku shook his head. It's okay. I've made my peace with it. He put on a smile. Anyway, if you were driving a car, does that mean you're from a big city? Grandpa told me about those too. He said they have tall houses built like mountains. Bulma took the opportunity he provided. That's right, though my own house is a bit more futuristic than those ugly boxes. Goku grinned genuinely now. Say, do you want to come back to my place for dinner? You can tell me all about it. I could share some stories too. Bulma smiled at him. Sure thing, kid. She suddenly realized she had no idea who he was. Say, I never got your name. My name is Bulma. It's nice to meet you. She gave him a little grin and a peace sign with a wink. Goku smacked his forehead. Oh man, and Grandpa always said I should be as polite as possible if I ever met a girl. My name is Goku, Son Goku. He turned and grabbed his fish. Anyway, hop on and it'll fly us home. Bulma blanched at his instructions. Aren't you a little too short to carry a tall girl like me? It'll be fine. I won't drop you, I promise. Goku replied. I don't know, she mumbled. She was very curious about how it would feel to fly under her own power. On the other hand, she definitely wasn't made of steel like he apparently was. She debated internally for a moment, before ultimately her curiosity won out. It was a bit difficult to get comfortable of his back since she was so much taller than he was, though he didn't strain in the least. When she was secure, he grabbed the fish by the tail, and they rocketed into the air without so much as a by your leave. Bulma screamed, not expecting the sudden acceleration at all. Oh my god, slow down. Sorry. Goku laughed. I was just so excited to meet a new person and I was so hungry I just rushed. Oh please, my heart can't take it, she moaned. Why did I agree to this? She asked rhetorically. This was so different from Yako's spaceship that she had fixed when she was 5. Goku laughed and let her settle down, simply floating high over the forest below. Once her heart rate calmed, she managed a shaky grin. Well, what are you waiting for, Goku? She latched on tight, fully expecting him to blitz forward again. The boy smirked, and then confirmed her suspicion. Oh my god. She yelled, but this time in complete glee. Bulma's hair was all windswept while Goku's seemed no different than it ever was. She looked like she had stood in a wind tunnel for an hour, and yet she couldn't even find it within herself to grumble. That was amazing. She cried out. Oh man, I wish I could do that myself. Why couldn't you? He asked her, tilting his head to the side. While she got reacquainted with the ground and got her heart rate, and more importantly, her hair under control, he had quickly and skillfully prepared his beast for dinner. He had it on a spit and, with a quick blast energy from his hand, which also had Bulma goggling, directed to the kindling, had a fire going. Bulma blinked in shock. Wait a minute. You were being serious when you asked why I didn't just fly. Could I really learn that? Sure. Why wouldn't you? He looked confused at her obvious bewilderment. I wasn't born knowing how to do it. I had to learn it too. Wow, that's amazing. Could you really teach me? Bulma had a sparkle in her eye that she couldn't say she had ever gotten about something that wasn't one of her inventions. But learning how to fly, under her own power, sign her right up. She didn't even realize that she hadn't thought once about her quest since she had run into him. So, how do I do it? Goku turned around and eyed the fish, before turning it a bit and going to sit down next to her. So, everyone has energy inside of them. Everyone, whether they're like you or me or like that fish. He smiled over to her. With training, you can learn to bring that key out. Like this. He cupped his hands in front of his body and concentrated. A brilliant, red ball of energy formed between his fingers, its glow illuminating them. Wow, it's so pretty, she breathed, entranced, and I could really do this myself. Goku nodded, still smiling over at her, before breathing out and letting his energy ball dissipate harmlessly. Learning how to do that is how you can learn to fly. Once you can do this, you can learn to move it around your body and do things like fly. He got up again and made sure the fish was cooking evenly. Bulma stared at her hands, before cupping them in front of her. She visualized the ball of energy forming between her hands and tried to push. And push harder, until eventually, she was just straining and shaking from the effort. And then she farted. Goku burst out laughing, as she blushed furiously. Idiot! Stop laughing, she screamed at him, which only made him laugh harder. Geez, you're funny Bulma. I like you. Goku got out, though she was still smarting over the gaffe. You can't force it like that, silly. You've never even tried to use ki before. Well, you haven't exactly shown me how to do it. She snapped angrily, her face still an angry red. Well, there's two parts to it. Goku told her. The first is learning how to feel the ki inside of you and bringing it out. The other half is training. The amount of ki you have can grow a lot. When I first learned how to fly, I couldn't do it for more than an hour. Now I can do it for the whole day if I needed to. Training. She winced. You mean like lifting weights? Push-ups. She grimaced in horror. Sure, that could work. Goku nodded. It's how I did it at first. But constantly using and controlling it also works. You know, like a muscle. Bulma still had her nose wrinkled, weighing the options in her mind. It wasn't really that she was scared of dirt and sweat like most girly girls. She had been a greasehead fixing engines since she was 3, learning at her papa's hip. But actual physical strain was not something she was accustomed to. She had all the tools and toys she ever needed at home, so it wasn't like she ever had to physically try to turn a rusty bolt. That was what the torque wrench was for. But flying, under her own power, could she really pass that up? No, she could not. She smoothed out her features as she watched Goku continue to work and season the fish. Teach me, she said, drawing a smile from the boy. Okay, he beamed at her, so let's start you off with meditation. Learning how to keep calm and collected is super important. It is much easier to control your ki like that. She nodded. I don't really know where to start, she mentioned bashfully. Well, find a method that works for you then. Goku's cheer didn't diminish in the slightest. Let's start off with this. He opened his door and walked inside to get a candle, and all thoughts of flight flew out of her head when she saw it. She gasped and nearly screamed when her quest crashed back into her psyche. It's a Dragon Ball. She hurried forward to grab it, but Goku blurred and appeared in her path. For the first time since the crash, he had a scowl on his face. What do you think you're doing? This is the only thing I have to remember Grandpa by. She skid to a stop, realizing how that must have looked. She forced herself to calm down. So sorry about that. But when I saw the Dragon Ball I freaked out. I've been searching for it for over a month. What's a Dragon Ball? Goku still was scowling, but he had an inquisitive look in his eyes. He stopped and looked down. Why is it glowing? It's done that before, but never like this. Is Grandpa trying to tell me something? It's reacting, Bulma said as she reached into her bag. Reacting to mine, that is. She pulled out 2 nearly identical orbs to show her new friend. Whoa, Goku's eyes widened as he took them in. I've never seen anything else like this before, and you have 2 of them. Yep, you see, these balls are part of a set of 7. Look, you can see how each ball has a number of stars on it. That's how you can tell them apart. Bulma smiled and put the 2 on the table. Here, put yours next to mine. You'll see something cool. Goku hesitantly did as she bid, and placed his ball next to the others, and then gasped when they all started to glow brilliantly. Wow, it really has never done anything like this before. It's so cool. Bulma grinned. Once you have all 7 together, something even cooler happens. Goku watched her, enraptured. At first I didn't believe the legends. I always had this 5-star ball at home. It was a bauble my mother inherited and she gave it to me, since I liked it so much. And it was always just a really pretty jewel. But then my sister Tights found this one, the 2-star ball. Since I had liked the first one so much, she sent it to me. But when I brought the 2 together, they started glowing. Like magic. And then I remembered about the legends I had heard and started digging into them more. She grinned at him. Once all 7 are brought together, it'll summon a dragon. A real, living dragon. And not only that, but it'll grant you any wish that you have. Wow, he breathed. You can really wish for whatever you want. Why did Grandpa never tell me about any of this? A slight look of pain came over his features, though it was gone in a blink. That's what the legend says. Bulma confirmed, and like I said, very, very few people know about the Dragon Balls. I thought they were just fun tales when I was a girl. But then these two started glowing when brought together, and no matter how I studied them, nothing made sense except magic. These things have to be the real deal, and if they are, then the dragon has to be as well. She held out a hand. What do you say, Goku? Do you want to be my partner as we search for the rest? It'll be a fun adventure. We'll be able to go to so many new places and learn so many new things. Goku grinned. That sounds like a lot of fun. He looked at her inquisitively. What are you planning on wishing for anyway? Bulma pursed her lips, wondering if she should reveal it or keep it private. Oh, what the hell? He's going to be traveling with me and protecting me as well. Not to mention teaching me to fly. I suppose he deserves to know. She licked her lips a small amount, and told him, I am going to wish for the world's most perfect boyfriend. She declared. Goku tilted his head. What's a boyfriend? I am a boy and we're friends, right? Oh right. Bulma blushed a little. He's basically Tarzan. She hemmed and hawed for a moment. Well, it'll be someone who I hope to spend the rest of my life with, eventually. Hopefully. She blushed. Maybe some babies in the future. You mean like a mate? Goku asked in confusion, having finally cottoned on with her last statement, like my mom and dad. Of course, he'd take it like that. Still, at least he kinda gets it. She blushed a little more and nodded. Goku's face went slack and he stared at her in disbelief. Why, you're serious? You have a wish that can grant you anything and you ask for something you like that? That's dumb. That would be like if I wished for dinner instead of getting it myself. He declared bluntly. She went red, both in anger and embarrassment, and snarled back, HMPH. I should have just kept my mouth shut. Shows what you know. I could never find the perfect boyfriend on my own. She slumped, her face going a bit depressed with Goku's face changing in surprise. I mean, even if the dragon grants your wish, what if he just doesn't like you back? Goku asked, and Bulma's face slacked. Would be a silly waste of a wish, right? He patted her shoulder when she didn't answer, still looking dumbfounded. And why couldn't you find one on your own, Bulma? Why do you look so sad? She looked at him and bit her lip. He was surprisingly aware for someone she had initially pegged as a total country bumpkin. She smiled sadly. I am the heiress to the most important family on the planet. She confessed, even if she wasn't entirely sure why she was telling that to someone she had just met. Her voice gradually got quieter as she went on, until he would have had to strain to hear her if he didn't have really good hearing. That's why I wanted to wish for a boyfriend. Every single boy I've ever met has just wanted either my family's money or to just use me and throw me away. The girls are all jealous of me and smile when I am there and then call me names behind my back. I quit going to school eventually and just studied on my own, since I couldn't stand them anymore. I don't have any friends. Sure you do. I am your friend, aren't I? Goku grinned at her, drawing a stunned look from the blue-haired princess. Her lip quivered. Why, I guess you are. Thanks, Goku. Too bad you're so young. She mumbled the last bit. She almost wasn't paying attention to his response, since she was now refocused on what she could wish for after having a rather obvious flaw pointed out. After all, even if he was her perfect boyfriend didn't mean she was his perfect girlfriend. She felt rather stupid for never thinking of that before. Maybe I should just wish for an unlimited supply of the world's best strawberries like I first planned. No way that one can get messed up, right? I am 14. How old are you? Goku heard her anyway. PFFTFTFTF. Bulma spit take. What? 14. No way. You look like you're 7. He laughed. It's true. I was born in age 735. That's crazy. You're really small for your age. Bulma still wasn't sure she believed him, but that number had been so automatic, and from a boy who lived on his own in the middle of nowhere too, that she was hard-pressed to think it could be a prank. He doesn't look like a dwarf either. His proportions are all normal. Can he really be just a year younger than me? Yeah, it's really funny. I can't wait to actually grow bigger. Goku laughed cheerfully. His face then abruptly changed from amused to terrified. and he looked like he was about to start panicking. Oh no. Dinner. He raced past her and got back to work on the fish. Ooh, safe. Looks like it isn't ruined. He yelled gleefully. Bulma chuckled inside the house, their reasons for going in initially totally forgotten. Bit of a one-track mind there, Goku. She grabbed her 2 Dragon Balls and put them in her bag. When she grabbed Goku's 4-star ball though, she hesitated. She could have put them right with the other 2, but somehow didn't feel comfortable doing so. Not without his permission at least. She picked it up and put it back on the pillow it lay on originally. It would still be there once dinner was finished, and whether she or Goku carried it didn't truly matter, did it? She walked out and closed the doors behind her, joining Goku in preparing their feast. Why can't I get this? Bulma almost screeched in sheer frustration. She had decided that, with her wish kind of up in the air at this point, she could actually use a bit of a break from her Dragon Ball hunt. She'd been searching non-stop for months now, and even she was starting to get a bit weary at this point. Instead, she had asked Goku if he would mind if she could set up a house. She still chuckled over his blatant confusion and then complete and utter flabbergasted look when she had pulled one of her dino caps out. He had promptly called her a mistress of witchcraft and that not even he could do anything like that. Her delighted giggles hadn't stopped for a good 2 to 3 minutes. Her merriment, however, had not lasted. Not even close. She had been at this for 3 days, and no matter what different methods of meditation she tried and failed at, she just could not even begin to call up anything resembling ki. And that infuriated her. She was a genius. She had fixed a damned alien spaceship and built a ray gun before she was even 6 years old. She had gotten her first PhD when she was just 11. She had helped her dad with the breakthrough that made dino caps as good as they became. She had always been able to do anything she put her mind to. So why could she not even begin to do this? She groaned as she got up and brushed herself off. This isn't working. She sighed sadly. Maybe I am just not cut out for this. Bulma hated giving up. It was something she despised with every fiber of her being. But before she could get more negative on herself, Goku patted her on the arm. Hey, don't be like that, Bulma. You're brand new to this and never trained a day in your life. It makes sense for you to not get it that quickly. He comforted the blue-haired beauty. Here, sit back down. He plopped down in front of her. Maybe if you get a feel for mine, it'll be easier for you to be able to feel your own. She let out another sigh, but did indeed sit back down, cross-legged like him. How are we going to do that? Give me your hands and close your eyes. Goku answered cheerfully, drawing a small flush. Why do you want me to do that? Bulma stammered for a moment, reminded for a second that the boy was actually just a year younger than her no matter his appearance. Goku blinked owlishly at her. Well, I figure I would hold your hands while I summoned my own ki. I could maybe even search for yours. She swallowed, before taking a deep breath and doing as he directed, holding her hands out for him to grasp. She looked at his earnest face, before calming herself and closing her eyes. Relax. You're still too stiff. She heard him giggle. Let everything else fall away. That was how Grandpa taught me. I don't know how. She found herself responding. It was true too. Everything was hectic with her. Always in motion. She had a restlessness to her that she was finding surprising, now that the need to let it fall away had presented itself. And it wasn't a restlessness of the body either, but of the mind. She always itched to be solving a problem, rewriting equations, or creating something. Her body was merely a medium for her mind. But all of that fell away once Goku turned his ki up. All of a sudden, she felt a staggering warmth and an electric pulse all at once, even if she didn't get shocked in the slightest. Goosebumps raised on her skin and every hair on her body perked up. She even felt some light frizz in her hair and a light sheen of sweat starting to cover her. And in the darkness, it was as if she could see Goku without opening her eyes, with power radiating off him in waves. Once it ended, Bulma staggered. She panted as if she had run a marathon. WWA's that really you, Goku? You have that much power. She didn't have anything to compare it to obviously, but she felt he could have powered at least a couple city blocks if that was just the tip of the iceberg. She trembled, staring at her own hands. That was amazing. Her breathing evened out. Thanks, Bulma. He grinned at her happily. Do you think it helped? I sure hope so. She smiled back, taking a deep breath and closing her eyes again. She didn't grasp his hands this time, though she was more aware of him now than she had been. She could feel him there, rather than just knowing he hadn't moved. She let it pass by her, and focused inward. But try as she might, she just couldn't bring it out on her own. Every time she thought she had it, it would just slip through her fingers. She opened her eyes with a groan. This is hopeless. I just can't do it. You did, actually, Goku told her with a small grin. What? She blurted, shock coming over her features, but I didn't feel anything. Goku nodded. I did, and I know what the problem is now. You don't have enough ki. It's like if you were trying to drink from a rain catcher that was nearly dry. He told her, and her face and mood dropped. Ooh. She stared at the ground, blinking as some tears started threatening to fall. Anyone would be devastated at hearing such news, when it meant something they desired would forever be out of reach. I'm sorry for wasting your time, Goku. Her throat clenched a bit as her lip trembled. Waste my time? You haven't wasted anyone's time, Bulma. He told her, getting up. All this means is you need to train. I can tell you're tough. You'll get it in no time. What do you mean by training? She asked, a bit warily, though her mood had immediately improved once she heard that flying wasn't out of reach. You don't mean being a muscly mess, right? Goku laughed at her. I mean, if that's what you want, sure. But I can just teach you from my grandpa's style. It's great exercise. Plus, it'll be better if you know how to defend yourself just in case I am not around on our hunt, right? He shook his head. Anyway, meditation will help too, once you learn how to do it. Learning how to control your energy is just as important as learning how to use it. She stood up and stretched the kinks in her legs out. I do really want to learn to fly. Never thought of myself as a fighter though. She sighed. You're right though. Even if fighting wasn't something I ever pictured for myself, being able to defend myself is important. She started giggling dryly, especially since now I know there are people impervious to bullets. What does that mean? He asked, scratching the back of his head. She chuckled under her breath. Right, forgot you've been alone all this time. I am actually surprised at how much you actually know considering you haven't had a formal education. Impervious means you can't be affected by something, so if you're impervious to bullets it means bullets can't hurt you. Wow, you're really smart, Bulma. Goku smiled at his friend. She giggled. I mean, yes, I am, but not because of that. That's basic in comparison. She couldn't help but puff up and brag a bit. She smiled down at him. I could teach you a bit, if you want. Sure, it's only fair, since I am teaching you, right? He grinned. Anyway, are we going to be leaving soon? I think we should, Bulma replied. Those Dragon Balls won't collect themselves. We can leave in the morning. Okay. He pumped a fist. We're going on an adventure. He jumped up and clicked his heels cheerfully, drawing another bubbly laugh. But since we aren't leaving until tomorrow, let's start your training. Sure. Bulma nodded back, trying to keep her cheer. How hard could it be? Hard. The answer to that question was very fucking hard. Goku had immediately had her doing some light stretching and stuff to warm up. She had gone inside and changed into a set of yoga pants and an older shirt and come back out for about a half hour of light exercising. And she had been pretty content. Nothing overly strenuous, nothing even she couldn't handle. She had only been breathing slightly harder by the end of it and had been feeling good about herself. She could handle this. And then Goku had declared the warm-up over. She groaned as she drove on. She hadn't even been able to muster up any amusement when Goku had again freaked out about her dino caps. Not when her whole body hurt. He had started her off by telling her to do as many push-ups as she could handle, and, after a meager protest that had been silenced by the word flying in her first push-up done, had immediately corrected her form. He had laughed upon seeing her butt stuck in the air and forcibly adjusted her. She could hardly even do 10 before falling. Once she had yelled at him that he wasn't doing anything himself, he had shut her right up by doing one-finger handstand push-ups. As in, he was holding his body's entire weight on one finger. By the time she had finished her 10, he had done the equivalent of lapping her 5 times. And by the time she had finished her 20 crunches, he had done the other hand and his own set of 100 crunches. And from there it had gone. Squats, more push-ups, more crunches, some jogging. It was a wonder she was even awake. She had practically died on her bed, after almost drowning in the shower. Wow Bulma, this thing goes pretty fast. His ecstatic giggling reached her ears. This is way faster than the animals around here. She managed to quirk her lips tiredly. With what I've seen you do, I am surprised you're having fun back there. You're way faster flying, aren't you? Well, sure, Goku told her, but it's still fun doing new things. I am pretty sure I can't run this fast yet. Yet, he used the word yet. That really told her all she needed to know about the kid, didn't it? Despite herself, she giggled a little, before pulling over. It'll just be a minute, okay Goku? I just need some privacy for a moment. Sure thing. Goku stayed in the seat and started looking at the motorcycle's panel. Wonder why. That's pretty weird, he mumbled to himself. Bulma tiredly shuffled off, rolling her eyes. Reach sheltered, she sighed. I need to pee, so don't follow me. Lord help her if she needed to explain the birds and bees to him. Goku shrugged and continued prodding at the instrumentation as she vanished behind a large boulder. He nearly jumped out of his skin when her terrified shriek invaded his ears. Goku, help. He leapt out of the motorcycle and raced to where he saw her last, skidding to a stop as he eyed the massive pterodactyl that was clutching her in its claws. Wow, you're big, he said with a grin. And you're small, the beast retorted, switching the screaming Bulma to his tail and pulling out a rope. Your friend and I are going for a ride, you see, and you're not tall enough. We have dinner reservations, but only for 2. Dinner for 2 sounds perfect. Goku agreed, before raising his hand. Wait, what are you do? Its speech was interrupted by its lack of head. A bright red blast of ki had taken it right off. Bulma slumped in relief as the tail slacked enough for her to slide out. The pterodactyl keeled forward and crashed into the dirt, the wound where its head used to be already cauterized. Thank you, Goku. No problem Bulma, he yelled excitedly before lifting the entire beast over his head. And look. We have dinner now. These things are super tasty. He started walking back towards the bike without even a huff of exertion. Anyway, I'll leave you to your bathroom break. She groaned again, still exhausted from yesterday's training, but now understanding that Goku was right. She slid her panties down and let out a little cry of pain as her legs screamed at her for squatting. I hate to say it, but Goku has a point about this self-defense thing. If he hadn't been here I would have been eaten. She grumbled morosely. I am going to have to take his lessons seriously. She cried a bit again as she stood. If I don't, flying is going to be the least of my worries. She was surprised she hadn't noticed before, but damn did Goku stink. Maybe it was because they had been out in the wind with him behind her on the bike, but now that they were inside her capsule house, after another witch bomb moment from Goku, it was hard not to notice it. When was the last time you took a bath, Goku? She held her nose shut with her fingers. Sure, she probably didn't smell too much better given the day's exertions, but he reeked. A bath, he blinked owlishly at her. You mean like a swim? I swam yesterday. She stared and stared. God damn it, am I going to have to teach a 14 going on 7 boy how to take a bath? A vein started to pop on her forehead. Follow me. Minutes later, after having gotten a full frontal from the boy who apparently had zero body shyness, she was scrubbing his hair. Hey, what's this stuff you put in my hair? It smells nice. It's shampoo. You have a lot to learn, Goku, she said with a bit of irritation in her tone. But she knew she had to be patient. He was raised in the wilderness, after all. I honestly have no idea how your hair hasn't turned into a bird's nest of tangles. Do you at least brush it? What's that? Was his response. No, of course you haven't. She started to grumble. Do you have any idea how hard it is to get hair as nice as yours? Most girls have to have their hair done professionally weekly to get hair like this. I am a little jealous. She rinsed it off, and saw immediately how silky smooth it was. That's ridiculous. How is his hair that nice? She continued to grouse under her breath. Goku turned and started rubbing his eyes, and her own eyes were drawn to his tail. She had seen it before but had been incredibly distracted by other things and had overlooked it. Only now did she actually notice it. What in the world is this? She grabbed at it and gave it a light tug, trying to take it off. Ow! Goku yelped, jumping up and nearly slipping on the soapy tub. The tail whipped out of her hand and moved in front of him. What was that for Bulma? Why did you yank on my tail? He asked angrily, but Bulma didn't pay a lick of attention to his question. Instead, she squealed, "No way. It moves. What the hell is that? It's real. Goku, why do you have a tail?" Goku looked bashful, drawing Bulma from her shock. "Well, I have a secret, Bulma." He picked up the brush she had been intending to use to scrub his back with and eyed it curiously, sniffing it. He shrugged and grabbed it with his tail and used it to scrub his back. "You remember when we met?" he asked shyly. Yeah, of course." She cringed a bit. "Remember the exact incident in question?" "I am a human just like you, kid. That's what you said to me," Goku said, and Bulma's eyes got big. She could read between the lines. "That's not exactly true." She swallowed heavily. But Goku, you look just like a regular boy. Are you saying you're not human?" He nodded. "Yeah, we don't look too different from humans. We have tails and crazy hair from what I know, but we look pretty much the same other than that. We're called Saiyans. We also grow weird, which is why I look so young. I'll grow really fast soon, and once I get bigger I won't start looking old until I am like 100. Wow. She sat down heavily on the tiles. "I've never heard of Saiyans before. SSO, you're like an alien from outer space." "Yeah," he said, still a bit cautiously, but she seemed to be taking it well. "It took me a while to find it, but I even know where my spaceship is." "That's amazing." Bulma got up and walked closer. "You really are special, aren't you, Goku? Will you show me your spaceship? Once our adventure is over, I mean." Goku grinned brightly, jubilant that his friend hadn't freaked out and still accepted him. "Of course, I'll take you there any time." She smiled at him and gave him a towel, completely uncaring about his nudity now. How could something like that frighten her or turn her away when she had such an amazing font of new knowledge in her new, tiny friend? Goku was now dressed in new clothes. His old stuff was so impregnated with the stink that she had to toss everything away. She was very grateful that her mom always packed basketball shorts and tank tops into her clothing dino caps, and even more thankful that they fit on Goku's smaller but more muscular body. The shorts had needed to be cut down a bit, but Goku didn't seem the type to mind his appearance overly much. "So, what else do you know about your race, Goku?" "I want to know everything." She hadn't been this excited to learn something new in years. "I don't know much," Goku admitted to her. "I already told you about our weird ages." Goku relaxed, seeing that she was still interested and friendly, unlike what Grandpa Gohan had feared would happen. "I only know the information my parents left for me on my ship, and most of that was just ways to become stronger. We're a warrior race, which is why I have such an easy time learning about ki and stuff." Grandpa Gohan was always impressed at how easily I picked up his fighting style too. "I can imagine." Bulma giggled. "I am a little jealous. I wish I had that ease. Flying was one of the greatest things I've ever done." A twinge of fear then appeared. "Wait, a warrior race? You don't mean like warlords or anything, right? They're not going to come conquer us, right?" Goku laughed, and Bulma didn't notice how it was a bit less of an amused giggle and more of a darker chuckle. "No, I don't think we have to worry about that." "Phew." She wiped her forehead. "You scared me there, Goku." "Oh." Goku perked up. "I remember another thing. For some reason, Saiyans love naming stuff after vegetables. I never remembered my real name until after I found my ship, and by then I was so used to Goku that I kept using it in Grandpa's memory, but my parents named me Kakarot." Bulma's cheeks puffed up a bit. "Kakarot? You mean like carrots?" "Yeah, and our planet was named Vegeta. So was the king." Goku started to giggle at the look on her face. "Bwahahaha." Bulma started to cackle gaily. "Oh, I think I needed that laugh. That was amazing." She fell back and continued giggling, spread eagle on her bed. Eventually, she sit up again. "So, you're younger longer, you're stronger naturally and get stronger faster. You have faster healing. Hell, you even have an easier time learning about ki. You're a cheat code." She finished. "Hey, I don't cheat. Hey," Goku yelled, incensed. "That wouldn't be fair." Bulma just burst out laughing again. I know you wouldn't. Sorry, you obviously wouldn't get a reference like that. My bad. Reference. Goku tilted his head curiously. Bulma laughed just a bit more. You wouldn't get it without a lot of explanation, so don't worry about it for now. Maybe once our quest is finished I can show you what I mean. Right, are we on the right track? Goku asked, inwardly glad that she hadn't asked questions about his parents or why he had been sent away. He wasn't sure quite yet how he would explain if she did, so he hoped it stayed that way. Hopefully she just figured it was just something Saiyans did. Bulma grabbed the dragon radar and clicked the top. Yeah, it does look like we're heading in the right direction. We still have a long way to go, though. At least 100 miles. Is that far? Goku asked, not really familiar with the words. On the motorcycle, not really. It would take us about an hour. By foot though, and I mean my feet, not your super feet. Yeah, it would take days or maybe even weeks. She replied, putting the radar away. She yawned. Wow, I am tired. Let's go to sleep, Goku. We have a big day tomorrow. Yeah. Okay. Goku grinned brightly and crawled beside her. She would definitely have freaked if Goku wasn't well Goku. But he was, and it wasn't like there was another bed around. She hadn't exactly planned on picking up any guests during her journey. Probably bad foresight, on her part. Still, at least she lucked out in getting a young boy who evidently hadn't even begun to notice girls yet. He hadn't even glanced at her when he barged in on her bath, asking if she wanted him to wash her back. She had freaked out a tiny little bit of course, but felt bad later when she finally came out and saw him pouting and feeling hurt. There was literally no chance she was giving the talk to a 14-year-old boy trapped in a 7-year-old body, especially one she had just met, so she had explained in as simple terms as possible that girl bodies were different from boy bodies. She had also told him that she had not signed up for the task, and she would have someone else explain to him more of the specifics later. In any case, she had quite literally made her bed, and she would sleep in it. With Goku by her side, separated by a large body pillow. Wow, you're a big turtle. Bulma was inwardly praising every deity she could think of for the premature end of her torture session under Goku's hands. Goku had woken them up at, in her opinion, the ass crack of dawn as he had 2 days ago and had them exercising. While he didn't take a rest day himself, he knew she needed one, so he was only training with her every other day. Even still, her muscles were burning, and she hadn't personally noticed any improvement from the last time. She hoped that would end soon. In any case, the distraction was really welcome. What are you doing all the way around here? Shouldn't you be living in the ocean? Yes. The turtle answered her question. See, could I please have some saltwater? Maybe some seaweed if you have any. Of course. She limped back into the house. I should have done that first thing. Sorry, Mr. Turtle. A few minutes later, she repeated her question as the turtle drank and ate his fill. Luckily she did have some dried seaweed in case she ever got a sushi craving, so it was quick work to toss them into a bucket with some more saltwater to get rehydrated. Well, Miss Bulma, to make a long story very short, I got lost. The turtle said, after thanking her profusely for the food and drink. What wonderful seaweed. Thank you so very much once again. He chomped down on some more. I've been lost for nearly a year. I got swept ashore by a huge wave during a storm, and I've been trying to find my way back to the sea ever since. He stared at the ground sadly. I am sorry that happened to you. Goku patted him on the head. Bulma sighed, taking out her phone and looking at the map. Yeah, you're still 100 miles away. Even if we pointed it out to you, you'd probably take 20 years getting there. 100 miles. Turtle gasped in horror. Oh no, that really would take me 20 years. She frowned, her nose wrinkling. Maybe even a week ago, she would have said tough luck. She was on a quest and she would not be denied. But now, especially after Goku had rightfully called out her wish, after learning that they really were just one small rock in the vast cosmos. Suddenly the Dragon Balls seemed quite small actually. She already had 3, the other 4 could wait a bit longer. But before she could open her mouth, Goku jumped in. We could take him there, right Bulma? She smiled at him. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. She reached into her bag as she pulled out the dragon radar and compared it to her phone's map. Her eyebrows raised in pleased surprise and she grinned. Hey, we even lucked out. The sea is in the same direction we were heading for anyway. Awesome. Goku cheered, picking Turtle up without so much as a by your leave, making him windmill his arms in surprise before he settled down. Said aquatic animal looked like he was about to cry. Thank you so much. This is the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me. Don't worry about it. Goku laughed cheerfully. We weren't going to leave you alone here so far from home. That would be awful. All done. Bulma had shrunk all of their things down, and had the motorcycle out again. I am ready to go when you are, Goku. Let's go. He yelled and took off at a pace that shocked the turtle nearly out of his shell. I should be irritated that he can do that. Bulma twitched. Before flooring it as well, has an extra 100 pounds on his back, at least, and he's still running faster than I can pedal on a bicycle. She caught up quickly on the motorcycle. It's so pretty. Goku gasped as he gazed at the horizon. I've never seen the ocean before. It's so big and blue and amazing. Your home is so cool, Turtle. Yeah, it is. Bulma cheered. And hey, since we're here, may as well enjoy it. She had changed into a red bikini, drawing just a curious look from Goku as a strange warmth welled up inside of him, but no more. Thank you so much. I never would have made it if it wasn't for you. Turtle had real tears in his eyes. Please wait here, you two. I want to repay you for all you've done for me. I'll come back with a gift. Bulma looked at Goku. What kind of gift would a turtle bring back? He shrugged in response. Let's play, Bulma. He laughed joyfully as he ran into the water. Wow, the water's great. It's super warm. Yeah, it is. She cheered in response and following him. She smirked a bit evilly. Hey Goku. She called slyly, cupping her hands. Yeefift. Goku sputtered as a small wave smacked into his face. Yuck, it's salty. He blew a raspberry, trying to get it off his tongue. Why you? He swiped a hand through the water. Holy crap. Bulma screamed in shock right before a wave taller than her engulfed her. Damn it. Me and my sly ideas. She sputtered and shook herself off at the result of her prank once she resurfaced. Goku laughed at her. Yeah, take that, Bulma. He looked around. I wish we could take some of this with us in one of your witch bombs. Swimming is great exercise. You would get stronger really fast. Bulma's brain started firing, and she started mumbling under her breath as she floated. Would be a logistical nightmare getting a swimming pool set up in a dino cap. Especially one big enough to matter the way Goku is thinking. Finally, about 3 hours passed, with Bulma groaning when Goku remembered their cut-short training session and making her continue from where she left off, and they saw a shadow on the horizon. Hey, is that Turtle? She asked him. Yeah, it is, and he's got an old man on his back. Goku confirmed for her. Wow, she exclaimed, your eyesight is amazing. I have 20/20 and I was just guessing that it was Turtle. Are better senses a part of the she lowered her voice, despite no one being around, Saiyan thing? Yeah, it is. Goku confirmed. I actually forgot to mention that. My nose and ears are more sensitive too. You can tell me more later. She grinned at him. Ahoy there. She turned and waved at the two. Welcome ashore. Cool outfit too. Sorry I took so long. Turtle immediately apologized. I had to go get my master. Thank you for helping my turtle. The old man jumped down from the animal's back. I've been quite worried about him. I am Roshi, the turtle hermit. He took a few steps forward before turning to Turtle. Which one of these kids helped you? They both did, master. Miss Bulma gave me my first good meal in weeks, and Goku carried me all the way here for 100 miles. 100 miles. On his back, Roshi looked impressed as he looked at the young boy. That's an impressive feat, my boy. He looked at Bulma as well, and thank you for your kind heart, young lady. He scratched his chin, and Bulma had to stop herself from reacting when she saw his necklace. I'd like to give each of you a gift as a token of my gratitude. He turned and walked towards the sea. Come to me. He stuck his staff out. Magic carpet. Wow. Bulma had a giant grin on her face. A magic carpet. That's amazing. What's a magic carpet? Goku asked, a bit cluelessly. Basically, it's a carpet that can fly and take you anywhere in the world. She stopped, turned to stare at him, and started giggling. Not that you'd need one, of course. She mumbled under her breath. Another moment passed. A sweat drop had formed on the back of Roshi's head, apparently they're not real, either. Hold on a second, Turtle exclaimed. Didn't you take the carpet to the cleaners, Master? I thought you spilled something on it and the stain refused to come out. Oh, that's right. Roshi snapped his fingers, not seeing Bulma and Goku's unimpressed glance at one another. What could I give them instead? Bulma saw her opportunity. Hey Mr. Roshi, I really like that necklace you're wearing. If it's not sentimental, would you mind letting me have that instead? It's really pretty. This old thing. He glanced at the Dragon Ball. Sure. Not sure why you'd want a bauble like this though. I found it washed up on my island a long time ago. I have much more interesting things. He passed the ball to Bulma, who shared a grin with Goku, making him raise an eyebrow. Something tells me I may have just made a poor decision. He said dryly. Bulma chuckled as she tied it to her neck. Sorry Mr. Roshi, but you're right about that. On its own, it's useless. But it's one of a set of 7. I've been collecting them, and I guess we just got really lucky. She grinned at him cheekily. HMPH. Roshi snorted. Okay then, keep your secrets. I am glad I was able to find something for you, after all. He then mumbled under his breath, and besides, you're giving me a gift just standing there in that bikini. His face was slightly red as he let out a perverted giggle. Bulma took a step back, since he hadn't been quiet enough. I am 15, you creep. She covered herself up as best she could with her hands. GRK. Roshi choked. 3 said nothing, young Bulma. Right, she drawled. I must have misheard you. She hadn't. Roshi coughed to hide his embarrassment. Of course she's jailbait. He thought sadly. Right, but that leaves our young friend here without a gift, since the carpet is at the cleaners. He thought for a minute. I guess I could give him the Nimbus, but am I really ready to part with it? He stopped to think, before shrugging. I suppose if you can ride it, it's yours, kid. Come to me, flying Nimbus. There was another long pause. I don't suppose you also took this one to the cleaners? Bulma asked, her tone as dry as the desert. No, it's just taking its sweet-ass time. Roshi grumbled. Bulma was tempted to make a joke of his wording. After his comment maybe he deserved to sweat a little, but she didn't get the chance. There it is. Is that a cloud? Bulma asked incredulously. Correct. This is the flying Nimbus. Roshi introduced it to them. If you are pure of heart, it will allow you to sit on it and it'll take you anywhere in the world. If it accepts you and you can sit on it, it's yours, Goku. He bent his knees. Here, allow me to demonstrate. He leapt onto the cloud and promptly fell through it. YEOWWW. The old man groaned as his staff clattered on the sand. He rolled over, clutching his back. Bulma very carefully controlled her urge to snort. Pure heart, huh? After that comment I can't say I am surprised. Are you okay, Master? Turtle helped the old man up. You must have done something naughty. He had not in fact heard his comment or understood Bulma's retort. Hush you, Roshi groaned as he stood. Anyway, give it a try, Goku. Thanks Roshi, but I can already fly. Goku told him, and he started to levitate. Roshi's jaw dropped and he stammered, my word, how are you doing that? That's a crane school technique. I don't know what that is. Goku snickered, I learned how to do this years ago. So, while the cloud is awesome, I don't actually need one and would feel bad about taking it from you. You may be able to fly, but I can't yet. Bulma said gleefully and jumped onto the cloud. Everyone winced when she fell through it and crashed onto her bum. Ow. What the hell? Why can't I ride it? I am a pure, innocent maiden. She rubbed her aching tush. Goku leaned closer to her and whispered, Bulma, you were planning to use a magic wish for a boyfriend. He said, his tone dry. She had not told him about her other possible wish yet. She winced as she stood, and not only from the pain. He had a point. For the second time, doubt in herself and her desires crept in. Roshi turned to Goku. Take it anyway my boy, if you can ride it at least. I've clearly not got a use for it anymore. The old man grumbled under his breath. Besides, you can also use it to keep important items safe, since its magic will not allow anything you put on it to fall. Wow, really? That's awesome. Goku jumped and landed right on it. He smiled. Hey, this Nimbus is awesome. Congratulations, Goku. Bulma smiled at him. I am a little jealous now. I have to learn to fly quickly so I can keep up with you. You're teaching her how to fly, kid. Roshi gazed at the young boy in surprise. More like teaching me how to access ki, at the moment. Bulma grumbled, and helping me build it up, since apparently I don't have enough to really reach it. And Goku is trying to help, but he's a natural at it and hasn't been able to help me as much. Yes, I can see that. You probably haven't been training for more than a few weeks. Roshi gazed at her with different eyes than normal, but I can see you have potential in you, if you work at it. Oh, you know about ki, Mr. Roshi? Goku asked him cheerfully, his hands behind his head. Roshi let out a dry chuckle. Yeah, I guess you could say that. I was quite the martial artist back in my day. Bulma smiled at him, willing to let bygones be bygones. Is there any advice you can give me? Unfortunately, with the low amount of power that you have, anything I say will be much like what Goku has already given you, blood from a stone. Roshi told her apologetically, making her smile drop in both sadness and annoyance. You have the potential. You do. I can see that immediately. But you're playing catch-up right now, since I can see you're a city girl unlike this kid. He gestured to Goku. What kinds of meditation have you tried so far? He asked her curiously. Goku's shown me flame meditation so far, but I can't get it. She groused, stomping her feet and kicking up a tiny bit of sand. My mind is too active. I have 1,000 thoughts whirling around all the time. Ideas, inventions. It's impossible to just clear my mind. She was clearly looking frustrated. Oh ho, so you're an inventor, are you? Roshi grinned toothily. Of course. Bulma snorted. You know, it's kind of refreshing to know two different people who either don't have a clue who I am or just don't care. My father is Dr. Briefs, the founder and head of Capsule Corp. I've been inventing since I was a little girl. Roshi's eyes widened behind his glasses. That's good to hear. Even I've heard of them. Goku, you have her doing exercises, right? He turned to the shorter of the two. Of course. I found out what she's comfortable with and I am going to keep pushing her to do more every time. Goku responded, much to her inner dread. Roshi nodded. While that's important, you also should start teaching her martial art. Wait. Goku did mention he was going to start teaching me stuff like that, but I can't risk damaging my hands. Bulma interrupted, looking a little nervous all of a sudden. Roshi raised an eyebrow. Did you lose your legs while I wasn't looking? He had to forcibly cut the perverted comment before it could finish. If you're a successful inventor, then clearly you have the ability to focus. You would never finish a project if you chased every idea that caught your fancy. So that is what you must do. Your problem with meditation is that you're trying to empty your mind when it is your biggest strength. I want you to find something to focus on instead. Let that one thing be your guide as you search inside yourself. Let your passion guide you inward. If you have 1,000 thoughts, focus on only 2: your passion and yourself. And when you train physically, keep your mind on a project, or whatever you wish. Wow, she breathed. That sounds like it could actually work for me. It's so different from what Goku suggested. Sorry Bulma. Goku sounded pretty miffed that he had been giving her bad advice. Roshi started to laugh. Girl, I've been training people for more years you two have been alive. Put together. Wisdom comes with experience. Goku is young. You both are. He turned to Goku. When you train her, focus on her legs, since she's apparently not interested in fists. Perhaps complement that desire with weapons training, like that staff you carry. Sure. Goku beamed at him. Thanks for the help, Mr. Roshi. He turned to Bulma. Now, even when you do succeed in touching and directing your ki, you're not going to have a whole lot of it. That takes patience and years of training, both of the body and of the spirit. So you're not going to be able to do anything like what I think young Goku here is capable of for a long time. Are you following me? Yes. Bulma responded, though she was again a little irked at the confirmation of how far her goal of flight was from being a reality. Goku's shown me a couple small ki blasts before. Good, so I wasn't mistaken about his level. Roshi nodded once, before ruffling his beard again. So you're going to have to make your ki work with you, rather than against you. Goku, you may know about ki blasts, but do you also know that ki can be shaped outside the body? Wow, really? Goku started jumping up and down in excitement. Why yes, it can. It is much, much harder than what you're used to, but that's because it is a question of precision rather than power. It requires a lot of focus to maintain. Even I've barely succeeded much on that front. He grinned toothily at Bulma, but something tells me you'll prove me wrong, young lady. Bulma smirked at his challenge. You bet. I'll be doing it before you know it. She then bowed slightly with a genuine smile. Thank you very much for the advice. It was the least I could do for you, after you helped my poor turtle. Enjoy your journey, kids. He hopped on the turtle's back and they watched as he vanished into the distance, calling out their own goodbyes. Thank the tech giant in the sky for autopilot. Bulma cheered, before wagging her tongue at Goku playfully, because I am sure not trusting you to drive. Why not? Goku grumbled, I could totally drive if you taught me how. They had switched to a four-wheeler instead of the motorcycle, since Bulma wanted to try Roshi's meditation advice. Goku, you couldn't even reach the pedals if you wanted to watch the road at the same time. Just nudge me if you see anything unexpected. Now, if we need to stop for whatever reason, all you have to do is hit this button to pause the autopilot and hit it again to restart it. Keep an eye on the radar. Let me know if we're starting to pass it and I can see about switching our destination. Yeah. Goku had heard that at least 3 times, so he rolled his eyes. Don't roll your eyes at me, Buster. Bulma chided him, before taking a deep breath and closing her eyes. The dragon radar, how can I improve it? Maybe a more high-resolution screen. And off she went, thinking of one of her latest inventions, although it really was just a prototype, while also trying to feel inside of her for that warm glow Goku had been trying to teach her to find. Goku smiled when he saw that she wasn't fidgeting nearly as much as she had with his other ideas. Guess Mr. Roshi really knows his stuff. Even if she doesn't touch it immediately, she's already having an easier time than she was all week. He clicked the radar and glanced at it. Their 4 balls were bunched close together, and they were headed in the direction of a 5th. He giggled under his breath and pressed a button on the tablet for their four-wheeler, and it immediately started rolling along faster than Bulma had wanted it. He clicked off the device and relaxed, forming a key ball in his hands. It was something he had never even heard of before, but now that he had, it wasn't something he couldn't wait to practice. The key ball destabilized, turning more into a little flame than a solid-looking ball. He was curious as to what he'd be able to do with it, and an idea popped up as he remembered Roshi's words. Bulma could do with some weapons training, right? He concentrated, and the flame solidified again, before he started to try to elongate it. Instantly, he realized the truth to Roshi's words. It was hard. Even he started to strain and sweat as he tried to make a key staff the size of his power pole. And then it exploded, the loud crack startling him badly. Bulma jerked aware too, letting off a little shriek. What was that? She clutched her chest in shock as she breathed hard. Damn it, Goku, what happened? She turned to him and goggled as she realized he was covered in a bit of soot. Sorry Bulma, I was trying a new technique like old man Roshi suggested. Goku apologized to her. It was way harder than I expected, and it blew up in my face. He rubbed his face clean as best he could. Wow, so even you're having trouble with it. That's a bit intimidating, she mumbled. Just try not to shock me like that again. I thought I was doing really well. You were. You did way better than any of the other times. You weren't fidgety or stiff at all. Goku praised her with a big grin. She beamed. Yes, she pumped a fist. I couldn't really feel my ki, but that's progress, right? Of course. He gave her a high five, something he had liked to do with his grandpa. You'll be at it in no time. She took the dragon radar from him, and I even already started planning some upgrades for this baby. She clicked it. We're getting close. Let's hurry. Is that a town? That must be it. Goku pointed at the horizon, smirking inwardly since she didn't seem to notice he had messed with the speed. That was until she flicked him on the head. Ow. And don't think I didn't notice we were going faster than we should have been, mister. Bulma giggled at his dirty look. Let's go get that 5th Dragon Ball. She cheered, flooring it. They almost did a wheelie before blazing off at super speed. Geez, this is super creepy. Bulma looked around warily. This place is a ghost town. I wonder what happened here. It's not a ghost town. There are people here, plenty of them. actually. He sniffed. They're hiding, and they smell scared. Bulma blanched. What, you can smell emotions? That's a bit too weird, Goku. He giggled. No, but fear has a specific smell, and there are a lot of scared people hiding. He walked over to one of the doors. Come on out, guys. I know you're in there. He knocked on the door. What's going on in this town? Is there any way we can help? They waited, and gradually Goku got a little bit more irritated. I can hear you shuffling in there, you know. You're not fooling anybody. His expression got just a bit flatter. He waited a few more seconds. And then Bulma jumped when he kicked the door nearly off its hinges. Goku. What the hell? There's nothing to be afraid of. I know you're here. We're not here to hurt Anyo. His last word was cut off, with Bulma watching in immediate horror, as an axe blade came crashing down on Goku's head. Bulma shrieked and fell back onto her butt, only cutting herself off as she watched the blade shatter. A giant goose egg rose on Goku's skull, as he reached up and clutched his head in pain. Ow! He yelled, before turning to glare at the shaking man that had hit him. That hurt. His gaze nearly had the man pissing himself as he fell onto his butt and scrambled back. Sorry. I am sorry, Mr. Oolong, but I'd rather die than give up my daughter. The shaking man's head was fully bald up top, with a mess of hair on the sides of his head. He had one truly epic mustache too. What are you talking about? I don't want your daughter. Goku yelled at him, the volume literally knocking the man over. He kneeled down, clutching his head. Oh wow wow wow. Bulma managed to get up. I think there's been a big mistake, sir. Neither of us are named Oolong. I am Bulma and this is Goku. Hey, it really isn't him, Dad. A young girl's voice came from behind the counter. The man cringed as he got up, bowing deeply on his hands and knees. I am so sorry for attacking you. And all of a sudden, the entire village came alive as others came rushing from their homes. The young girl hurried and wet a towel with warm water, rushing over to Goku. I am really sorry about my dad attacking you. Here, this should help. She put the towel on Goku's head, covering the bump on his noggin. I am very sorry again, young man. I was just trying to protect my daughter. He looked away in shame. Just what has been happening in this village? Bulma asked him. Is there anything we can do to help? No, I am afraid not. The man let out a deep, weary sigh. We've been under attack by a menace named Oolong. He's a blackness that has descended on our poor village. A monster who treats us like his toys. This awful creature can change into any shape it wants to. We have no idea how. His fists shook. Instead of one nightmare, we have to deal with whatever terrible visage he can concoct. No one knows his real identity. All we know is he wants our daughters. It's kidnapped 3 of our girls already. And yesterday, he said he was going to steal away my precious Pokewatha. Goku and Bulma glanced at one another. Bully. I want to kick his ass, Goku stated. Bulma laughed to herself as the entire village rippled in shock. Of course you do. I almost want a crack at this Oolong myself. I don't think you understand. He's bigger than his house. The father of one waved his hands. Bulma smirked at him. So, dinosaurs are way bigger than this house, and I've seen Goku take those out without breaking a sweat. Another ripple of mutters rang out in the village. The man sighed. You don't get it. He's taken everything without a single scratch. He's too big a monster. You would get squished. He shook his head. What brings you to this village anyway? It's not very common for us to get visitors. Bulma stepped forward, pulling a Dragon Ball out of her bag. We've been searching for these, and that brought us to your village. Wow, that's pretty. Pokewatha eyed it dreamily. Yes it is. Bulma agreed, smiling at the little girl. I am afraid I've never seen anything like it before. The father told them. I have. A very old lady walked in. I've had one like that in my family for generations. She pulled it out to show Bulma. That's it. The 6-star ball. Bulma grinned brightly. Could you be convinced to part with it, ma'am? Like I said, it's been a family heirloom for generations. The old lady replied. I can't just give it away. Bulma smiled, knowing that they had it in the bag. If only they got the old lady to agree, of course. I don't expect it for free, you know. I propose a trade then. That ball, for Oolong. She smiled as the villagers erupted in noise. Well, get rid of him for you, and if we can, well, get your daughters back too. They all stared at her with open mouths. I may be old, but I am not gullible. How in the world are you going to do that? Bulma grinned at her, and stuck her hand out. All you have to do is sit back and watch the show. Do we have an accord? A murmur rang out. Maybe that old legend is true. I thought it was just a folk tale. The old lady hesitantly stuck her hand out. Legend states that a young boy would arrive one day to liberate our people. If you can truly save us, this ball is the least we could do for you. She looked even more hesitant. But, how exactly are you planning on beating Oolong? We have no idea where he comes from, only that he always arrives from behind the village. Bulma chuckled. He wants this pretty young lady for himself, doesn't he? All we have to do is wait for him to arrive, and then Goku will beat him. The father looked aghast. You want to use my Pokewatha as bait? Not at all. Bulma shook her head, though seeing as he wants her so bad, technically she's already bait. She said dryly but hurried to finish when he saw their darkening faces. Like I said, you all don't have to worry about a thing. Tonight, you'll be able to sleep soundly in your beds. The things I've seen Goku do are amazing. I have absolutely no doubt he'll win. The sheer confidence she spoke with warmed Goku, and he almost blushed. The father swallowed. Before getting on his knees, we were putting our trust in you here. Please, he begged, please help us. Please don't let him win and take any more of our daughters. Bulma gave him a dark smirk. Even if you didn't have the Dragon Ball to trade with us, a guy like this. She glanced at Goku. Before putting a hand on his shoulder, it would have been our genuine pleasure. The party started with loud, thudding footfalls. The entire village practically shook as the Red Devil walked in, wearing a pristine white suit, perfectly coiffed hair, and carrying a bouquet of flowers. I've come for you, Pokewatha. I've brought you some flowers. Come out, wherever you are. It's him. One of the villagers hissed in fear. He's even bigger than usual. He's shaking the entire village and just walked through the welcome sign. He moaned as they tried to stay on their feet. All except Goku, who also grabbed onto Bulma and made sure she wouldn't fall. Pokewatha's father started to cry. Ooh, we should have just run when we had the chance. There's no way to win. He's going to take my beloved daughter away. I told you. Bulma snapped for the first time, revealing just a hint of her temper. Goku has this. With the father cowed, she turned to Goku. Remember to try to make him cough up the girl's location if you can. Goku shrugged. It'll just knock him out. We can tie him up and make sure he can't escape, right? The villagers in the hut goggled at the casual conversation during their time of terror. Were these two idiots even slightly aware of what was going on? Goku stepped out of the hut. So, you're Oolong, huh? Who's asking? The demon snarled. You're not my Pokewatha. Bring her to me. Nah, you're going to bring me to the girls you already kidnapped. Goku shot back without a care in the world. Ha, you're a riot, pipsqueak. Oolong even chuckled, but comedy hour is long over. Get out of my way. He swiped his huge arm like a club, aiming to knock Goku straight through one of the houses. Goku reached up and caught the blow. He didn't even budge from his spot. Man, that's disappointing. You look strong, but you're pretty weak. He looked sad at that, and everyone but Bulma stared in complete and utter stupor. What? The demon screamed out. What the hell are you, kid? He backed away and was engulfed in a burst of pinkish smoke with a BAMF. Goku raised an eyebrow as he stared at the gigantic bull. You're big. He chuckled, smirking at the transformed beast. Fought bigger. You little brat. Oolong snorted angrily. For some reason, he had a completely different accent in his new form. It's not too late to get out of my way, kid. Goku started to laugh gaily. You really think you're going to intimidate me like you did the rest? He grinned viciously at the monster. I am going to need a few more looks at that transformation ability to tell for sure, but while you've sure got the weight of a bull down, I don't think you're any stronger like that than you were as a demon guy. The bull jerked back, starting to visibly sweat. His grin widened. Looks like I was right. No, you're not. Oolong's voice trembled, and the villagers were even poking their heads out, astonished at what they were watching. He stomped, throwing up a small plume of grit and blowing steam from his nose. I mean it, brat. Get out of my way or I am going to gore you. Do it then. Goku stared him down, shitating grin on his face. We don't have all day, after all. There's adventuring to be done. Are you serious? Oolong yelped. I really will. Man, you're boring. Goku frowned, leaping up into the air and extending his leg for an axe kick. You're crazy. Oolong Bam fed into another form, a small bat which hightailed it out of there. Goku, and Bulma's too, actually, eyes lit up in glee. Wow, so you can even fly with the transformation. Awesome. Goku, capture him. I want to learn that technique. Bulma came running out. Go. 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 Me too. Goku grinned as he blasted off into the air, after the bat. Holy shit, you can fly too. Leave me alone. Oolong yelped. Must go faster. Must go faster. He squealed to himself before another BAMF engulfed him. This time, he turned into a rocket and started flying at supersonic speeds. The last thing Goku heard from the village as he put on the speed 2, leaving a second sonic boom behind, was a loud cry of, "Oh my god. That's awesome," from Bulma before her voice vanished. How the fuck are you keeping up with me? I am a rocket. Oolong squealed in terror, inadvertently revealing a hint to his true form. But then, a final BAMF engulfed him, revealing a short, anthropomorphic pig with long, floppy ears dressed in a green uniform. Oh no, my time ran out, and with that, he started to fall out of the sky. No, I am not ready to die. Goku caught his hand, rolling his eyes. Typical. That's what you get for being a meanie to weaker people. Oh, screw you, kid. The pig yelled at him. Why are you so set on ruining a good thing here? I just wanted my girls. Tell it to the village. Goku didn't really care, and don't try to run away either. You try to turn into a bug and I really will squash ya. Well, do you have anything to say for yourself? Bulma stood imperiously, arms crossed over her chest. An apology would be nice, to start. Goku threw in with a giggle, hands behind his head. Fine, I am sorry. Oolong clearly wasn't, his tone gruff and angry. Seriously, all this from this tiny pig? One of the villagers asked furiously. Where are our girls? The grandmother asked him, stomping right up to the pig. Oolong let out a sad sigh. Back home at my shack. Fists clenched. Take us there. Now. As they walked, Bulma took the 6-star Dragon Ball from the grandma, thanking her profusely. Seriously though, all this mess for some girlfriends? Bulma complained under her breath. Only Goku heard her, and he started giving her a really dry look. What? She muttered, before Goku looked at the glowing ball with his eyes and raised an eyebrow. She reddened immediately and hissed, "SHSHUT up." I didn't say anything, Goku replied with a smirk, whistling innocently. Well, here we are. My little shack. Oolong spoke up unenthusiastically. It was a massive mansion done in a traditional style, painted red. This is a shack. Bulma's lips quivered. It sure isn't as nice as home, but damn if you see places like this anymore. What a palace. A few minutes later, Bulma was holding the side of a doorframe, trying hard not to burst out laughing. All 3 of the kidnapped girls had been found, and all 3 of them had turned into outright divas. One was in exercise clothes, one was sitting like a queen sipping a drink, and the other had a bottle of cola in front of her. She almost slid to her knees when Oolong revealed that had kidnapped the girls so they would take care of the house. None of whom did what he asked. Ever. In the end, he was literally pleading for their families to take them back. When that happened, Bulma couldn't take it anymore. She quickly excused herself and ran back into the hall before falling on her hands and knees and almost dying of laughter. Finally, they all left, the girls throwing wild fits as their families dragged them out, and Oolong collapsed into his sofa. Man, what a day. They're finally gone. He groaned. Ooh, but I am never going to have my precious Pokewatha now. No, you're not, Bulma told him, and he jumped a foot in the air. Wait, why are you two still here? He started turning a little blue in fear. Bulma grinned evilly at him. Well Porky, you've got something we need. Her eyes were shining with an almost manic light. We both want to learn that technique. WWH what? Oolong yelped. But I am not a teacher. You saw me. I can only use it for 5 minutes. Doesn't matter, Bulma said with an airy wave of her hand. Even if you suck at it, Goku will be able to figure it out. We just need the basics. She grinned evilly, cracking her knuckles, so you better transform into a certification real quick, capiche? Oolong swallowed heavily, now utterly terrified of the two. I am a bird, Bulma chirped in glee as she performed a dive, pulling up at the last second and winging back into the air. Whoa, good job Bulma, Goku cheered excitedly as he followed her with his eyes, ready to catch her in the event that her time ran out. He raised his arm as Falcon Bulma, clearly not naturally colored with her bright blue scheme, came closer. She landed easily. You got that so fast. He congratulated the blue-haired teen. After her troubles with Ki, they had been expecting more of the same from the magic they learned from Oolong. But surprising both of them, Bulma had actually been the first one to do it. She hopped off his arm and exploded into a poof of electric blue smoke. That was exhilarating. She leaned on him a bit tiredly. "Hoo boy, I am so glad we decided to stay here for the week. That was the most amazing thing I've ever done. I think I got it too." He clenched his fists eagerly. Watch. Bamf. His cloud of smoke was tinged red, and Bulma let out a little squeak of fear as she eyes the massive fangs on the tiger. He snarled and then roared. "Geez, of course you'd pick a big beastie." She chuckled, patting his flank. Goku let out a yawn and laid down, practically laying in her lap. "Ack. Your weight changes, dummy. You're too heavy for that." She pushed him off. He snarled again and turned onto his back, before a rumble filled the air. Her brow furrowed. "Can you not talk like that?" He was interrupted from further teasing as well as answering question with another BAMF. He frowned. "Geez, that was just a minute. I need a lot more practice." And then he stretched. "Could you not understand me?" "No, I couldn't." She snickered. "Look like I am finally better than you at something." She stuck her tongue out playfully. "And me too." "Well, get it Goku, don't worry." She fell back and stared at the darkening sky. "I am so excited though. I can fly now. This is so amazing. I feel giddy like a little schoolgirl." She sat back up. "We should totally try to learn more magic." Oolong said that was all he knew, but surely there's more to learn, right? "Yeah." Goku nodded cheerfully. "I am sure there are more masters out there. Maybe we could even go to this shapeshifting school Oolong mentioned." "Sure. We'll need to if we want to perfect the transformation magic we learned." She watched as he rolled onto his back. He kicked up and landed on his feet. He yawned again. "Anyway, we should go to bed. We have training in the morning before we leave." Bulma felt ice run down her spine. "Tea training?" She stammered. Hey Goku, I mean, I technically already learned to fly with this new skill." Goku stared at her, his expression blank. She slumped down, hanging her head with a groan. "Yeah, let's go." Bulma let out a loud yawn as she clicked her dragon radar on, checking her phone as she did so. She paused, taking another look, squinting down at the device. Looks like we're going to Fripen Mountain." She had taken the time to upgrade the device with some of the plans Shed created during her meditation and had added a range indicator. It was the only one of the mods Shed thought up that she could actually do with her lack of supplies. Fripen. Goku started to drool. "What kind of tasty foods do they make?" Bulma stretched out her aching muscles, rolling her eyes as she did so. "We just had breakfast." "How are you already hungry again? And why do you look as fresh as a daisy?" Goku, true to his word, had immediately restarted her training regimen. He had eased up on her a bit while they were learning the transformation skill, perhaps judging that they were doing a bit more harm than good with the current regime, but had started them off strong once again, adding to what her previous best had been. "Saiyan," Goku replied with a grin, earning another eye roll. "Is that going to be your excuse for everything?" She grumbled a bit, still a little ticked off that his hair was perfect while she had to spend an hour in front of the mirror to get it looking good. Goku started to giggle, realizing she was being grouchy. "Anyway, I am setting the autopilot again. We're driving through the Diablo Desert to get there, so keep an eye out." "Gotcha." Goku watched as she fell into her trance again. Having nothing else to do other than watch the road, Goku started experimenting with his own ki again. It was still just as hard to shape as it had been on their last autopiloted ride, but this time he was taking much more care. He watched as the ki extended like his power pole but frowned as he realized it was struggling to do so. It grew and shrank, and not exactly rhythmically either. He tried feeding it more power, but that looked like it made it worse. It even looked like it was destabilizing as it turned into a point before back into a flat, and then started to really waver. Goku let it dissipate with a sigh. "Let's try that again," he mumbled, his face starting to glow as the red light of his ki washed over them. 2 days had passed since they had left the previous village, and only then did Bulma discover something which made her explode in rage. Bulma kept all of her most important dino caps on her person, rather than in the carrying case. The automatic car had been one such item, as had her mobile capsule home. It was just easier to keep track of them that way, since they were the ones she couldn't stand to lose. As she'd been so exhausted from the previous day's training with Goku, she, much to her chagrin, had fallen asleep in the same clothes she had been wearing. She hadn't even gotten to her bed thankfully, otherwise she was sure her linen would be impregnated with stale sweat and bad odors. But today was a new day, and that meant a warm, relaxing soak, which she had enjoyed without the prospect of training hanging over her head. Her relaxation came to an abrupt halt the second she had opened up her drawer to choose the day's clothes. What the fuck? She heard Goku jump outside and then ram the door in his hurry to get in. "What's wrong, Bulma?" Only to find her apparently fine. She was standing there, wearing just a towel and a demonic look of rage on her face. He took a step, blinking as that strange feeling from the beach came over him once again for a second. Shaking his head to clear it, he put the strange thing from his mind. He scratched the back of his head, and sidled up beside her to take a look. Why did these clothes look weird? He rubbed a finger on a black number 1 which was made of something he didn't quite know how to describe. All he knew was that it probably wouldn't cover much up if Bulma did wear it. In Bulma's shaking fist was a note. "I am going to kill that fucking little pig." Goku took the note and started to read. "That's what you get for treating me like your damn servant, little Miss Sexy. Maybe the outfits will match your attitude. Oh, I also helped myself to your capsules. Thank you kindly for your donation. Starting a new life ain't easy, especially when I have to move the entire gig. No one's afraid of ol oolong anymore round these parts. Thanks for ruining the good thing I had going here. Don't bother trying to find me. I am long gone. Later, suckers. I am going to fucking skin him." Bulma seethed as she shakily grabbed her capsule bag and opened it, letting out an inarticulate sound that didn't seem like something that should come from a human throat when she noticed all but the food dino caps gone. "I am going to turn him into fucking." She raised her fist over her head and swung down on the dresser, surprising the hell out of herself when it cracked and bowed inward. "Bacon." She hissed in a little pain, clenching and unclenching her fist. "So, he stole your clothes and everything but the food which bombs?" Goku asked, and she took a deep breath to try to calm herself. "Yes, he did," she hissed through her teeth, "and now I have to wear one of these." The best description she had for them was cosplay. If she were generous, fetish gear was more apt for some of them. "Hey, cheer up Bulma. At least he didn't steal the Dragon Balls," Goku exclaimed, pulling one of their balls out of her bag. "I wish he had taken them." Bulma growled out, "I would have realized something was wrong." "Oh, you're right." Goku dropped his fist into his palm in front of his chest. "Darn," he lucked out. She took another deep breath, closing her eyes and counting to 10. "Can you step back outside, Goku? I need to change into." She sneered at the drawer in distaste. "One of these?" "Sure. I'll get breakfast ready," Goku replied cheerfully, walking out with a capsule in hand. "Coffee please," she called after him, getting a wave of the tail in response. She groaned, slumping forward. "Why me?" she moaned pitifully, before starting to remove outfits from the drawer. The first one, the one Goku had felt with his finger, was literally a BDSM outfit, complete with mask and whip. Fucking pig. The next one was best described as an armored bikini. Where did he even get all these? And why would he have them? He was kidnapping girls, not women. The next was a belly dancer outfit in light blue. Maybe later. She blushed a bit, putting that one to the side, before looking at a couple more. "Is this seriously the one that covers the most skin?" she groaned, looking at the bunny costume. "I will have my revenge," she hissed, before taking it. "I really feel like I am getting closer, Goku," Bulma yelled happily. She could feel some warm tingling now. She just knew she was close to a breakthrough. "That's great, Bulma. Goku cheered for her. Keep going then. Maybe the next one will be it. She nodded excitedly. Let's stop for now. These petrified trees will provide some good shade for later. She pulled the car over near one of the tallest rock trees and they both hopped out. Bulma set up their capsule house and immediately sat down. Wish me luck. She smiled at him, before focusing and beginning her meditation. Goku also sat down after using one of Bulma's witch bombs, revealing a refrigerator. He pulled out a sandwich his friend had made for him and started going to town. He finished it in one gulp, before moving on to the next. Bulma made really good sandwiches. As he was halfway through it, he stopped as he heard a sound. A rumbling was starting to grow, and he stood to look around in confusion. It sounded kind of like the car, but not quite. He caught the direction and raised an eyebrow as he saw the large dust cloud seemingly heading towards them. He turned and eyed Bulma, but she hadn't twitched a muscle, making him frown a little. But there was nothing for it for now, so he walked forward and waited for contact. Who are you? The man had long, messy black hair. His skin was a bit more tan than Goku's own skin, and he was much taller. He wore an outfit of oranges and greens, and had a sword strapped to his waist. Beside him was a small, floating cat. I am Yamcha, the master of these parts. You're in my desert, boy. He gave Goku an easygoing smirk, but you don't have to worry, kid. I'll allow you to pass in peace, provided you have something for me. Leave all your dino caps and money behind, and I won't bother you again. Yeah, it's my land too. The cat's voice was extremely high-pitched and very feminine, so make it quick, kid. Goku started to smirk. Well, that's a problem. I don't own any witch bombs and I don't have any money either. It was true too. Everything was Bulma's. Well, that's a shame. Yamcha said agreeably. Now you're lying to me too. Who here saw your capsule car and saw you set up a capsule house too? He started drawing his sword. Who herself started, looking at Yamcha. She hadn't told him the kid had done anything, just that someone had. Nope, that wasn't me. Goku grinned, getting ready for a fight. His Saiyan blood was starting to sing in his veins. Everything belongs to my friend, so none of it is mine. Not lying. See, he got into a stance, arm behind his head and grasping his power pole. But why don't we just skip to the fighting? It'll be more fun. Your funeral. Yamcha rushed forward, tossing his scabbard into the sky as a distraction. Goku didn't give it a second glance, drawing his own weapon and parrying Yamcha's sword. What? The taller man yelped as he narrowly avoided taking the rod right across his nose. He jumped back as Goku jumped into the air, raising his blade, flat side out with his fingers on the other side of the flat too, to block the staff. When it hit, Yamcha swore he felt the vibration run across his arms and into his spine. GRK. You're tough. Goku laughed. Thanks. He backflipped back and rushed in, almost faster than Yamcha could react. Yamcha and he began a mad dance, with Goku rushing him with the staff and kicks while the desert bandit did everything he could to block and dodge. How is a kid this strong? I am losing. Yamcha thought to himself in panic. Get away, he yelled, swiping his sword through the sand and throwing up a plume in an attempt to blind Goku. As he made some space, Goku unleashed a little ki to blow the sand cloud apart, before leaping into the air. Extend. He yelled cheerfully as he swiped downward with the power pole. Yamcha gasped as the extended staff crashed into his shoulder before he could react. He dropped his sword, feeling his entire arm go numb. It was probably dislocated at best. At worst, he had a broken collarbone too. Yamcha. Puar screamed, her earlier confidence replaced with terror. Goku rushed forward the second his foot touched the ground, covering the space between them in a blink of an eye. Yamcha threw up a hurried block with his remaining arm, but Goku's kick was so strong he would have been better off trying to dodge backwards to absorb some of the impact instead. Goku's kick essentially made him punch himself in the eye, and he didn't stop the impact at all. He ate the full kick too, sending him flying back and digging a trench in the sandy desert. He flipped and flopped, eating sand and having some dig into his clothes, before coming to a stop. He twitched, letting out a pained cough, and shakily trying to get to his feet. His face and other exposed bits of skin were all scratched up. What power? This is ridiculous. He doesn't even look like he's 10. He wobbled and spat the sand out, panting as he had to step to adjust his balance. That staff. Only one person could have given it to you. Goku let out a breath as he holstered it. Yeah, it was a gift from Grandpa Gohan. Yamcha could already feel his face start to swell. His eye was closing, and he knew he was going to have a nasty shiner for days. Why, you've beaten me today, kid, but this isn't the last you've seen of me. Mark my words. Goku's eyes lit up and he smiled as he watched Puar transform to be able to fly the jet bike. Yamcha fell into it and they took off. Goku clapped his hands up and down. Well, that wasn't as much fun as I thought it would be. Back to the food. As he started to munch down on the rest of the sandwich from earlier, he thought to himself, we should find that cat later and see if she's any better than Oolong. He was drawn from his thoughts by Bulma and he smiled at her. She looked happy, if a little annoyed. Hey, how did it go? Bulma huffed. Thought she was still smiling. I feel like there's something I am missing. I am right there, but I just can't reach it. She shook her head as she sat, grabbing an apple from their fridge. Anyway, anything interesting happened while I was meditating? She asked curiously. Goku nodded, surprising her. Some stupid guy named Yanshi came and tried to steal all our stuff. He was okay, but I still beat him up. Bulma blinked, while I was meditating. And I didn't hear a thing. She laughed nervously. Good thing you're here. If you say he was okay, I'd probably be dead. Yeah, well, work on that. Goku told her. We going to turn in for the night? Probably should. Bulma replied, knowing tomorrow was another hell day for her. You're going to run me into the ground like usual, I suppose. She chuckled to herself. Nope. Goku snickered. Tomorrow I am going to start teaching you some stances and kicks. Eep. Night had fallen and Goku and Bulma had scrambled into the capsule home within the hour. Without a fire to keep them warm, the extreme temperature shift deserts experienced had them freezing before too long after the sun vanished. It had surprised Goku quite a bit since he had never been in the desert before. Bulma explained to him about the lack of water vapor in the air to help trap heat and cold, but while the young boy understood the explanation somewhat, he didn't really care either. It wasn't quite in one ear, out the other, but Bulma had been a bit disappointed that he didn't really care to follow up on the subject. He clearly would never be an intellectual. She would have liked someone to talk shop with. Still, at least he wasn't a total idiot. She could have been cursed like that, with how Goku had been raised in the wilderness and then raised himself with no human contact. Bulma found she quite liked having him around. She leaned back as she watched him eat, and started to chew the inside of her lip. Hey Goku. She spoke up suddenly. Goku finished chewing thankfully, before answering, yeah, what's up, Bulma? And then he immediately took another bite of the steak. He loved the meat that Bulma packed in her witch bombs. Most of the meat he could get around his home was tough and gamey. He had to venture quite a bit further out to get into the dinosaur areas, which had the best selections. I've been thinking, you know. Bulma twirled her hair around her finger. Once we have all the Dragon Balls, what would you wish for? Huh? Goku asked, this time with his mouth full. As she wrinkled her nose at his lapsing manners, he swallowed. I thought you were going to get the wish, Bulma. Humor me. She smiled at him. The longer this trip has gone, since meeting you at least, the more selfish and stupid my wishes have seemed. Gee, I have no idea. There's nothing I really want that I can't get with my own hands, you know. Goku told her honestly. Besides, I haven't really been thinking about it. The wish was supposed to be yours, right? Her smile was a little glassy and brittle. You're so nice, Goku. Is there really nothing? No, not Ray, Goku started to say, before he stopped. He closed his mouth, before opening it again. But they just clicked shut again, surprising the blue-haired beauty. He seemed to be thinking of something, and right when she was going to ask what was on his mind, he replied in a quiet tone. I guess I wouldn't mind getting to know my parents, or at least know if they're still out there somewhere. He mumbled the last bit, the lone memory he had of them replaying in his head. Bulma flinched a bit, feeling like an utter bitch. A magical wish that can grant you anything and you want strawberries or a boyfriend. She sagged a bit, even more unsure of herself now than she was before the conversation. No wonder the damn cloud wouldn't let you ride it. She shook her head. That sounds like a good one, Goku. She said, standing abruptly. Come on, let's go to bed. Goku sensed her off mood, but didn't really know how to fix it, coming Bulma. He followed her into the bathroom to brush his teeth. Had never really done it before he met her, and he loved how tingly the toothpaste made his mouth feel. Yamcha, Yamcha. Puar soared into the cave where her friend was resting. Gurn. Yamcha groaned as he sat up, still really sore over the beating Goku had delivered. Puar had damn near passed out helping him reset his shoulder. Had eventually had to just grit his teeth and do it himself, since the cat couldn't bring herself to do what was necessary to help him. What is it, Puar? He asked once he was sitting, grabbing a teacup and taking a sip from it. I was spying on them like you asked me to, and I heard a really interesting conversation. Puar squeaked out. They were talking about how they were collecting the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls, Yamcha exclaimed, before clapping a hand to his face in agony. The entire right side of his face was swollen and covered in an angry purple bruise. His right eye was almost completely swollen shut, courtesy of Goku's kick, that old legend. I've heard of them, but never thought they were real, he said much more sedately. The flying cat nodded rapidly. Yeah, I saw mention of them in a book at the Shapeshifting Academy. And they were talking about it like they were real. Maybe even like they already had some of the balls. Maybe they have some proof that the legend really is true. They were talking about wishes. An unlimited, magical wish. Yamcha exclaimed, a goofy look on his face. Amazing. I must have them. That's right. Once we have them we'll be rich. Puar exclaimed, flying in a loop. No, I am not interested in wishing for riches. Yamcha shook his head, wincing as his shoulder twinged in pain. What I seek neither money nor power can buy. He stood, ignoring the pain in his shoulder. I will never be shy around women again. Puar crashed to the floor. Well, what? She flew back up. But you could have anything in the world. You could rule the world. Yamcha scoffed. After all this time, I would have thought you would have known me better by now. I have no interest in any of that junk. The cloud of depression hovered over him. What good would that do me when I would just continue clamming up in front of every woman I meet? I'll never marry like that. Puar was silent, before hesitantly saying what he least wanted to hear. Would this be a bad time to mention the kid's partner as a pretty girl? WHAOOOOOOWWWWWW. Bulma hummed to herself as she showered. Today's training hadn't been that bad. Sure, her legs were killing her, but she didn't feel as utterly exhausted as she had been for the past few weeks. They had spent quite a bit of time training, but not to the same degree as in past days. They had then moved on to an hour's meditation, before Goku had started her on learning some kicks and acrobatics. For the first time, she actually had a bit of fun with what he had her doing. She actually hadn't even noticed the time go by. She rinsed her hair, still humming her little tune. And finished. She beamed towards nothing really, before shutting off the shower. Now that she was nice and squeaky clean, she could actually lay down in the tub for a relaxing soak. She turned to exit the shower. And looked right at a man with long, black, messy hair, a very puffy, ugly, purple face and a missing tooth staring right at her naked body with his one eye which wasn't swollen shut practically popping out of his skull. His face was almost turning incandescent from how much it was starting to glow. Beat. Blood started to spurt from his nose. What the fuck? Bulma screamed at the top of her lungs, covering her breasts with one arm and raising her leg and turning to try to hide the rest of her, fucking pervert. She screamed as she instinctively thrust her hand out, not noticing the deep turquoise glow engulfing her hand. Bang! The small key blast shot out and impacted the frame underneath the window Yamcha had been peeping at her from, completely destroying it in her rage. The both of them were flung backwards by the explosion, with Bulma getting tangled in the shower curtain. Why the fuck had they put a window in view of the tub and showering areas? And falling to the ground. Yamcha was launched back with a cry of agony, glass shards peppering him and slicing a line into his left cheek. He had blocked with his arms, but a piece had gotten through. He crashed to the dirt, digging a trench in the sand once more. Goku burst into the bathroom with a cry of, Bulma. He saw the hole and Bulma tiredly trying to sit up, before seeing Yamcha shakily trying to get to his feet. You again, Yamcha. And you went after Bulma this time. I won't let you. He rushed forward, truly angry for the first time in a while. Wolf Fang Fist. Yamcha hurried to defend himself with his ultimate technique, but Goku wasn't playing this time. Yamcha was starting to realize Goku had held back during their first bout. Goku was moving with blistering speed. "Stay away from Bulma," he yelled as he evaded Yamcha's strikes easily, especially with the man hampered by his injuries. Goku delivered a punishing jab into the Yamcha's ribcage, making him gag in agony. An uppercut to his chin had the Mon's teeth clattering together and launching him into the air. Goku caught his leg and started to spin, with Yamcha howling in pain before Goku let him go. The bandit flew almost half of a soccer pitch's length before crashing into the sand again. He groaned and stilled, unmoving. Puar, completely panicking, dropped by and hightailed it out with Yamcha. None of that had gone right. None of it. Everything had gone wrong the second Yamcha had seen Bulma naked. They should have just ran, but Yamcha had been completely paralyzed. "Please be okay, Yamcha." Back at the house, Goku hurried back in, and skid to a halt as he saw something strange. Bulma had managed to sit up and she was beaming, nearly in tears. "Bulma?" he questioned cluelessly. "Are you okay?" I did it," she exclaimed exhaustedly, with Goku starting to return her excitement gleefully when she raised a hand and channeled her ki consciously for the first time. It was a beautiful turquoise in color and shined ethereally in her hand. "I did it." The glow vanished as she collapsed. Goku hurried to catch her, preventing her from hitting her head. "You did great, Bulma." She was out like a light, utterly exhausted. He gathered her up and carried her out of the bathroom. It was getting chilly due to the gaping hole in the wall. "Please don't be mad again tomorrow," he mumbled as he stripped her of the shower curtain and got a towel to dry her off. "Huh," he said as he did exactly what had gotten Yamcha a face full of ki. "I guess girls really are different, like Grandma Paozu said. They really are missing." True to her word, Bulma had asked the elder in Aru village to explain about girls and boys before they left. He started feeling that funny heat rise up inside of him again as he stared for a moment longer. His heart was beating faster, like he was getting ready for a fight. Grandma Paozu, not knowing his actual age, had just told him about the differences, not really anything else. Thus, the boy was still clueless about the funny feelings he had started to get. Shaking his head, he continued to dry his friend. Once he was done, he put her to bed and settled in himself for the night. "Oh man, my head," Bulma groaned when she woke up. "What happened last night?" The memories flooded her all of a sudden, making her both rage and delight at the events. Just to be sure she hadn't imagined the whole thing, she raised a hand and summoned a tiny ball of ki. She marveled at the rich color and started smiling gleefully. She let it disperse and took a breath before lifting the covers. She was naked. "Of course, I am naked," she growled out, letting her hand and the covers flop back down to cover her. Damn that bandit. Normally she might have thought Yamcha cute and handsome. Maybe if things had been different she would have grown very interested in him romantically. But not only had her first interaction with him been him peeping on her in the shower, but his face had also been busted up from his first fight with Goku. So, it was only dark thoughts that were in her mind as she stewed while she lay in bed. "Morning, Bulma." Goku greeted her as he walked in, carrying a tray for her. "Thank you, Goku," she said appreciatively as she sipped her coffee. "Did you dry me off and carry me to bed?" she asked. She knew the answer, but best to be sure. "Of course, it would have been bad if you caught a cold," Goku replied with a nod, starting to munch on his leg of meat. "Thanks again." She smiled at him, taking another sip. She let out a groan. "Damn, I just remembered. I blew a big hole in the bathroom. We're going to have to fix that today before we can move on." "Did you ever drain the tub?" "Oops." Goku scratched the back of his head. "Sorry, Bulma. I didn't think about that." She waved him off. Not really a problem." "Did anything interesting happen while I was out?" Goku scratched his chin. "Well, some weird people came by. I think they were trying to sneak in through the hole you blasted in the back. They ran pretty quickly when they saw me though." "Wow, that's a bit creepy." Bulma shuddered. "We should probably hightail it out of here." "Sure, we're ready to leave anyway. Not like there's anything to do in the desert." Goku shrugged. "I can fly us if you want. It'll be faster." "That should be fun." Bulma smiled gleefully. I just got my key, so hopefully I won't be too far behind in learning how to fly, but Air Goku is always fun. She stuck her tongue out playfully. Now let me get dressed. I'll see you in a bit. Oh, it's you. Bulma sneered over at Yamcha when he and Puar skid to a halt. What the hell do you want? She idly mused once more that he might have been handsome under the bruises Goku had given him, but crossed her arms and put on a stern front. We're not here to fight. Puar squeaked out from Yamcha, who had started to tremble and actually turned around as Bulma watched in bemusement. What's up with him? She asked, trying to keep her lips from quirking upward. Wow, he's totally different from the first 2 times. Goku was scratching his head in bewilderment as well. Puar let out a sigh. Yamcha is cripplingly shy around girls. It's a bit embarrassing. Puar, Yamcha yelped, before hunching over and groaning in pain. What? It's true. Puar shot back, before turning to them. He really did not mean to see you in the shower last night. Puar hesitated. Really, he was trying to rob you blind, not get an eyeful. I am really sorry, Yamcha said, bowing in the complete wrong direction. Goku started to snicker and Bulma had to conceal her amusement. Her amusement evaporated at his next words. I was just going to steal your loot and make a clean-shaven get a 3 mean a clean getaway. A clean getaway. He almost yelped the last phrase. The only clean-shaven pussy you're getting is if you take a razor to that talking furball. Bulma yelled, clenching her fist furiously. Please, I am so sorry. Slip of the tongue. Slip of the tongue. Please have this as our apology. Yamcha threw a capsule over his shoulder, and it landed neatly in Bulma's hand. Nice aim. She begrudgingly accepted it. And thank you. Despite the gift, she couldn't help but feel her hand contained a Trojan horse. Well, we're not really needing whatever that is. Probably, Goku said, and before Puar knew it, Goku was in front of her, grinning a bit sharply. Puar jumped and started to tremble. I saw you transform twice during the last 2 fights. You know a guy named Oolong. Puar immediately stopped trembling and scoffed, crossing her arms. Know him. That stupid pig was an idiot bully. He got himself kicked out from the Southern Transformation Kindergarten for stealing a teacher's underwear. Why am I not surprised in the slightest? Bulma fumed. We met the guy and he stole all my clothes. This is the tamest thing he left me to wear. Good pig. Yamcha mumbled to himself, still not having turned around again. Goku heard him clearly, and that made him a bit mad because of how much Bulma hated it. Still, he let it go for now. You're not friends then? Puar asked, no longer as aggressive. Nope, we made him teach us how to transform, but he sucks at it. Goku started to reply, when Puar cut in with a nasty giggle. Can that idiot still only transform for 5 minutes? She hissed gleefully. Yep, he sucks. Goku laughed, and she joined him. Anyway, can you teach us how to fix it? I can only transform for 3 minutes and Bulma can only do it for 6. Puar floated in the air and bobbed up and down a bit. Sure. I can always catch up with Yamcha later. She grinned at the boy. Yamcha, face still hidden, also grinned. That was exactly the response he wanted to hear, because it would serve to ingratiate her to them. They wouldn't be as suspecting and then he could swoop in and steal the Dragon Balls. He coughed. Sure thing Puar. I'll just go, shall I? He finished awkwardly, before hopping on the jet bike and flying away. Puar gave her best smile. Since you already know the skill, this shouldn't take too long. Let's do our best. Bulma smiled genuinely. Yeah. Puar was now gone, and predictably Bulma had mastered it almost immediately. After her success with the technique originally, she completely shocked Puar by fixing Oolong's issues with it in under 3 hours. She had completely blown Puar's expectations out of the water. Goku had taken a bit longer but had also mastered it to the point he could keep it going for at least an hour. Bulma no longer felt any sort of pressure while using the technique, which was how she had known it wasn't complete. She wasn't sure if she could keep it going indefinitely, but since Goku was just lazing about as a tiger, she had decided to quit while she was ahead. She knew training was probably going to intensify if anything now that she had her ki, and she was getting a bit tired from flying. Bulma had been quite amused to see that, despite her insults to Oolong, Puar did not actually have a perfect transformation. The cat could not replicate faces or hair accurately. She was just awful at them. Her Goku transformation's face had looked like a cartoon's approximation of one. She watched Puar disappear on the horizon before yawning. That was fun. Man, Oolong really sucked. His explanations were AWWWWWFUL. She stretched again. Now, let's check out this gift. She sneered as she threw the capsule into the shade of the petrified tree, surprisingly revealing a near top-of-the-line capsule car model. Mercedes-Benz to be exact. Her sneer deepened. Who the hell do they think they're fooling? She fiddled with the car, checking a few things over and almost immediately finding the tracking device the second she looked underneath. Knew it, she sang out, some apology. What did you find, Bulma? Goku asked from behind her, tilting his head. Those assholes put a tracking device in their gift. They would be able to follow us wherever we went with it. She had a flash of electricity shoot through her spine. Maybe they even overheard our conversation about the Dragon Balls. No wonder they're being so damned persistent. Well, they're not fooling me, she declared. I think we'll leave their gift somewhere nice for them to find. Like the middle of a dinosaur nest. Goku started to chuckle. Bulma's being cool. Damn right, she preened at his praise. Hey Bulma. Goku got her attention. What did Yamcha mean by clean shave? Do not finish that sentence. Bulma blushed bright red. There was no way she was answering that question. Plus, it wasn't even accurate. She got it lasered off with a method she designed herself. But, alalala, I can't hear you. Bulma bam fed the Trojan car back into capsule form and walked away, holding her ears. Weird, Goku muttered, before following her into the house. Looks like he'd have to keep an eye out for the weirdos that showed up last night, since clearly they were staying for one more. Geez, it's so hot. Why is it getting hotter when we're going north? It should be getting colder. Bulma moaned. They were in their car now. Goku had picked her up and flown with her as she practiced with her ki. She had removed the tracker on the car Yamcha had given them, so she was sure the bandit was following them. Shed had Goku go in the wrong direction, dropped off the tracker with a really rude note tearing strips out of their hides, and then they'd blazed it back on track. Once they left the desert, they'd gotten back in their own car. 2 days more had passed and Bulma had learned that their air conditioning was malfunctioning once the temperature had started spiking. Gah, I feel like I am melting. Stupid AC. Why did I have to be a cheapskate with this damn car? I am rich. Granted, she had souped it up herself, so it was actually better than the Trojan horse car from Yamcha, but still. She could have done that with a better brand. Guess there's a reason it's called Fripen Mountain. Goku laughed. The heat didn't bother him too much, but had still slipped the top of his gi off and it was hanging around his waist, kept in place by his sash. Bulma's reply caught in her throat as they crested the hill. Holy crap. Her eyes bulged out of her head. The entire mountain is on fire. You mean the stories really were true? What were the stories? Goku asked curiously as they pulled over and got out of the car, and let me guess. He let out a chuckle, radar pointing right at it. Bulma clicked it on, her face going completely deadpan. She glared at the towering blaze. Yes. Looks like there's a castle up top. Goku declared after squinting at it. Who would put their castle on top of a mountain that's on fire? Well, the legend goes that the castle belongs to the Ox King. Bulma said, quickly remembering the details of the stories she'd heard. 10 years ago, this place turned into a death trap. The entire mountain went up in flames and it just never went out. She frowned. They call the Ox King a demon for his monstrous strength. That castle probably holds his entire treasure. Eek! They heard a scream. A massive tyrannosaur was chasing a young girl in. Bulma squinted and put a hand over her forehead. Why is a girl who looks about as old as Goku wearing max-level plate armor from like any fantasy video game ever? And why is she being chased by a dinosaur? Max-level plate armor. Of course, being about as visually protective as a bikini. Down boy. Don't come any closer. The girl yelled. Before turning, I said. She raised her hands to the thing that was on top of her helmet. Stay away. It detached and she threw it, making Goku and Bulma gasp when the bladed boomerang sliced the dinosaur's head clean off. It spun back to her and clicked back into place on her helmet. She looked at it and was silent for a moment. Eek. Gross. Look what I've done. I chopped his head right off. She pointed her index and middle fingers on each hand and placed them near a jewel on her helmet. A brilliant laser erupted from her helmet and vaporized the beast. She was crying as she rushed away and started heading in their direction. When she opened her eyes and saw the duo, she skid to a halt. Bulma smiled at her. Wow, you're tough. You took care of that thing like it was nothing. She trembled for a moment. Papa said never to talk to strangers. She cried out before raising her finger again. Bulma's eyes bulged, but she was far too slow to dodge. She saw her life flash before her eyes, before Goku materialized in front of her and smacked the laser away, much to the girl's shock. What the heck are you doing? You could have hurt Bulma. He growled protectively. What? The black-haired girl gasped. How? He vanished, and a quick chop to the back of her neck had the girl out like a light. Bulma quickly ran to him and wrapped him in a hug. Thank you so much, Goku. You saved me. Goku grinned, feeling nice and fuzzy inside with her hugging him. Of course, Bulma. The blue-haired princess shook her head. Let's get out of here. The quicker we find that Dragon Ball, the quicker we can get out of this stupid land. Right. It got hotter and hotter the closer they got to the mountain, and obviously the more apparent it was that the Dragon Ball really was right where Bulma was hoping it wasn't. Why can't things be easy for once? Did you expect anything different? Goku chucked. Wow, but does that castle look big? Bulma was fanning herself and Goku looked like he was sweating like a pig. She started to hiss. Man, I really just want to get out of here now. Goku, do you think you could just fly there and grab the Dragon Ball? I can try. Give me a minute, Goku declared as he started levitating into the air. He rapidly flew towards the castle, soon becoming nothing more than a speck to Bulma's eyes. A minute passed, and Bulma started feeling as if she had made a mistake. After the earlier incident with that young girl, she felt really vulnerable without her protector by her side. Even with her newfound ability to use ki, she did not feel safe. She had completely frozen in the face of her approaching death. That laser beam would have completely destroyed her if it hadn't been for Goku. She squealed in fear when she heard a noise and turned, seeing a giant of a man hefting a massive axe into the air. Bulma probably could have fit inside just one of his massive limbs. He wore a strange helmet with protruding eye sockets. His nice armor contrasted with his grizzled appearance. The axe pulverized the wall near her head. She quite nearly wet herself as the mon's growling voice thundered. What are you doing here on my land? He got closer to her and growled again. Are you here for my treasure? Is that it? SSSSIR. No, I am not. I don't need any treasure. Bulma yelped. It was even true. She was rich. She needed to stall. She needed Goku to come back, because there was no way she was getting out of this otherwise. Hey Bulma, I am back. It was way too hot. I couldn't get in. Goku's voice sent the sharp feeling of relief racing up her spine. I was right. You were after my treasure. The Ox King roared furiously. And you lied to me, little girl. He ripped his axe from the wall and swung it at Goku. No, I didn't. Bulma yelled as she scrambled to move. Whoa. Goku dodged it easily. He could tell the man was incredibly strong, but he wasn't fast. That would be Goku's advantage in a fight. Hey, calm down, big guy. We aren't here to fight. No, you thieves are here to steal my treasure. I won't let you. He grabbed the axe with both hands before swinging it with all his might. The very air churned during the swing, and the ground cratered as Goku jumped back, peppering them with bits of dirt. Shoot. Bulma, get back. Goku yelled at her before backpedaling. Bulma did as ordered, rushing to get behind one of the broken-down shells of a former building. She hoped for the sake of the people here that the Ox King hadn't destroyed everything when he had moved in. She settled to watch the fight, cheering her friend on quietly. Goku was analyzing his opponent further. He figured that Ox King was a fair bit stronger than him, if only in terms of sheer physical might. His bulk slowed him down though, and he could tell the giant man was a bit out of practice with fighting. What's the matter, big guy? He grinned, seeing the sweat on the man. You can't be tired already, right? He rushed forward, much faster than the Ox King could react, and leapt into the air, kicking the man squarely in the diaphragm. The behemoth of a man wheezed as the air was knocked out of him and he took a few steps back. He growled furiously, "You're good, kid. You fight familiarly. Goku grinned as he took his power pole off his back. Yeah, my grandpa taught me. Did you know him? Gee, grandpa. The Ox King stopped, all hostility seeming to leach out of him. That weapon. That's the power pole. Was your grandpa named Son Gohan? Oh, you did know him. Goku stood though he didn't put his power pole away, feeling cautious but seeing no more reason to fight. Which was a shame, because their short bout had gotten his blood pumping. What a small world. The Ox King laughed uproariously. Know him? Gohan and I studied martial arts together decades ago. Our master was the invincible Master Roshi. Bulma's eyes widened as she raced out. Really? We met Master Roshi just a short while ago. Maybe 2 weeks ago. You did. His voice thundered, but gleefully this time. Oh, what a blessing. He did a little jig, making Bulma and Goku sweat drop. Little lady, I am so sorry for attacking you as well. Please, if you know where my old master is, you must tell me. The fire around my castle has grown completely out of control and I am not skilled enough to put it out. I need my old master's mystical Bansho fan. I hope it's more like the Nimbus and not the magic carpet. She deadpanned in response, drawing a chuckle from the hymn. Biwahaha. So, Master still has that bad habit of misplacing his mythical items. Gosh, I sure hope the fan is safe. Ox King shook himself. Anyway, will you go get the fan for me? It's the only way I can save my home. Sure, Goku said, smirking, if you give us your Dragon Ball in return. What do you want with a dragon's balls? The Ox King's face warped in confusion. Bulma rolled her eyes, but Goku responded before she could. Dragon Ball, not dragon's balls. He laughed, taking out his 4-star ball. They look like these. It's the entire reason we came here. An old bauble like that is worth nothing compared to saving the castle. The only reason I even remembered I had it is that it looks a bit unique. The man laughed. Of course you can have it. Yes. The two youngsters cheered, high-fiving one another. Goku cheered as he floated into the air. Would you mind protecting Bulma while I am gone? It'll be a lot faster if I go alone. You're flying. The behemoth gaped. That's a crane school technique. How are you doing that? Master Roshi said that too. Goku scratched his head. It's nothing special. I've known how to do it for years. I am teaching Bulma too. Wow, you sure are something special, kid. Just what I would expect from Gohan's grandson. Ox King laughed uproariously, before calming and shaking himself again. Before you go, I send my daughter out to try to find my old master. If you see her, could you maybe take her with you? Your daughter. Bulma and Goku both had an image of a beardless Ox King in their heads. Here, this is my little Chi-Chi. Ox King pulled out a picture and showed it to them. If you want, I can give you her hand when you're older. Ha, ha, ha. Her. Bulma squeaked in fear. Oh, please don't say anything stupid, Goku. And marriage. With the girl WHO tried to kill me. Hey, I had to knock that girl out. She attacked Bulma on our way here. Goku declared, making Bulma hastily beat a retreat in fear. Like that, she screamed in her head. What? How dare you hurt my Chi-Chi? The beast of man roared and went from jolly and jovial back to demon in a heartbeat. He hadn't even really paid attention to the latter half of his statement. Goku had to dodge out of the way of the thrown axe, because it definitely would have cleaved him in half if it had touched him. Hey, didn't you hear me? She almost killed Bulma. I just gave her a tiny chop to knock her out. Stand still, you little bastard. Ox King growled, huffing as he tried to give Goku a good smack for touching his daughter. He wasn't really paying attention to anything he was saying anymore, nor that a good smack from him could probably kill the boy. Goku raced backwards. Fine, if you want to fight, then take this. He vanished and appeared underneath the Ox King, punching the man in the gut. The man merely growled and tried to plow a meaty fist into the boy's face. Goku made some space for himself, while the larger man rushed him. Geez, Ox guy, you're real strong. Sparks started forming in his right hand before it was engulfed in a red glow. Hope you're as tough as I think you are. He thrust his arm forward. Riot Javelin. His father's technique exploded from his hand. The bright lance of Ki speared into his opponent and exploded, flinging the giant man back with burns and scuffs all over his armor. The man crashed into a crumbling structure and shook the earth with his landing. Holy cow! Bulma gaped, finally getting her first real taste for just what Ki was capable of. Ooh, that stings, the Ox King groaned as he got back to his feet, shooting Goku a much more serious stare. Kid, if you're capable of that, then I think I should thank you for not killing my Chi-Chi instead. Goku landed as scratched his head. I mean, I didn't even want to hurt her at all. She attacked Bulma with that weird laser thing in her helmet. She what? Oh, that girl. Ox King fumed, finally paying attention to what his daughter had done rather than what had been done to her. Anyway, Goku floated back up. I am going to go get the fan. If I see Chi-Chi, I'll tell her to go back home. He blasted off, and Bulma's jaw dropped when she saw that he was going way faster than he ever had while carrying her. Bulma swallowed, and patted Ox King. Hey, I have a car. I can go try to find Chi-Chi, if you like. Would you? Ox King turned to her in gratitude. I've tried to teach her well, but I still worry over her. Fathers always do, right? He took another copy of Chi-Chi's picture out and handed it to Bulma. She shrank her car back into its dino cap. Yeah, I got it. I'll be back, hopefully with her. She took a breath and turned into her falcon form, drawing an odd gasp from the huge man. With a shriek, she lifted off into the air and raced back towards where they had left the unconscious girl. It took her about 20 minutes, but she found Chi-Chi right where they had left her, still insentient. Luckily, she hadn't been disturbed at all, from what she could see. She landed and transformed back into her human form, and helped Chi-Chi sit up. She started patting her on the cheek. Hey, wake up. Wake up, Chi-Chi. Your father is worried about you. Ooh, my head. Chi-Chi stirred from Bulma's gentle slapping, and her eyes widened. Eek. You again. She jerked out of Bulma's arms and raised her fingers. Wait a second, Chi-Chi. Geez, do you just attack everyone? Bulma quailed back, but this time was determined not to freeze. Huh, how do you know my name? Chi-Chi jerked in shock. Me and Goku met your father. Bulma got up and patted herself off. He asked me to come find you and bring you back home. Really? But what about the Bancho fan? Chi-Chi got up as well. I have to find Papa's old master, or we'll lose our home. Why would he ask me to come back? She narrowed her eyes, her fingers twitching into position. She was prepared to raise them. I don't believe you. Look, here. Bulma reached into her purse and pulled out Chi-Chi's picture. If I didn't meet your father, why would I have your picture? Chi-Chi still eyed her suspiciously but relaxed one hand and grabbed the item Bulma was trying to hand her. It is my picture. Chi-Chi gasped when she looked at it, but then who is going to find Master Roshi? Goku is taking care of it. Bulma smiled. He flew off to go find Master Roshi. Me and him actually met the old-timer a few weeks ago during our quest. Goku is on his way to the ocean right now. I see. Chi-Chi blushed a little bit. Is Goku the really strong boy that was with you? Bulma narrowed her eyes, though she didn't really notice herself do so. Yes, he is. His name is Son Goku. I am Bulma, by the way. She reached into her pocket again and pulled out her car. Chi-Chi screamed in fear when she used the dino cap, the explosion startling her badly. Oh, relax, it's just a dino cap. Bulma laughed at Chi-Chi's expression. That was scary. You could have warned me. Chi-Chi pouted and stomped her foot, tears at the corners of her eyes. Consider it payback for trying to kill me. Bulma deadpanned at her, and Chi-Chi flushed and looked away, mumbling a half-hearted apology. Bulma narrowed her eyes again at the younger girl's antics. Hop in. Let's get going back up to the mountain. Chi-Chi eyed the car suspiciously again but acquiesced. Bulma revved the engine and they shot back towards the mountain. Well, here's the ocean. It's just as big and blue as I remember. Goku stopped his forward progress and started to float there. Man, how am I supposed to find this guy? I'll be searching for days. He scratched his head, realizing maybe this hadn't been the best idea. Oh well, nothing to it but to do it. Let's see if I can ask someone. He had spotted a pod of dolphins and raced towards them. Hey, water guys. Do you know where the old turtle hermit lives? Oh sure. The dolphin chittered before responding. He lives on a tiny island way that way. The mammal pointed with a flipped, wow, you have a tail. Cool. Goku laughed in response. Gee, thanks. See you later. He sped off, with the dolphin waving goodbye. He sped up, a corona of his power surrounding him in a red haze. Man, the dolphin wasn't kidding. It's really far out, he spoke up after a couple of minutes. Had seen an island here and there, but there didn't appear to be anything on them. Finally, he laid eyes on a small island with a house on it. A quick squint and a few more seconds revealed the words "Came House" painted on right under the roof. His Saiyan eyes revealed those details a mile or two before Bulma would have seen them, had she been with him. That must be it. Anybody whom, he sang cheerfully when he landed on the beach. Ho, as I live and breathe. How are you doing, my boy? Roshi turned around and greeted him with a smile. I've been great. Goku laughed cheerfully. Look what I learned. Bamf. He sat there as a tiger. Wow. Roshi started to laugh. That's quite a trick you picked up. Bamf. Goku turned back. Yeah, it's super neat. Bulma learned it too. She loves turning into a falcon. How have you been, old timer? And how about you, Turtle? I've been great. Oh, I am so less stressed now that I am back home. I didn't thank you nearly enough. Turtle responded joyfully. Never better, boyo. Roshi responded. So, what brings you to my humble abode? He sniffed a little, looking saddened. And where is the little lady that was traveling with you? Well, mine and Bulma's journey took us to Fire Mountain where we met with the Ox King. He said he was your old student. Goku responded. Ox King. My, I haven't seen him in decades. Roshi exclaimed. That's right. I did train the big guy. I haven't been happy about some of the rumors I've heard about him. Well, his entire mountain is on fire so he can't even go back to his castle. Goku exclaimed, waving his arms. He asked me to come find you so we could borrow the Bansho fan to put out the flames. The Bansho fan, a single wave raises a typhoon, a second raises a thunderstorm, and a third an entire monsoon. Roshi raised a hand to his chin. Yes, I suppose it is possible that the fan could put out that blaze. Very well, I shall lend it to you, Roshi declared, before starting to look a little shifty. In return, do you think you could get Bulma to go on a little date with me, once she turns 16? Oh, now really sir. I say. Turtle immediately threw in his 2 cents. For shame master. Hush you old leatherback. Don't be so cold-blooded. Is it really so wrong to grant a dying old man's final wish? Dying old man. If that's the case, you've been dying as long as I've been alive. Need I remind you that you drank the immortality elixir? The turtle shot back. In any case, their argument wasn't really needed. Goku's face had gone flat. He didn't know why, or even what a date was really, but he didn't like the idea for some reason. I can't make promises for Bulma, he settled on eventually, especially after the turtle had started yelling at his master. Oh phooey, Roshi said. Fine, fine. Let me go get that fan. Minutes passed, and some of the sounds coming from the little house honestly sounded like a zoo. Eventually Goku sat and laid back on Turtle's shell. Dangnabbit, where is that blasted fan? Master Roshi stuck his head out the window. Hey Turtle, do you have any idea where I put it? Weren't you using it as a food mat, Master? Turtle asked innocently. Roshi froze. Oh no. That was the Bansho fan. I spilled wonton soup on it. It got stained so badly that I threw it away. Goku's eyes bulged. Crap. We're never going to get that Dragon Ball now. Or save the big guy's castle. He paused, and a strange look came over his face. Unless I could try it. We'd have to wait a while, but he never got an opportunity to pull harder on that train of thought. Roshi groaned, before jumping out the window. Don't fret, boyo. Since this is my fault, I'll have to take responsibility for it. I'll go there personally and put out that fire. Wow, can you really do that, old timer? Goku promptly forgot about his thoughts. Of course. Roshi crossed his arms. Who do you take me for? There's nothing Master Roshi can't do. What about this? Goku asked cheekily as he started to fly. Hush you. Roshi grumbled to himself. Give me a few minutes. Said few minutes later, Roshi came out wearing an entirely different outfit. Why'd you change? Goku asked in confusion, a question mark over his head. I figured it was time to look a bit more professional. Heh, heh, heh. Roshi had a strange grin on his face. Shall we then? Yep, hop on. Goku landed in front of him and turned. What? Roshi looked at his back in surprise. You want to carry me all the way there? Fire Mountain is quite a ways away, my boy. Then it'll be good training. Goku declared, and hey, if I really get tired I can just call the Nimbus. Even if you can't ride it I can still carry you on it, right? I don't know about this. Roshi admitted. Come on, hurry up, old timer. I don't want to leave Bulma alone for too long. Goku demanded impatiently. I mean, what else are you going to ride? I was going to call the baby Gamera. Roshi admitted, it's a flying turtle. But master, don't you get really dizzy when you ride on baby Gamera? Turtle interjected in confusion, I thought you disliked riding on him. Why would he get dizzy? Goku asked cluelessly. Baby Gamera flies by spinning in the air like a top using rockets. Roshi admitted to him. Goku opened his mouth and raised a finger, before closing it with a click and lowering his hand. Okay. Not the silliest thing I've ever heard. But I have a better idea now, actually. BAMF. Then with a loud shriek that startled Turtle badly, Goku was revealed in full-on pterodactyl form. Okay. That works a lot better. Roshi grinned and hopped on his back. Let's go, Goku. Goku shrieked in response. For some reason, he hadn't quite been able to master speech while transformed. Apparently everyone had some sort of strange quirk when they used the technique, from Puar's inability with faces to Goku's lack of ability to speak as well as the fact that his tail refused to transform too. Even now, the giant pterosaur had a hilarious-looking, tiny red monkey tail hanging from its backside. So far, the only one that hadn't had any weird quirks was Bulma. Or at least they hadn't noticed any quirks yet. Maybe she really did have an affinity for magic. They took off into the air, with Goku's massive wings blowing tons of sand around. Turtle waved at them goodbye. Look, there he is. Bulma jumped up and waved, a giant smile on her face. Eek, a dinosaur, nasty. Chi-Chi raised her fingers, before stopping when her father's giant hand rested on her shoulder. Chi-Chi, what did I tell you? Ox King said sternly. Attacking first just got you into trouble with our new friends. Listen when people speak. He scratched his beard. That said, do you need glasses too, Bulma? That definitely doesn't look like Gohan's little grandson. Bulma scoffed. Please, I know Goku by now. Look, you can tell from the monkey tail. For some reason he can't get rid of it when he transforms. Chi-Chi put a hand over her forehead like a visor. Wow, there is a monkey tail. That's really funny. She started to giggle helplessly. It looks so weird. Goku landed, and Bulma immediately realized something. Wait, where is this Bancho fan? Goku, could you not find it? BAMF. Goku transformed back into his human form. Well, I found Master Roshi, but apparently he threw the fan out. What? All three of them yelled, with Chi-Chi immediately starting to cry. Yep, so he said he'd come here and fix the fire himself. He turned and pointed at Roshi, who was on his hands and knees and sweating like a pig. I still hate flying. He cursed vehemently. He was also clutching himself. Ooh, I feel chafed, you damn brat. Even baby Gamera would have been better than that. This is who we're pinning our hopes on. If anything, Chi-Chi started crying harder at Bulma's despairing question. Master Roshi, it's so good to see you. Ox King rushed forward and crashed to his knees, bowing before the old man. Did you really come help us? First things first, Roshi said softly, before starting to yell, I've heard about you, you big old ox. Hurting people over some silly treasure. Is that how you show respect to the master who taught you? He smacked his staff into the Ox King's head, earning a yelp. Master, please forgive me. He started to sob, shocking his daughter. I am so sorry, master. I swear, I've seen the light. I'll destroy the treasures. Roshi scoffed. Let's not go overboard now. Doing that won't unhurt all those people. But rest assured, if I hear a single new rumor that ends up being true, I'll be back, and I will not be happy. Yes, master. Thank you, master. Ox King continued to blubber. Roshi looked over at the blaze. Wait, you mean to tell me you can't put out this fire yourself? Now I am really disappointed. He grinned cheekily. What's wrong? Too old. He started to laugh. Rich coming from him of all people. Bulma mumbled to herself. Now, Time to put out this fire, I suppose. Roshi said, and surprised them by shrugging off his purple turtle shell and taking off his orange shirt, revealing a terribly skinny body. His ribs were showing and there were patches on his back. Hey, not bad for a frail old man, huh? He started trying to climb up onto the wall in front of him. Hey kid, give me a boost. Goku did so, while both Bulma and Chi-Chi just glanced at one another in both disappointment and confusion. Really, this old man needed help to climb a tiny wall. What in the hell was he supposed to do to this massive fire? Roshi waved his arms to keep from falling, before steadying. Okay, here goes. And all of a sudden, things changed. The bumbling old man suddenly had a presence that had to be felt to be believed. The air around him seemed to warp as if his body was heating up. And then his muscles started to strain, and then bulge. His arms went from tiny twigs to goddamn tree trunks. He exhaled, hands in a strange pose in front of him, before he grunted, and the rest of his torso bulged just like his arms. Now he looked like a man who had steroids for breakfast. Behind him, jaws dropped all around. Even Goku couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. All except Ox King himself. It's begun. The Master's Kamehameha wave, he yelled excitedly. It had, after all, been decades since he'd seen it. Rosh placed both hands directly in front of his chest. Both of his wrists were touching, his arms extended, and all of his fingers were curled. Kamehameha he twisted so his hands were now at his waist. A brilliant blue glow started forming between his hands. He thrust his arms forward and the blue glow transformed into a brilliantly blinding light that seemed like a miniature star had erupted in his hands. Everyone had to shield their eyes with their arms. The beam erupted and raced into the distance, striking the mountain. And if the initial beam had been bright, then this explosion was like being roughly 3 feet away from the sun. Staring at it could easily blind someone, and all of a sudden Roshi's sunglasses made much more sense. And then it was over, and Roshi was sitting in exhaustion. Wow, I am pooped. TTT the fire. Bulma pointed a trembling finger in utter shock. That technique is way stronger than mine. Goku whispered to himself in utter awe. Maybe even his father would have been impressed. Master, why you put out the fire? But Ox King pointed at the where his home once sat. What is it? Spit it out, Roshi demanded. You blew away my castle and even the entire mountain too. Ox King declared. Our home. Chi-Chi yelped with tears in her eyes. It's gone. Roshi stared at it, before blushing. I guess I wasn't as rusty as I thought, or rather, rustier than I thought. I didn't think I made the blast that powerful. He stuck his tongue out. Guess I don't know my own strength anymore. His cheeks were very red. Everyone else fell to the floor, twitching in shock. Minutes later, when everyone recovered, Goku started poking Master Roshi. Hey old timer, can you teach me that move you did? Roshi coughed and snorted at the same time. What? Ha ha ha. You're a funny lad, Goku. That move will take you 50 years of hard training to learn. Bulma swallowed a snigger at the old monk's words. If she knew Goku half as well as she thought she did, yep. Her smile widened as she saw him turn around and adopt the pose he had seen Roshi use. She poked Roshi on the arm and jerked her head towards Goku, prepared to eat those words, old timer. Roshi, Chi-Chi, and the Ox King all turned to Goku. The boy exhaled. Kamehameha he put his body through the motions he'd seen Roshi use, focusing on the skills he'd already developed through his Saiyan training. Bulma smirked gleefully as she watched Goku's red ki start forming a ball in his hands, which were cupped at his sides. Ha! He roared, thrusting forward. Under the rest of his audience's slackened jaws, Goku unleashed a pretty hefty blast of ki. It was nowhere near the size or power of the one Roshi himself had used, but it was still fairly large. It blasted through one of the downed buildings and cut a furrow into the dirt, before vanishing. Woo! I did it. What? Roshi felt his knees quake, and he had to latch a hand onto the equally shocked Ox King to stay upright, his first try. Ox King cut through his own shock before starting to laugh uproariously. Wahahaha. That's Gohan's grandson for you. What? Roshi turned to his old student. Gohan. You mean your fellow pupil? Son Gohan. That's his kid. He turned to Goku and watched as the boy led Bulma through the movements. If she gets it too, I am hanging up my shell. He said flatly. Bulma clearly wasn't anywhere near as comfortable in her own skin as Goku, and it took a few corrections from the boy to get her to perform the movements passably. But to Roshi's sheer relief, despite approximating the stance passably, all Bulma managed were a few sad sparks. She sighed as she stood straight, didn't really expect anything different, but still. She pouted. "Don't worry Bulma, you'll get it eventually." Goku patted her on the leg, getting a smile from the girl, and she messed up his hair a bit. "Gak," quitted Bulma. She laughed as he swatted at her hand. Sorry. I have to say, I am impressed." Roshi walked up to them. "Are you really Gohan's grandson? He did tell me once about the young boy with the monkey tail he found. How is that young rascal doing?" Goku smiled, but a tinge of serious sadness crossed over his eyes. "He's dead," he said softly. His tone was more Goku as he said, "I've been alone for years." "Oh," Roshi deflated. "Oh, I am sorry to hear that, lad. What a loss." He bowed his head. "He had been one of my favorite pupils. Always eager to learn and do good in the world. I've made peace with it." Goku put on a smile, and both Bulma and Roshi could tell there was something that wasn't being said. "That does sound like Grandpa though." This time the smile was more real. "Tell you what, boyo. Why don't you come train with me? I am sure your grandpa's old master could teach you a thing or two." Roshi grinned, showing his mostly missing teeth. "I look forward to seeing just what you're capable of." Now Goku was grinning outright. "That sounds fun." He side-eyed Bulma and saw her looking a bit put out still. "Can Bulma come too?" "Oh, do you know any magic, Master Roshi?" "Bulma learned the transformation technique even faster than I did, and she's better at it too. She can still talk while transformed." Roshi struggled to keep the grin off his face and his tone even. "I don't see why not. If she's interested." He turned to Bulma. "Magic, huh? That was always more my older sister's domain than mine." He admitted sheepishly. "I suppose I could get in touch with the old bat on your behalf." Bulma smiled, especially since she knew her young friend was trying to raise her spirits. "Don't think I don't know what you're up to, old man. Still, no need to rock the boat yet." "Sure, that would be great, Roshi. We need to finish our quest first, though," Goku told him, "so we won't be going there for a little while." "Oh, that's right." Bulma yanked the dragon radar out of her purse. "Come on Goku. We're on the home stretch now." She started to walk off. "Bye everyone." She waved. "We hope to see you soon. Let's meet again," Goku yelled, waving as he followed the taller girl. "Bye-bye." "Well, that was a bit rude," Roshi huffed eventually. "Still, I suppose kids will be kids. I wonder what's so special about those balls they're collecting." "I am not sure," Ox King admitted to his old master. "They only came here for the one I had in my castle. I know that much. Goku told me." "Hey Papa, do you think Goku will marry me in the future?" Chi-Chi tugged on her father's cape. He was really cute and strong. She blushed like the maiden she was. The one-star dragon ball was the only one left now. Bulma and Goku had found the Ox King's ball buried in the rubble of their old home and had immediately hightailed it out of there once they had it in hand. They had been hundreds of miles away and had a whole hell of a lot of ground to cover. Ultimately though, their car needed fuel and Bulma hoped to buy supplies and needed new clothes. Even though she put it in the wash after every day ended, the bunny suit was starting to stink. So by necessity, they pulled into the nearest town, which had been about a week away. "Man, what a dump," she muttered as they got out of the car. Her eyes widened when one of the guys there took one look at them and ran in the other direction. "Huh, that was weird. You don't look that scary, Goku." She giggled as she elbowed the smaller boy. "He was looking at you, actually." She took on an affronted look at his words. "Everyone seems to be staring at your head, actually." "My head?" she asked in confusion. She shrugged. "Oh well. I guess it's not really important if everyone here wants to be a jerk." She raised her voice a bit, causing several people to flinch. She turned to the gas station clerk. "Fill her up, please." "I'll be back, Goku." She rushed off and realized that Goku was totally right. Everyone was giving her a wide berth. The first shop she hit was a dino cap shop, whereupon she walked out a couple 100,000 zenny lighter. They didn't really have high-end stuff in this place like she wished, but beggars couldn't be choosers. The strangest thing was that the clerk had tried to give her everything for free, and that clued her into the fact that these people were actually terrified of her for some reason. Had they offered her discounts because of her beauty, she would have had no qualms about taking the offers. This was a different story, and she had insisted on paying, to the point she eventually rolled her eyes, slapped more money than she really needed onto the counter, and walked away without another word. The clerk had stared at her retreating back, completely dumbfounded. The next shop had been the clothing store, and she had wrinkled her nose at the items on offer. Best thing available had been a little white number with puffy pants and a light blue vest. She kept her hair straight, rather than putting it into a ponytail. She had gone up the counter with her selections, and again, the clerk had tried to give her everything for free. Man, why are you people so afraid of me? What gives? She reached up to scratch her head in confusion, and then blinked when she felt something on her head. Huh. What's this? She took it off, and the clerk's eyes bulged. Oh, I forgot I was wearing this stupid thing. She put it into the bag she had the rest of the outfit in. Wait, the clerk blurted out, you're not part of the rabbit mob. Bulma blinked stupidly. Come again. The clerk immediately started growling at her. Do you think you're funny, little girl? Coming here and tricking honest folk like us? Bulma immediately went into brat mode for the first time in a while. Excuse me. I am not exactly from around here, you know. I wouldn't be caught dead living in a dump like this. She snarled back at him. Now tell me what the fuck you're on about. Deciding to try to intimidate the man a little bit for his words, she pushed her key up and allowed her aura to shine just the tiniest bit. Her eyes started to glow in her head, and she seemed to spear him with her gaze. Yes, it totally worked. I can't wait to tell Goku. The man backpedaled and squealed, I am sorry, please don't hurt me. Bulma huffed, but calmed down. Whatever. Now spill. The clerk hurriedly told her about the rabbit-themed Yakuza that had been terrorizing the town for years, as well as their boss and his terrifying power. The Bunny EA Red Menaces ran roughshod around the town, taking what they wished and lording their power around. They carried guns and had shot people right in the streets before. Several women had been taken against their will, and just weren't they same when they returned. Bulma didn't need to read between the lines to know what happened to them. Throughout his tale, her temper had risen and now was boiling. Thanks, mister. She again slapped more money than the clothes were worth on the counter. For your trouble. She hissed as she stomped away, slamming the door as she did so. She zeroed in on Goku and got his attention. Looks like we're postponing the hunt for a little while. She hissed, before relaying what she had heard to her little friend in a low tone. By the end, Goku was frowning heavily. Well, looks like it won't take too long to get the party started. He growled, watching a soldier-looking guy with bunny ears on his head kick a lady and her child. The other one spotted Bulma and pointed her out to his partner. Goku and Bulma both leaned on the car and stared back, arms crossed. The two men had dark, sleazy grins on their faces as they strode to them. Hey little lady, haven't seen you around here. Why don't you come have fun with us? Bulma wasn't impressed. So, you assholes are the reason everyone was terrified of me earlier. She looked them up and down and sneered, you don't look like much. Fuck off. The shorter, fatter one growled a bit, a feisty one, You must be new here. He took out his handgun. Seems you haven't learned how things work around here yet. Oh, I know better than you. Bulma smirked and uncrossed her arms, pointing her finger at him like a gun. He went cross-eyed staring at it. Bang. And bang she did. Her turquoise aura pulsed, forming into a bullet in front of her finger and blasting away the jerk. Her key attack burned his uniform away and blew him back over a dozen feet. He landed, charred and smoking, and didn't move. What the? Were the only words the other bandit was able to get out. As he was pulling his rifle to bear, Goku rocketed forward and buried a fist into his ribs. Several audible cracks rang out and the man landed farther than his fellow bandit had. He gurgled, clenching his side as he pulled out a walkie-talkie. "B boss. Help," he managed to choke out, before falling still. Goku turned to Bulma. That was great, Bulma. I can't believe you already managed a little key attack. You okay? He noticed her wobbling a bit and handed her some food to recover her energy. Kami, Goku, how do you do it? That one little attack and I feel like I spent hours exercising. Bulma got her feet back under her and steadied herself. She started to eat ravenously. You get used to it, Bulma. You don't have to worry. Goku replied cheerfully. Their conversation is cut off as a terrified villager spoke. What have you done? You've doomed us all. Bulma snorted, swallowing her bit of hot dog. We were in the mood for rabbit stew. She deadpanned. Now run along and let us solve your little problem. You can thank us later. The terrified townspeople all fled into their homes, while Goku and Bulma waited. Eventually, Bulma gagged when a bunny-themed car rolled into town. Seriously. Looks like he really is the head rabbit. What a bozo. The bozo in question was an anthropomorphic rabbit who wore large black sunglasses and a green and purple ensemble with a large red kanji meaning rabbit in a white circle on his chest. The rabbit eyed his fallen men with shock. Who did this, girlies? Answer me. That would be us. Bulma yelled out, unimpressed. The rabbit eyed her, before performing an impressive leap and somersault to land near her. Press the flesh, cutie. No thanks. Bulma deadpanned, backing away. Come now, a little touch won't hurt. The rabbit said, taking a step forward. Goku smacked the hand away. She said no, creepy rabbit. Bulma's eyes bulged. What the hell was he doing? She had warned him. Heh, too bad, kitty. We touched. Rabbit chuckled creepily. BAMF. Goku was engulfed in a red smoke cloud. Bulma slowly relaxed upon seeing the familiar cloud, having an inkling that Goku was just playing a prank. And even if he wasn't, she still had a shot in her. She was rewarded with Goku's massive tiger form stepping from the cloud and Boss Rabbit squeaking in terror. And then Goku roared. It wasn't even directed at her and Bulma felt a primal chill flow down her spine. She practically froze up in terror. Goku lunged forward with his claws extended, and Boss Rabbit screamed like a little girl, "Get away from me." He leapt away like a giant rabbit. Goku's claws caught his clothes and tore 4 gouges into the material. What the hell are you, kid? Goku Bam fed back into regular form, the look on your face. He laughed uproariously, drawing Bulma into chuckling too. I have ki and I know the transformation technique. Your little trick wouldn't even work on Bulma anymore. We're both stronger than you. He took his power pole out. Nighty-night. He cracked the rabbit upside the head in a single stroke. Boss Rabbit fell, utterly humiliated and unconscious. As the townsfolk exited their homes and started murmuring in disbelief, Bulma took the time to throw a cheeky smirk at the doomed us all guy. Told ya. You utter fools. Mai flinched at the admonishment from her Lord Pilaf. Buffoons. Nitwits. How hard is it to outsmart a teenage girl and her 7-year-old friend? Shu and Mai had definitely seen better days. They were currently being strung up by large metal hands which were also periodically electrocuting them while being held over an alligator pit. Frankly, she wished she had never seen that help wanted ad all those years ago. Her Lord Pilaf may have paid the bills, gave her access to all the tech she ever could want to play with, and occasionally even made her feel good about herself, but oh were his moods dangerous. Then again, it wasn't as if they didn't actually deserve some punishment. How hard could it really be to take a few Dragon Balls away from 2 bloody kids? And yet the only Dragon Ball they'd managed to collect was that first one, with only the skeleton trying to hug Emperor Pilaf to mar the occasion. Ever since then, Mai and Shu had been chased by wolves. Her butt was still sore from that bite, until they managed to fling themselves off a cliff and into a river. She was still wet and sodden when she arrived back at the castle and Emperor Pilaf hadn't even given her the opportunity to change clothes before announcing the next mission. They had made their way to the Kame house, where the turtle hermit was rumored to live. They practically ransacked the place looking for his Dragon Ball and then had been discovered by the hermit himself eventually. So, they stuck him up and were told that he had just given the Dragon Ball away to a young girl on the beach. Furiously, they got back in their submarine to go back to the castle and strategize, only to find the sub beached. Master Roshi had pushed them into the sea after some yelling so hard that he punched a hole in the metal, and they sank like a rock. In any case, they finally made it back, even more chafed than the last time due to the saltwater, and Emperor Pilaf had forced them out again. Mai had to beg on her knees to be allowed to change first, and Pilaf had thankfully allowed it. So they had tracked the Dragon Balls once more and had discovered that they were not the only ones hunting them. That made several things easy, so they prepared a bomb to make things easier. Before they even got a chance to plant it, they watched a 7-year-old kick the living crap out of a full-grown man. They knew they needed to get the drop on him for things to work, so Mai had taken a club and tried to bash his brains in from behind while he was humming and staring at a fire. Had stuck a finger in the air and broken the club. Completely shattered it, in fact. Mai had stared in utter shock as he turned around and asked what she was doing. Mai had never run so fast in her life. Which led to now, with the electrocutions and the alligator pit below them. Mai cringed as her diminutive lord threw a tantrum. You two haven't even had one success. I got our first Dragon Ball myself. Give me a reason why I should just find new help. SSIR. That kid can't be human. He broke a wooden club with just his finger, and we watched him beat up an adult man. Shu cried out, moaning in pain. Pilaf growled, all I am hearing are excuses. First it was wolves, then it was the crappy submarine. He did not mention the fact that he bought the submarine, of course, and now it's some fairytale kid that can beat adults. Mai hesitantly spoke up, my glorious Emperor Pilaf. Yes, what is it? It was a testament to his anger that he wasn't even puffing up at her words. If they're collecting the Dragon Balls too, then they need to come here. She hurriedly spoke once he turned to glare at her. To just mean, why not just let them do our work first and prepare traps for them once they arrive? Pilaf stared harshly at her, before a smile crossed his face and he pressed a button. The alligator pit was closed, and they were let down. Mai breathed a sigh of relief. An excellent idea, Mai. I am glad I thought of it. Yes, Emperor Pilaf. Mai and Shu bowed, though even she couldn't help but roll her eyes when she turned away. She had accepted this contract and would see it through, but damn if she didn't wish she had just passed on the Pipsqueak's offer long ago. We're on the home stretch, Bulma said softly, after another glance at the dragon radar. You don't sound too excited anymore. Goku observed curiously. You would have been jumping like I did when I tried that coffee stuff back when we first met. Bulma sighed. Yeah, I know. Everything just feels different now. She raised her finger and a small key ball started glowing. I can't even imagine being able to do something like this months ago. It dissipated and she mumbled under her breath. Plus everywhere I look I see more evidence that my wish was stupid, kind of hard to be excited now. Goku opened his mouth, before snapping to attention and lunging for Bulma. Goku what? He jumped them out of the car and about a second later it exploded. Bulma gasped as Goku ground his teeth together. Our car. What the? Who the hell shoots a rocket launcher at two teenagers? She screamed as they landed. She was really grateful that Goku was so strong, otherwise he never would have been able to carry her bridal style like this. Two large quakes hit them as Bulma got back to her feet, the cloud of grit engulfing the burning wreckage of her car. Goku got in front of her defensively. He heard a whirring noise and whipped out his power pole. The cloud settled, revealing a giant metal form before them. What is that? Goku gaped, having never seen anything like it. Is that a robot? Bulma squinted, and saw a person inside. No, it's an exoskeleton. Who the hell had the knowledge to build something like that? She eyed the second suit which was rooting through the ruined vehicle, before yanking out her bag. Bulma shrieked furiously. The Dragon Balls. They're stealing them. I'll get them. Goku made to charge forward, but the lead mech's arms thrust forward. Not so fast, little boy. The whirring reached a fever pitch and a stream of bullets fired out. Bulma screamed in fear and Goku ground his heel into the dirt and started to spin his power pole like a propeller. To him, the bullets moved in slow motion and he started knocking them away. Bulma kneeled behind him and made herself small, hoping that her young friend wouldn't miss. He didn't, and the woman in the mobile armor stared in shocked horror. It's not possible. She gasped out as her gun starts to click dry. My, I have them. Let's go. Shu yelled at her, revealing the briefcase Bulma had put the balls in when her bag became too stuffed. Oh no you don't. Bulma snarled as she raised a glowing finger. Give those back. She fired her key bullet, her rage enhancing it far more than the one that had blown back that idiot rabbit mafia member. Mai jumped in front of Shu and gave a little squeak of fear as the key blast blew her mech's arm right off. The explosion badly rattled her, and hydraulic fluids started spewing from the damaged limb. "What are you two?" she shrieked in shock. Shu was also gaping, but still had what passed for wits in his world. He raised his arm and aimed it, before firing a smoke canister at their two opponents. Goku leapt forward and knocked it to the ground, but that caused it to rupture and billow out its cloud of white smoke. Goku started to cough and jumped back, trying to escape it. "Cover your ears, Bulma." He got in front of Bulma and took a deep breath, before raising a hand high above his hand and bringing it crashing down on his other palm. An ear-splitting crack rang through the air and the blast of air Goku's monstrous clap formed blew away the smoke cloud, revealing that their attackers were gone. Bulma was still on her knees and panting heavily, sweating as if she had run 10 miles. She grit her teeth, feeling useless. One measly little shot and she was practically useless now. She shrieked in rage, "Damn them. All of our hard work and they just come in and steal them in the 11th hour." She clenched her fists furiously. "Goku, go. It'll be fine," she yelled, and Goku took a look at her before rocketing into the air. "Found them," he yelled, before he was off in a flash, covering over a mile in mere seconds. Bulma didn't have to wait long for him to return, they were gone. He told her. "They left the robot thingies behind." "Damn it, no," she wailed. "They have all of the Dragon Balls now. They're going to steal our wish, Goku." "No, that doesn't even matter. Some assholes willing to shoot 2 teenagers with a rocket launcher and a Gatling gun to get them couldn't possibly wish for anything good." She looked at him and paused. "Why the hell are you smiling?" He grinned wider, reaching into his GI and pulling out the 4-star Dragon Ball, all of them. He spun the ball on the tip of his finger with a toothy grin on his face. "Goku," she screamed in joy, lunging for the boy and wrapping him in a hug, "You're amazing. I totally forgot you told me not to put it with the others." She got up, having gotten some of her energy back, though she was still pretty tired. "Luckily I always keep the radar with me. They won't get away with this. Well, find those thieves and make them pay. Let me just get another car out." She trailed off, a cold sweat starting to engulf her this time. She mechanically turned towards the smoldering wreck of their car. "The rest of the capsules, I had them in that briefcase." There was a dead quality to her tone, with an undercurrent of rage. "When I get my hands on them." "What about food?" Goku asked, starting to rub his stomach uncomfortably. Bulma grimaced, taking out the one capsule she still had on her. "A refrigerator." She popped it open and looked inside. "No good. There are just 2 sandwiches here. I know that's not enough for you, Goku." She hung her head. "Damn it. I should have kept the capsules in my bag. I should have known there would be other people searching for those damn balls. All of our success got to my head." They each took one and scarfed them down. "Let's go, Goku." "Right," he confirmed, and she transformed into a light blue vest which he put on. "Let me know if this gets uncomfortable for you." "Don't worry about me. Let's go get our Dragon Balls and some payback," she responded, before shutting her eyes and trying to relax in an attempt to gain back some more energy. Now that she had gotten a taste of what it meant to be strong, she was starting to get really tired of being so weak. She still couldn't even fly without transforming. "If only I had Goku's ease with ki. I wouldn't be slowing him down anymore." "Wow, it's huge," Goku said, using his hand as a visor and staring at the massive castle. "Yeah." Bulma raised a finger to her mouth and bit gently on the knuckle. "We're definitely not dealing with regular bandits like that Yamcha guy. Even Capsule Corp has never used one of those battle suits like those two. Granted, me and Dad never really cared to make any, but that's still damn good engineering." "I'll take your word for it," Goku said cheerfully, putting his hands behind his head. Bulma snorted. "All you need to know is that my family owns the biggest tech company in the world, and those battle suits were something even we have never come up with." She eyed the radar one more time, "And they're definitely in here. Keep your guard up, K." She looked up and searched around for a moment, before smirking. "Hey Goku." "Yeah." He turned to her with a questioning look on his face. "See that tiny little black thing on that wall over there?" She crouched and pointed at a wall. "Yeah, what's that?" Goku titled his head to the side. "Shoot it down, and then fly around the place and shoot out any others you see that look like that. They're cameras, so they definitely know we're here." Bulma continued smirking as she laid out her plan. that way they won't know which entrance we're coming from. Sure. He raised a finger and, once again making Bulma mumble about how awesome his key abilities were, shot out the camera. As he flew off to finish his task, Bulma stood with her arms crossed and pouted. Man, his beams are so much faster than mine. If I tried doing that, each beam would take at least 5 times longer to hit their targets. She stopped mumbling to herself and frowned, not to mention I'd only be able to get off like 2 shots. Maybe 3 max, and then I'd pass out. Goku landed and they moved into the building as stealthily as they could, before Goku halted. Huh, what's this? Let me see. She got closer before her eye twitched. Seriously. An arrow pointing somewhere. Did they think we're stupid? She steered them into the opposite direction, and towards a set of stairs. She eyed it mistrustfully. Something stupid is going to happen, isn't it? She grumbled as they started up the stairs. Knew it, she cried out when the giant boulder started to roll towards them. What kind of cliché adventure movie bull is this? Goku got in front and shattered it with a ki blast, with Bulma ducking behind him as he knocked the shards around them. That was kinda funny. Goku snickered as they continued up before the stairs turned into a slide and they fell on their faces and slid back down. Owie. He grunted as he got up, brushed himself off, and glared at the slide. Ooh, I think I hate these guys. Bulma seethed as she rubbed her nose. Fly us up. She quickly turned into a squirrel and got onto his back, before he rocketed up. Seriously. She squeaked, as the top was revealed to simply be a housing for the massive boulder. There was literally nothing else in the room except for the claw that had probably held the boulder in place. Grr. She ground her teeth together. Fine. Let's pick another road. They backtracked and went along with the first arrow, since that was their only option. But at the next arrow, they again ignored it, and the next hallway had the floor fall out from underneath them. Bulma thanked every kami she could think of that she had stayed transformed because the waters below were full of crocodiles. Massive ones. And because crocodiles were goddamn terrifying, they went and proved it by launching themselves out of the waters below nearly their entire body lengths to try to bite their ankles. Goku kicked one in the teeth and knocked all 3 of them back down. The beasts below them snarled and hissed, but Goku ignored them and floated to the next door. Are you kidding me? Bulma squeaked out from where she was clutching his back. Behind the door was just a wall. Who designed this damn place? Some more backtracking was needed, and this time they followed the arrows twice before deviating. They stepped into the next room and Bulma sadly did not pay attention to the floors. When Goku took his 3rd step, they both were engulfed by electricity. Why? They both screamed as they were electrocuted, with Bulma's transformation failing. Both of their bodies twitched rapidly before Goku managed to fire a tiny ki blast that destroyed the circuits underneath them. The both of them slumped down, smoking from the trap. Fine. Bulma bellowed at the top of her lungs, brat side fully coming out. Well, follow your fucking arrows. She stomped furiously the rest of the way, with the both of them steaming and with extremely, or mildly in Goku's case, frizzy hair. After minutes of walking, they turned the corner and Bulma let out a screech. Are you fucking kidding me? It was a dead end and, predictably, a wall slammed down behind them, trapping them into the tiny room. Well, that was easy. Mai was almost disappointed. Sire, what path could they have taken? Shu turned to the diminutive Pilaf and asked him. Emperor Pilaf snorted. There was no right way. They were all traps. As if I would ever have to walk into my own castle. An excellent scheme, Emperor Pilaf. Mai commended him with a smile. Of course it was. I came up with it. Pilaf bragged, and started to almost salivate. Excellent. Simply excellent. Soon no leader shall move without the command of Pilaf. Soon I shall rule this entire world. Go get my Dragon Ball. Yes, sir. The 2 troops saluted before racing out. Pilaf sat in his all too gaudy chair and waited, smiling happily as he listened periodically in on the furious screams coming from his sealed room. And waited. And waited. What took so long? He finally blurted at them when they walked in. Sir, there was no vehicle near the castle, though I am not certain how they managed to get here so fast in that case. It was Mai who responded. We backtracked back to the area where we first stole from them and only saw the destroyed car. We searched it extensively but found nothing. She bowed, hiding her apprehension. He would no doubt be furious. Bah, then that means they probably have it on them. Pilaf glared at the top of her head. On them. Shu raised his head and stared at the camera. I don't see anything that could be a ball. The anthropomorphic dog scratched his chin. Perhaps between his legs. Mai suggested with a straight face. Pilaf and Shu stared at her. We don't appreciate that kind of vulgar humor here. The diminutive imp turned away stoically. My apologies. Mai bowed. Hey you. Bulma started a turn to the screen. So you're the little troll who stole my Dragon Balls. She hissed out. When we get out of here. How rude. Pilaf glared at her. If you have nothing good to say then keep your mouth shut. We know you're in possession of the 4-star Dragon Ball. Give it to me and you may stay on the side of the great Emperor Pilaf. Oh sure. Bulma sneered, reaching into her pocket and seemed to be fiddling inside of it. Here. You can have it. She pulled her fist out and shoved her middle finger at the screen. There you go. Why you little? Pilaf snarled. Fine. If nice doesn't work, then we can do nasty too. Bulma. Goku yelped as a claw came out of the ceiling and grabbed the girl. He tried to leap up after her, but at this point it had been several long hours since breakfast and as most of their food had been destroyed or stolen, he was really hungry. He was too slow and banged his head into the stones as the trapdoor closed. Bulma struggled to free herself as she came face to face with the little gremlin. You're even shorter in person. She sneered at him. Stupidly, neither of his guards seemed armed. If she felt in danger she could definitely shoot the both of them, though she wasn't going to have enough energy to do anything else after. Grr. Fine then. If you enjoy humiliation so much, I can work with that. Pilaf had a very perverted look on his face and was even drooling slightly. Bulma's back stiffened and her hackles raised. Pilaf put his hand over his lips and made a kissing sound, mwah, before blowing it at her. The two goons blushed and turned around. Bulma stared, dumbfounded. Had they really been caught by these idiots? Huh, well, are you ready to talk now? Pilaf stuttered at first, blushing a brighter blue. Are you serious? She deadpanned. You blew me a kiss. Eek. She said the K word. Mai squeaked, and Bulma turned her disbelieving gaze at the grown woman covering her face. A devilish smirk crossed her lips. Oh please. With that look on your face I thought you were going to strip me naked and do a slurp slurp or a puff puff or even a pat pat. What are you guys? 2. She reached down and played with the waist of her pants, lowering it just a tiny bit. The Pilaf gang erupted in fear. She's a pervert. What a diseased mind. Pilaf practically dove for the button which threw her back into the trap pit. She landed on Goku with an oof, before bursting into laughter. Seriously Goku. Did we really get outsmarted by these damn children? Before she could continue yellow gas started spewing from the walls. What the? What's this? The both of them started to wobble, and Bulma slumped over him. Smoz both Bulma and Goku were out like lights, complete with snot bubbles. A few minutes later, the gas cleared, and the stone wall raised up. Make fun of me, will they? Well look who has the last laugh now. Me, Pilaf. He walked in and promptly started to wobble before falling asleep himself. He forgot the gas mask. Mai noted as she walked in and stepped over her lord, dumbass. She concealed her inner thoughts like usual, since she didn't know if Shu felt the same. Stay with him. I'll get the Dragon Ball. And with only a few minutes of searching, she found it in the pouch on Goku's belt. Got it. Lower the wall behind me Shu. We just need to wait for Emperor Pilaf to wake up now. Goku yelled as he punched the wall, and only succeeded in getting a small crack to propagate. So hungry. Goku fell back and laid spread eagle on the tiles. Damn it. We need to get out of here. Who knows how long we were asleep for. Bulma stomped her foot. We can't let that little blue gnome get his way. Goku. Isn't there anything you can do? What about that Kamehameha wave thing? I am too hungry. I can never focus my energy well like this. Goku moaned, but got to his feet. But I can try. He set his feet with only a minor wobble. Kamehameha. He roared, and this time his key attack was nowhere near the size of the one he had made back at the Ox King's destroyed castle. The hole he blew in the wall was big enough for his head to squeeze through, but not the rest of him. He wobbled, before falling on his butt and splaying out, I am so hungry. Damn it. She hurried to the hole and peered through. I see them. They haven't summoned the dragon yet. She yelled gleefully, "Come on Goku. We can make it." She turned and saw Goku making his best impression of a potato while he clutched his stomach in pain. "Damn it Goku," she cringed, "is it really going to be up to me?" She screamed internally, before seeing a flash. "No." She shrieked and turned into a butterfly to get through the hole and then turned quickly into a falcon, flying as fast as she possibly could. She almost faltered when she saw Shenron for the first time. It was magnificent. She didn't have time to admire it right now, but it was utterly massive. It was green and had a winding, snake-like body with green scales, though she did notice it had limbs unlike real snakes. She couldn't pay it any more attention and hurried, though the sound of its voice reverberating across the desert almost knocked her out of the sky. "Reflect upon your desires, mortals. I shall grant any one wish, but only the one." Eek! She had to hurry. She had to hurry. There was no telling what the gnome would wish for. But as she winged it, she was panicking internally. What do I even wish for? These guys had weapons earlier, and even if they didn't, they still had those awful traps. I don't want to be here forever, and they sure as hell won't be happy with me for stealing it. Even if I go with my stupid boyfriend wish, it won't do any good. Especially with Goku starving. I won't be able to get us out of here by myself. What do I do? What do I do? Why do I have to be so weak? Goku could have wasted these idiots if he wasn't so hungry. Right, the wish. Pilaf coughed into his fist. Eternal Dragon, I wish. Bulma's mind went blank, and with a BAMF she was back in human form, still way too high in the sky. But she wasn't even paying attention to that. Instead, she screamed the first thing that came to mind at the top of her lungs, "I wish I was more like Goku." Shenron's eyes flashed an even more vibrant red. Very well. The red intensified and a spark shot out, striking Bulma. And she started to scream. She fell from the sky, still engulfed by Shenron's energy. She hit the sands with a thump that made even the furious Pilaf wince, and continued to writhe, her mouth foaming and her hands on her lower back. Her screams continued to echo across the desert, reaching even the castle where Goku was trying to get to his feet. "Bulma," he cried out as he listened to her agony and hated himself for being so weak that she was put in this position in the first place. He punched the wall harder, and then harder. He roared inhumanly and pounded his little fist into the wall again, eventually getting the walls to break. But a slab on the ceiling also broke and collapsed on him, shattering on his skull and knocking him out. Bulma's screams finally petered out and she lay still. Her breath came raspy and rough, with her blowing little grains of sand around with each tortured exhale. "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." Shenron spoke his last words before flashing. He turned back into yellow lightning and energy and shot back towards the balls. The dragon balls rose into the air, engulfed by the torrent of power. They spun rapidly, before all of them shot off in different directions, with each ball looking like a shooting star as they sped away. Pilaf watched as his dreams flew away, his face dark. Grr. He was growling in seething rage. "Get these two brats and put them in the cooker room. I want them dead." "Yes sir." My, hating life with her contract unfulfilled due to the two brats, and Shu raced off to collect Bulma. "You just couldn't keep from causing trouble, could you?" She spat at the fallen girl. She picked her up and put her over her shoulder. "Huh." Shu blinked and stared at her. "What is it, Shu?" She turned to her partner, who was scratching his head in confusion. "Was that always there?" he asked as he pointed at the new appendage colored the same as Bulma's hair hanging limply between her legs. "Erg." Bulma almost wished she didn't wake up. Her entire body positively throbbed in agony. "What?" she rasped, her voice rough. "Bulma." She heard some shuffling and then she was being helped into a sitting position. "You're okay." "Define okay." Bulma moaned, almost choking from how dry and sore her throat was. "Here." Goku pressed a bottle of water to her lips and she drank greedily, though each swallow hurt. I could hear you screaming." She felt a shiver run through Goku. "You were screaming so loud and I couldn't help you." She let out a little gasp as she stopped drinking, panting heavily. "Gee Goku, where?" she asked, blearily looking around at the all-metal room they were in. She also glanced up and could see the cloud cover through the clear ceiling. "Shatterproof, no doubt," she thought cynically. "Still trapped." Goku confirmed her thoughts. "What happened, Bulma? It sounded like they were hurting you really bad." Her thoughts were still kind of jumbled. Where'd you get the water? She mumbled instead of answering his question. Oh please. She scowled as Pilaf's voice came over an intercom. We're not barbarians here. You at least get a last meal and drink before your execution. She sat up fully, noticing a small table with a couple sandwiches atop it. Maybe that was what she had been smelling. Since when was her nose so sensitive? Goku had clearly already had his fill, since his plate was empty. What do you want, Pilaf? What do I want? The little troll sounded almost like a tea kettle for a moment. What I want is my Dragon Balls back. But you did a magnificent job ruining that dream, didn't you, little Miss Blue? How dare you smother my dreams of conquest just as they were about to boil over? Exclamation mark. She heard a slapping sound coming over the intercom before some feedback made her cringe, so she imagined he slapped his hand down, but Pilaf is a kind and tender master. I imagine you've already seen the glass above you, no? Well, come morning, that glass will act to focus the hellish rays of the sun in this desert. I'll get to watch every exquisite moment of you both shriveling up into little mummies. I very much look forward to tomorrow. His obnoxious laughter rang before cutting out abruptly. I don't even have any sunblock. Bulma's still somewhat addled words were, before she shook her head and almost fell over. No, forget my complexion. I am too young to be a mummy. Goku, what are we going to do? She stood and tried to turn to her little friend, but something was off, and she immediately fell back over. What the hell? What's up with my balance? Is the room slanted? Goku first tried punching one of the walls and dented it in the shape of his fist. That was best he was able to do, however, and even multiple blows to the same spot didn't work. Well, maybe the top isn't as strong. He leapt before she could say a word of protest, and his fist hit the glass ceiling, followed swiftly by his skull. Owie. He crouched in front of her, holding the lump on his head. She clenched her fists. Damn it, isn't there anything we can do? She stood slowly, thinking about her fall minutes ago, and looked around, trying to find something, anything, that they could use to escape. Goku was still holding his head. I think that's tonight, right? He turned to look at her. I could see his eyes bulged. T. He raised a shaking hand and was pointing at her. T. What is it? Bulma forced herself to stop panicking when she realized Goku sounded dumbfounded. What is it? She again moved slowly, and even then, she had to windmill her arms a little bit to stay upright before looking at him strangely. Do I have something on my face? Goku finally seemed to find his voice again. Tail. He pointed. BWUH. Bulma did a spitake at his words as she turned her head. What are you talking about, Goku? I don't have a TTTT. The blue, furry tail, same color as her hair, her mind absently provided, wiggled a bit. Bulma, why do you have a tail? Goku's stunned scream rang in the cell. WWWH, why do I have a tail? She screamed in return, nearly deafening the two of them as the sound reverbed in the metal room, forcing them to clamp their hands over their ears. Bulma's ears were on fire and she fell to the floor, moaning in pain. She grabbed the tail and yanked, and she howled. Now her entire lower back area was on fire. What did you do? Goku hurried over to her and started to rub her lower back, forcing a moan of relief from her. Bulma, how? What did you do? She struggled to answer as she just opened and closed her mouth repeatedly. She was almost hyperventilating as her mind flew through information. She stopped. Literally stopped. She wasn't even breathing for a few seconds and started to choke. Goku thumped her back when he realized this, and she took a deep, greedy breath of air. She panted for a few seconds, before licking her lips. I wished she stopped again, before leaning her head forward and resting it on his shoulder. I wished I was more like you, and now that she had started, she wasn't stopping. 3 didn't know what to do. I just knew I had to stop him. My wish was stupid and greedy and awful, and even if I still wanted it, it would have been stupid as hell to use it in the middle of enemies. She was starting to motormouth. I had no idea what to wish for, but he was already there and already talking. 3 just blurted the first thing that popped in my head. I was so jealous of how easily you could fly and how I couldn't even shoot one tiny, stupid little ki blast without getting exhausted. She was crying, tears pouring from her eyes. I wished I was more like you, and Shenron must have. She trailed off. Goku pulled her into a hug and rubbed her back as she sobbed into his GI. Turned you into a Saiyan, he whispered. He felt her nod into his neck, and he couldn't help but smile. That means I am not alone anymore, right? She let out a wet giggle, wrapping her arms around his neck and squeezing him like he was her lifeline. You'll always have me, Goku. You'll never be alone again. But Bulma. Goku stopped and backed out of her arms. There's something I need to tell you. He sounded worried. There was one thing I never told you about, you know. She opened her mouth and closed it. What is it, Goku? What could have her strong, fearless friend looking so fidgety? "Ddo, you remember about a month back?" He asked her, and for some reason he wasn't meeting her eyes, when I went into the witch bomb house after the sun started going down and closed all the blinds and refused to come out until the next day. Bulma blinked. Yeah, she was supremely confused. What does that have to do with anything? Do you remember what day it was? He asked softly and met her eyes. She worked her bottom lip. Why did he look so ashamed? I don't. Goku closed his eyes. It was the night of the full moon. She let out a nervous giggle. What? She giggled again. Goku, what are you talking about? Are you afraid of the moon? Bulma. He opened his eyes again and stared at her with as hard a gaze as she had ever seen on him. She felt her spine straighten. You have to listen, okay? Listen and just trust me. You can never look at the full moon again if you're not in the middle of nowhere. Or at least, you can't look at it if I am not there too. Her mouth was dry again. But I love the moon. She whispered. I always have. I've loved staring at it all my life. Why can't she stop? And the full moon is tonight. I know. He whispered. You'll know soon enough. He finished, his voice trailing off. He clenched a fist. It's the only way we're getting out of here. Remember, don't look at it. If you see it, look away as fast as possible. Bulma's heart was hammering in her chest as Goku motioned her away and she pressed herself into one of the corners. He took a number of deep breaths with his eyes closed. He seemed to almost be meditating, but Bulma knew he wasn't because of how tense he looked. Stay away from me, he commanded before finally, he opened his eyes and jerked his head up to stare outside. Bulma's head followed his before she clapped a hand to her eyes and almost forced her head back down. With how apprehensive Goku sounded, she had to follow his instructions. She hesitantly removed her hand and sucked in a gasp. Goku's eyes had turned red. And then his body jerked. And then jerked again. And then she heard it. It sounded like a drum beat. Bulma was astonished when she realized she was hearing his heartbeat from across the room. And with each beat, he jerked. And then Bulma realized he was getting bigger before her very eyes. His muscles were bulging, and his clenched teeth showed off his growing incisors. All four of them had turned into vicious-looking fangs. His clothes tore right off his body from his increased mass, and Bulma watched in abject terror as the same dark red fur from his tail started to cover his body. He had grown to the point he couldn't fit in the room anymore. His ape-like body touched the ceiling and broke right through it. He swung his arms and with the sound of wrenching metal and shattering stone, their prison was destroyed. Bulma screamed as rubble fell around her, though thankfully the monster Goku had turned into seemed to have some semblance of sanity left. Goo! She screamed again as his rumbling voice rang through the air, right before he started tearing his way out of the prison and towards the rest of the castle. A backhanded fist destroyed a parapet before a full punch collapsed the main dome. She hurried to escape as well, leaping and pulling herself from the destroyed room and running in the opposite direction. She stumbled several times as her new tail continued throwing off her balance, but she was adapting rapidly. She had to shed die, crushed by the falling rocks. She was gasping for breath already. Her heart was apparently trying to bust through her ribcage. The amount of adrenaline running through her veins could not be healthy. She was a hair-trigger short of a full-blown panic attack over what had become of her friend. She had to stop short when she realized she was high up, and her near-hysteria-addled mind didn't even consider transforming and flying down. Her ears quirked when she heard a different sound amongst all the crashes and destruction Goku was causing. Propellers. She turned her head and was astounded that she could even make out the Pilaf gang's facial features despite the vast distance that they had covered in the plane. She heard Goku roar and turned to find him hefting a giant piece of rubble over his head. He threw it and knocked the plane right out of the sky. She winced when she heard their faint cries before the vehicle impacted the ground. She shook her head. She had to get away. Goku even had told her to stay away from him. Since he had stayed in their house only until morning, she imagined he would also turn back to his normal self once the moon went down. She just had to hide until then. Goku's tail slamming into her platform cut those thoughts off, and she screamed as she plummeted. She transformed into her falcon form and glided to the ground. But she was too shaken to really keep it up, so she turned back as soon as she touched down. Tons of rubble landed near her and she screamed again, covering herself. And then the earth shook underneath her, literally springing her into the air like a trampoline. Trembling like a leaf in a windstorm, Bulma looked up. He was there. His eyes were featureless pools of spilt blood. He had no pupils to speak of and she could see slobber in his gaping maw. He raised a hand over his head, claws pointed out, and swung. She took what she knew could be her last breath before screaming, "Goku!" She closed her eyes and pointlessly tried to shield herself with her arms. And she cried, knowing how much Goku would hate himself in the morning. Knew how devastated her innocent, kind, wonderful little friend would feel. She felt a blast of wind hit her and she trembled. And trembled. One eye popped open and she peered from between her arms. Slowly, shakily, she lowered them, and she stared. The massive hand was twitching not 3 feet from her. BBULMA. The hand twitched as if it was going to clench around her, and then started to back away. BBULMA. The beast started to roar, backing up and aggressively clenching his head while his entire body trembled. No. Goku threw himself away from her violently, landing over a dozen meters away in the sand. No, I won't. Not again. Goku reared back before launching himself headfirst into the sand. The earthquake he caused rattled her bones. His howl rang through the desert air as he reared back up and pounded the ground with his massive, meaty fists. Never again. A bright light started to shine in front of him, before a gigantic red beam dozens of times larger than even Master Roshi's max power Kamehameha shot off into the distance. The explosion nearly deafened and blinded her, even from miles away. When she managed to shake herself, she was astonished to see the giant mushroom cloud in the sky, miles away. And not again, Bulma questioned, before clapping both hands over her mouth and nose. No, Goku, no. She started to cry. Ugly cry. She cried for her innocent young friend, knowing now just what he had been so afraid of. Why he always trailed off whenever he talked about his grandpa's death. Why he always looked so ashamed whenever the subject came up. Goku. He was now slamming his head repeatedly into the sand. Bulma didn't even realize she was flying until she was right over him, and she couldn't even be excited about it. He was now writhing on the sand, looking almost as if he were doing a really poor mountain climber exercise. His nails looked to be digging into his skull as he snarled pitifully. Goku. She called out to him and he jerked. He removed his hands from over his head and snarled, "No. Bulma, no. You have." He interrupted himself with another snarl and another fist to the sand, kicking a wave of it up. You have to stay away. You won't hurt me," she whispered, knowing full well he would hear her. She started to descend and landed on his snout. A full-body flinch from his monstrous form rocked her and she had to windmill her arms to stay upright. "You could never hurt me." She got on her knees and put her forehead against his. She heard the grinding of sand and knew he was repeatedly grabbing fistfuls of the desert with his massive arms. "BBULMA," he whispered, and gradually, she felt him settle. He was still restless and still would occasionally jerk or crunch some more sand in his fists for the rest of the night or whip his tail, but for the first time in his life, Goku was somewhat calm while transformed into the Ozuru. "I am sorry, Goku." She started to cry again. "I am so sorry that happened to you." She shook as he took a trembling breath, realizing his genius friend had figured it out. "I am so sorry about your grandpa." Liquid started to pour from the massive ape's eyes, as he too began to cry. They had spent the night like that. It wasn't easy. Once the emotions had run their course and the panic receded, Bulma had started analyzing her friend. Even with her on top of him, he wasn't fully in control of himself. Every once in a while a ferocious shudder ripped through his frame as he suppressed the urge for violence. He didn't speak much at all, and when he did his vocabulary was limited. If she didn't know any better, she would have thought he had gone feral while in this giant form. It didn't totally fit, but she understood from his need for violence that this form was supposed to be wild. Eventually though, it ended. As the first rays of sunlight peeked over the horizon, Goku started to shrink. Bulma levitated, consciously this time, to her delight, and followed him down. He groaned as he turned human again and stayed on his hands and knees in front of her. When he looked up, tears started pooling in his eyes. Bulma. Come here. She pulled him into a hug, completely uncaring of his nudity, something she would have been freaking out about just 2 months ago. Shish, I am okay, Goku, she said tenderly. But I could have, he hiccuped as he hugged her for all he was worth. You didn't, she replied, not sharply, but with finality. You got us out, Goku, and you didn't touch a hair on my head. I would have, he cried out stubbornly, if you hadn't screamed my name. Is that what happened? She asked gently, and he stiffened when she bit her lip. Goku backed up and rubbed his eyes, before shaking his head. The first time I transformed, Grandpa managed to cut off my tail. That transformed me back to normal. I didn't remember a thing when I woke up, and just wondered if my tail had run away. He admitted, and despite the seriousness of the situation, Bulma had to giggle behind her hand. Typical Goku. Grandpa told me to never look at the full moon again, but I looked at it a few times and thought Grandpa was just being weird. He looked down. Then my tail grew back and I looked at the moon because I thought I knew better. And you transformed, she finished, looking down. Was that when? She trailed off. He managed to wake me up, you know. Goku's voice was far away and he was glaring at the horizon. Screamed my name just like you did. It woke me up. He clenched his fists so hard his knuckles popped as he choked back a sob, and the first thing I saw was my grandpa's mangled body in my giant hand. I had nearly squeezed the life out of him. Almost popped him like a grape. Exclamation mark. She clapped a hand to her mouth as she tried futilely to hold back tears of her own. He told me not to blame myself with his last breaths. Goku whispered, but how could I not? How could I not when Grandpa died right in my hand? Oh Goku, she breathed as she kneeled down and pulled him into her chest. I am so sorry. She whispered, I am so sorry. You deserve so much better than that. He clutched her like a lifeline. Before he died, he told me that he had found me near where a star had fallen from the sky. He told me that I shouldn't blame myself, but that now that there was proof that I could think while transformed, that I needed to get control of myself. He pulled away. That area of Mount Paozu that's completely destroyed. That's where I practiced every single full moon. I never succeeded. He admitted his failure. Every time I tried, it was like I was staring through a puddle of blood. Everything about that transformation just wants to destroy. I told you Saiyans were a warrior race, right? Bulma nodded. That was an understatement. We were born to do one thing, fight. From what little information Mom left me in my pod, I know that we destroyed our entire planet in a war and had to conquer and steal another one. Bulma's blood ran cold. So, her new race really were conquerors from outer space. I guess she paused, before shakily smiling at him. Our people weren't really good people, huh? He shook his head, and the Ozaru transformation takes everything that's bad and just make it worse. She finished. She leaned forward and put both hands on his shoulders. Look at me, Goku. You beat it. He looked mulish at her words. AHP, AHP, AHP. I don't want to hear any arguments. You're a good person, Goku. Any other Saiyan would have happily crushed me, if what you're saying is true. You were hurting yourself just to keep from hurting me. You beat it, and if you did it once, you can do it again. I believe in you. He swallowed, before hugging her once more, just barely able to keep from crying again. So, what are we going to do now? The sun was now shining, and their moment in the sands had long passed. They had raided what was left of Pilaf's castle for clothes for Goku, though he was not too happy about the offerings. Bulma herself hadn't needed much and had only helped herself to some capsules she had found. She smirked brightly when she found them full of some of the tech Pilaf had used. More toys for her to play with. Bulma was walking beside Goku, except very gingerly. It was better than last night, where she had been pratfalling from the moment she woke up inside that prison, but she was still having to take special care just to keep from falling over. Well, Goku was back to his normal self, and if anything, he looked even lighter than he had been these months that she had known him. As if the ahem monkey on his back had gone away. I want to find Grandpa's Dragon Ball before we go home. Bulma winced. Aw crap. I knew I had forgotten something. She cringed, which put a worried look on Goku's face. I am sorry, Goku. I was going to tell you when we had all of them so you could be prepared to catch it, but Pilaf screwed everything up. The Dragon Balls scatter all around the world every time a wish is made on it. What? Goku gasped. You mean my grandpa's ball could be anywhere in the world right now? Yeah, she winced, and it gets worse. She pulled out the radar and clicked it on. She turned it to show him. Huh, where are all the balls? There's nothing there, Goku exclaimed, now looking worried. Yeah, after the wish has been made, the balls turn to stone for a year to recharge. They're impossible to find while they're like that. She looked down. I am sorry, Goku. This wasn't supposed to happen. You weren't supposed to lose your prized Dragon Ball. With how you can fly, it should have been easy to just catch it before it blasted off. Hey, it's okay, Bulma. We can just go searching for them next year, can't we? Goku patted her on the leg. She slowly smiled. We can, can't we? She nodded. Yeah, we can totally do that. Make it our little thing. She put her left hand on her side and cocked her hip. But in the meantime, what will we do? Ooh, I know. We can go to Old Man Roshi. Goku exclaimed. He said his sister knew magic, remember? We can go train with him for a while. How old must she be? Bulma mumbled to herself, before snickering. She shook her head. I like it, little buddy. But we have something you promised to do first. What was that? Goku tilted his head as he tried to remember. You promised to show me your ship. Bulma wiggled her fingers with a dirty look on her face, thinking of getting her hands on some alien tech the same way Roshi would think about nubile young girls. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that. Goku laughed. Yeah, let's go, Bulma. I can get some better clothes at home too. He turned around and presented his back to her. Hop on. Did you forget? Bulma asked, a joyous smile on her face. I didn't come out of this trip empty-handed, you know. She wagged her tongue playfully before shakily rising into the air. Practice makes perfect. Yeah. Ooh, I totally didn't even realize you did it, Bulma. He rose up and gave her a quick hug. You're awesome. You really did it. I have way more energy now too. She admitted. Is being a Saiyan really that much of an advantage? I feel like I have enough power to shoot off 5 beams before I drop now. Well, what happened when you made the wish? She landed back down to conserve energy. Well, like I told you, I was panicking. So, I made the wish in midair and the rest kind of went blank for me. I am guessing I fell from the sky and landed pretty hard. She frowned. Now that I think about it, I am surprised I am not still hurt. Well, remember that we heal faster. Goku told her, and from how loud you were screaming, I guess it must have seemed life-threatening. Maybe you got a Zenkai boost from the transformation. A what now? She blinked at him. The pod could probably explain it more, but when Saiyans recover from really bad injuries we become stronger than we were before we were injured. There wasn't really a name for it according to Mom, but she liked calling it the Zenkai. Bulma snorted and started to grumble playfully, stupid cheating Saiyans. She giggled at his affronted look. Kidding. Besides, she grinned sharply, showing off her newly resized incisors. Now I am a stupid cheating Saiyan too. She started to laugh, and after a moment Goku began giggling too. Anyway, I've spent more time in this stupid castle than I'd wish on even my worst enemy. Let's get out of here. Let's. They rose into the air, one much more stably than the other, and after a moment, they both rocketed towards the horizon. So wherein will we cross first, Bulma? Goku yelled at her. They had been flying pretty slowly, and they each knew it. Goku on his very own ought to extra than double their cutting-edge tempo. I want to visit Tablet Corp first. We want to drop off the Dragon radar and I need some better tablets and substances. Plus, I need to put together an empty capsule for your spaceship so we are able to deliver it back domestic. She nearly right away started backtracking as she found out she might also have made a gaffe. I suggest, in case you don't have a trouble with me taking it for examine, of route. Goku smiled at her. Hello, it's now not like you'll destroy it, right? As long as you may store the facts on it, I will be first rate. It's all I have left to recall them by. Yeah, she took a deep breath, understanding now that she needed to be high quality careful along with his deliver. She took out her cell phone and stored a consistent grip on it. Darn, I used to be hoping we might be closer, but Pilaf's castle become basically smack dab in the middle among my residence and your home. It will be appropriate exercise for you, then. Goku laughed, not definitely stricken. He then grinned and veered closer to Bulma, inflicting her to squeak in surprise and try ducking. What become that for? She screeched. Stay to your lane, friend. You desire. He cackled earlier than blurring in motion and poking her on the side. Tag, you are it. Bulma had right away spasmed as a piece of laughter escaped her throat. You're ticklish. Goku yelled in delight as he hurried away as she took a swipe. Get lower back right here. She tousled playfully as she took off after him. Wait until I am getting my palms on you. Ahahaha. Goku laughed as she attempted to grab him even as they have been in midair. Gotta be faster than that, Bulma. Secretly, although, Goku did have an ulterior purpose for starting up this play. He desired to tire her out, in order that he should find out her new limits. They performed air tag for a while before he noticed her beginning to sweat, although she herself failed to. She totally wasn't paying attention to her draining stamina, in view that they had been having a lot of a laugh. Nimbus, he whispered. The command failed to need to be shouted. The paranormal cloud almost had a mind of its own and he was certain it knew what he wanted. He smiled while he noticed it tracking at the back of Bulma, simply the manner it changed into imagine to. Capture me if you may. He yelled, earlier than placing it into high tools. Wah! Bulma screeched as he started pulling away. She tried her toughest to hold up, however she simply wasn't anywhere near speedy enough. After which, with a pant of horror, her electricity reduced out and he started falling from the sky. Ah, Goku! She screamed, final her eyes. And then she stopped and cracked open her eyelids to look below her. Gold. She turned into on something golden. Her eyes shot open, and she gasped, wonder filling her. Knew it. Goku levitated subsequent to her, the largest grin ever on his face. Is this? She requested in awe, squeezing the surface a bit. It become like a marshmallow. Just like the fluffiest, maximum relaxed pillow shed ever sat on. Goku landed at the Nimbus in the front of her, nonetheless smiling lightly at her. She bit her lip after her chin quivered. She become absolutely triumph over with emotion as she latched onto her buddy with a gasping, shuddering breath. Goku truly ran his arms via her silky hair, smiling gently all the whilst. I cannot consider it. She had a stunning grin on her face when she pulled away. She bit her lip once more, a single tear dripping from her eye which she hurriedly brushed away. Nimbus rejecting me become considered one of the biggest motives I started significantly reconsidering my wish. She admitted to him. I know. You were so disappointed that day. He stated, getting a nod from her. He sat next to her, so I wanted to try it once more. Once I observed you didn't note your power taking place, I called for Nimbus. She turned into going to say something while she jumped in place, turning to appearance behind her. Goku's tail had playfully entwined round hers, and no matter the undoubtable innocence inside the gesture from Goku, she couldn't help however blush. It will take some being used to. She admitted. No time like now, Goku declared as he started showing her a way to use her new appendage. Wow, it's huge. Goku squawked in awe as he stared at the massive dome from the air. Home sweet home. Bulma smiled at him and squeezed his shoulder. Welcome to Capsule Corp. We have all the toys. She giggled. Let's go say hi to my mom and dad. I can see them relaxing by the pool. Sure. They started to fly down, before Bulma snagged his wrist with a giggle. Wait, let's go above them and confuse them a little. She continued to giggle for a moment as Goku joined her. Mom, Dad, Dr. Briefs and his wife Panchi both perked up. Honey, did you hear that? Dr. Briefs paused petting his cat as he looked around languidly. I did, Panchi exclaimed. That was our little Bulma's voice. But I can't see her. How she was able to see anything with her eyes closed was anyone's guess, but she did an admirable job of it. She got even more confused when she heard her daughter's voice giggling. Up here, her daughter called out again. Oh my, Panchi let out a little gasp at seeing her daughter and a smaller boy standing still in the air, Oh sweetheart, why didn't you call ahead? I could have baked some delicious cookies. Bulma snorted as she and Goku started descending again and touched down easily. Of course, you would think about that and not the fact I was flying. It was very cool, sweetheart. Is it fun? Dr. Briefs was evidently a very hard man to shock with anything, and who is your little friend? This is Son Goku, Bulma answered with a smile. I wouldn't have had anywhere near the adventure without him. Hiya, Goku said cheerfully, his tail wagging behind him at meeting Bulma's parents. Well, nice to meet you, Sonkin. Panchi leaned over a little to get a closer look at him, and what a little cutie too. Would you like some snacks? Goku perked up immediately. Lunch. He almost started vibrating. Bulma rolled her eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that I started eating way more after the wish, I would totally be annoyed. Breakfast wasn't even an hour ago. She grumbled to herself. Anyway, Mom, Dad, can we go inside? I have stories to share. In private, she emphasized, and that certainly caught her father's attention. Of course, that was just about enough sun for me today, he commented as he stood. I'll go bake those cookies, Panchi exclaimed as she made to wander off but was stopped by Bulma. You too, Mom, Bulma said softly, her hand resting on her mom's shoulder. Oh my, how fascinating. Dr. Briefs examined his partially nude daughter and her friend. Specifically, their tails. And you say this tail gives you the ability to transform into a giant ape? Bulma and Goku pulled their pants back up all the way. Both of her parents had taken the information that her daughter was now biologically an alien with a grace that had almost stunned Goku. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. He was way bigger than King Kong too. Which one? Panchi asked as she walked in with the tray of cookies. She offered one to Goku, who immediately bit into it and was hooked. Wow, Bulma's mom's cookies are awesome, he exclaimed, drawing a smile from the blonde, perpetually squinting woman. The biggest one so far. Monsterverse. And I am talking Kong vs. Godzilla, not Skull Island. Bulma responded, before turning a somewhat nervous look on Goku. What would he look like if she let him get a sugar high? Oh my, that's quite big, Panchi exclaimed as her husband busied himself with his screens. Biologically, you don't appear very different, he mumbled out loud, at least not superficially. Maybe deeper down, honey, can you draw some blood? I'd like to take a look under the hood. I am not a car. Bulma deadpanned, before she stuck her hands in a machine that sterilized them and then covered them in gloves. She grabbed a needle and a bottle for her blood and skillfully stuck herself. Should I draw blood from Goku too? Goku had backed up into Panchi and almost knocked the poor woman over. He didn't know why, but that thing in Bulma's hands was seriously freaking him out. Bulma blinked, before turning to him in shock. She almost literally had question marks over her head. Goku, are you afraid of this tiny thing? She almost started to laugh hysterically. Keep it away from me. Goku almost sounded like he was pleading. Bulma's face was very evil. No way, Buster. After all the torture you disguised as training, I am not letting you run away from a little needle. She had a very Roshi look on her face as she held up a syringe. Now hold still for Nurse Bulma. Eep. That was the most un-Goku-like noise she had ever heard, and he actually started hiding behind Panchi. Oh my. Bulma burst out laughing, and both her parents exchanged half-worried looks at the near hysterical tinge to it. Bulma stared at herself in the mirror, after the first real, relaxing bath shed had in days. No training to worry about. No worries about what her wish was going to be once she got the Dragon Balls. No roughing it after her capsules were destroyed. Nothing but relaxation. And now, staring at herself, she was struck by just how different she looked compared to when she had set off. And she wasn't even referring to the tail. That was actually just the most obvious of the differences. She had always been beautiful, but it was a soft, feminine beauty. She had looked like a stiff breeze would knock her over, and that a broken nail would be literally the worst thing in the world. Now she saw the beginnings of a six-pack from all of her hard work the past 2 months under Goku's training. She had some definition to her. Her hair, which she had always needed to work on heavily each time she wanted it straight, had simply fallen into place as soon as Shed finished drying it. As though Shed spent an hour at the salon getting it done professionally. She didn't just look beautiful, she looked downright hot. She smiled, before turning away. She'd left a girl and come back a woman. Meeting Goku truly had been the best thing to ever happen to her, and it wasn't even close. She wouldn't trade their friendship for the world. You will bring it back, won't you? Dr. Briefs asked for the nth time. He had almost started drooling when she told him Goku knew where his spaceship was and that it was in working order. Yes, Dad, I will. She let out a sigh, before smirking, after I am done studying it myself, of course. And it'll accelerate our knowledge by centuries. She couldn't wait, as long as I can see it for myself. Her father smiled. Have fun, sweetheart. You have the mobile lab. Of course. Bulma nodded, having traded out her adventuring capsules for much sleeker and more advanced versions. No skimping on the air conditioning this time. She again couldn't understand why she hadn't just spent the extra zenny the first time. This will be the longest you've ever been away from home, sweetheart. Make sure you have fun. And make sure to call. Panchi handed her a brand new, top-of-the-line smartphone that had been released during her adventure with Goku. I will. Love you, Mom, Dad. She rose up into the air. Bye, Bulma's parents. Goku called cheerfully, very deliberately not looking in Bulma's direction as he ignored the bandage on his arm. He was wearing clothes that actually fit him now, rather than whatever they had been able to raid from Pilaf's destroyed castle. He sped off past Bulma, who had to call the Nimbus to keep up. Wait up, Goku. I said I was sorry. Goku, wait up, you big baby. There it is, Goku announced. It had taken a lot of hugging and playing in the air for him to forgive her for the needle incident, which annoyed Bulma more than a bit. But it was over now, and so was the previous leg of their journey. They were both on Nimbus, having discovered that it flew even faster than Goku could on his own. That had sure surprised them, but they figured they could get training with the skill later. Now, they were kind of in a hurry, eager to get back to Master Roshi. Wow, I'd seen it before when I first came here, but it's totally different in the air. Bulma breathed softly, plus now I know what actually caused all of this. Are you sure it isn't destroyed? Yeah, Goku nodded from his spot. I don't know what these things are made of, but they're super strong. Look, he pointed, it's there in that crater. I see it. Bulma jumped off Nimbus and flew there, giddy as a schoolgirl. Wow, she breathed when she saw it for the first time. Even after years of exposure to the elements, the ball still looked to be in pretty good condition. Luckily it had even closed after Goku exited, so the insides weren't exposed. It looked far from pristine, but it looked damn good. You got used to flying quick. Goku grinned happily. I remember the first time we flew, you begged me to slow down. Now you're jumping off Nimbus yourself. Trust me, no one's more shocked than I am. She deadpanned. 2 months ago I was a girly girl and a spoiled brat. I never imagined how things would turn out. She eyed it and put a hand on it to try to move it. It didn't budge. Can you bring it out of the crater? Sealing items that weren't prepared for capsules works a bit different than regular dino caps. Sure. Goku made his way to the ball and started trying to lift it. Surprisingly, it was pretty damn heavy. He could actually get a good workout if he used it. He struggled for a moment, before lifting it over his head with a grimace on his face. Yikes. It's really heavy. Here, set it on this pad. I am really glad I grabbed this thing before we left. No way would we have been able to seal it in a dino cap without it. Bulma called out to him as he slowly rose from the crater. Wow, even you're struggling with it. Hopefully this is sturdy enough. Goku set it down on the raised, metal platform. It let out a little groan and even sank a bit further into the turf. Bulma grimaced. Okay, no letting this thing on loose dirt. Got it. She hurriedly typed into the console, and then the whole ensemble started to glow before it poofed. In its place, was a small capsule in the dirt, which Bulma swiped and put into her carrying case. There. All done. Awesome. So, all we need to do now is go by my house so I can grab my futon and some clothes and then we're off to Roshi's. Goku cheered, pumping his fist. Why would we do that? Bulma blinked. I have us covered. I got you a bunch of new clothes too. She patted her pack with a smile. Really? But where will I sleep? Goku asked. The old Mons Island is pretty small. She frowned. Hopefully we will be moving to a bigger place then. In any case, with me of course. She smirked at him. You're my teddy bear now. She leapt up and started heading towards Nimbus. If you really want to go there, we can. But really, I don't think we need to. They both landed on the magical golden cloud. You know there is something at my house. I think you'll like it. Goku grinned, having a feeling that the clothes had arrived on the planet and would wow her. So, what's this thing you want to show me? Bulma asked as they stepped into the old cabin. It looked considerably dustier than the last time she had stepped inside. She watched curiously as Goku pulled out a chest and rummaged inside. Tada! He exclaimed, pulling out a. What is that? It looks almost like a shirt, but it's super weird looking. What are those shoulder pads? Bulma was bewildered. The white, black, and golden thing looked like it was meant for a tiny doll. That thing wouldn't even fit a baby. Goku grinned. You sure about that? And without waiting for her to respond, he raised it over his head and slipped it onto his body. It stretched to fit him like a glove. Bulma's eyes nearly popped out of her head. What the? Hey. Goku laughed. Knew you'd like that. It's supposed to be one size fits all. And I mean all. It's even supposed to stretch big enough to fit you if you look at the full moon. Why, you can't be serious? Bulma blurted out. That's not possible. There's no material on the planet that can do something like that. That's not all. He grinned and raised a hand that was suddenly glowing with his ki. This isn't clothing. It's armor. He punched himself in the chest, causing a small explosion. Bulma shielded her eyes with an indignant squawk. See? Not a scratch. Bulma was quite literally just babbling like an infant, pointing at the armor ineffectually. Goku slipped it off and it shrank back down to its resting size. He then reached into the trunk and pulled out what looked like a onesie fit for a doll. It's the same for this thing. It's not as good as the armor, but this stretches just like it. Bulma's brain finally seemed to engage again, and she grabbed Goku and smushed his face into her chest. Goku! She yelled as she spun him around, not noticing the strange look that came across his face. You're just the gift that keeps on giving, aren't you? She finally put him down and grabbed the piece of clothing, marveling as she stretched it over a dozen times its normal size with her hands. This is amazing. What else do you have? Just the rest of the armor pieces. Grandpa never showed them to me before he died. He told me about them, well, you know. His voice didn't go dark the way it used to, but he did grow a bit more solemn. She sobered, remembering what her poor friend had suffered through alone for so many years. That's all I remember about, anyway. There was a thingy that went over one of our eyes too, but it never seemed to do anything, and me and Grandpa broke it by mistake, so we tossed it somewhere. Drat. Bulma clicked her fingers. I probably could have fixed it. Oh well, no use crying over spilt milk. Let's get this all packed up and let's head out. Yeah, wow, it is small. There's no way we could stay here if we're planning on training. It doesn't even look big enough for that. Bulma exclaimed as they descended. Told ya. Goku grinned as they jumped onto the sand. Strangely, Turtle was nowhere to be found. Master Roshi. It's Goku and Bulma, he called out, to no response. No way. Did we miss him? Bulma frowned. Do you think he hasn't come back from Fripen Mountain yet? Master. Goku called out again, and they got closer to the window. Wait, there he is. Oh, you've got to be joking. Bulma started to complain, her frown deepening as she watched the old pervert. He had his eyes glued to his TV screen and was practically drooling over the models exercising. And a 1, and a 2, and a 1, and a 2. The girls kept chanting as they did their leg lifts, which Roshi mirrored. The chant, not the exercise. Bulma counted to 10, breathing deeply and then releasing it. I think I may hate him. Hey Goku, did he try to ask for anything strange when you came by here to get the Bansho fan? Goku frowned as well. Come to think of it, he did say something about me asking you on some date thingy for him. Bulma's face went flat. Can we leave? I think I may kill him before he trains us. She sighed and started grumbling as she followed Goku inside. After a minute of watching Goku stand behind Roshi and call out to him, she got angry and stomped forward. Old man, wah. Roshi jumped a foot in the air, before turning and glaring at them. Wah oh, it's you. He grinned in excitement. Geez, are you really a master? We've been here calling your name for 2 minutes. She crossed her arms with a harumph. We're here for training, you know. You did offer. I did. Roshi mournfully turned off the TV. My training ain't easy though, and it's not for free either. Bulma rolled her eyes. Well, just go then. Clearly, you can't keep a teeny little promise. Oh wait, I didn't say I wouldn't train ya. Roshi exclaimed as Goku, reading Bulma well, turned to leave with her. Geez, give an old man a break, will ya? I have to eat too, you know. I am sure food is the last thing you're hungry for, you old pervert. Bulma stared at him, unimpressed, before reaching into her purse and pulling out a capsule. Will this do? She tossed it to him. Roshi clicked it open, and his eyes widened as a bookshelf stuffed with vintage reading material appeared. Steam blew from his nose with the accompanying sound of a teakettle. Of course it will. God damn it. Bulma cursed under her breath. Fucking pervert. Lech, I was hoping that wouldn't work, but clearly, I overestimated him. Way to get my hopes down. She took a breath. Whatever. As long as it's not me he's perving on. Roshi was drooling as he flipped through the pages. Just the cover page was risque enough. So, are we in, old man? Sure, you're in. Roshi coughed. Goku still has to make payment though. Bulma started to snarl. What? What the hell do you mean? You damned old pervert, you're the one who offered to train us in the first place. They were interrupted by the sound of something crashing into the island, and they all hurried out just in time to see a little boy about Goku's height wiggle his legs while stuck headfirst in the sand. Oh, now what? Roshi grumbled. Friend of yours? Nope. Goku and Bulma responded, with Goku grabbing him by the leg and just yanking him out. Hooah! The boy batted himself off, revealing himself to be bald. He was wearing yellow and orange clothes reminiscent of Goku's old GI, and he had 6 dots burned onto his forehead. He bowed to Roshi without even a hint of gratitude towards Goku. Are you Master Roshi, the invincible old master? That's right, and you are, Roshi replied while Goku and Bulma watched on. I hail from the distant east. My name is Krillin, and my greatest desire is to train under you, Master. He bowed his head. See, why can't you two be more polite like this one? He shot towards Bulma. Bulma flipped him off. Regardless, I am afraid I must deny you. I don't take pupils often anymore, and I already have one accepted student here. Have a nice ride back. He told the boy without much care. Had done the same to thousands of prospects, after all. Please take this as a token of my appreciation, Master. Krillin handed him a magazine, and Bulma bit back the groan threatening to bubble up when she saw a far more risque cover than anything in the collection shed already given him. Perhaps I've been too hasty. Roshi quickly grabbed it, much to a smirking Krillin's happiness. Yes, hasty. Kami give me strength. Bulma grumbled to herself. I take it this offering is to your liking, Master. Krillin continued smirking, before directing his attention to Goku and Bulma. He immediately blushed upon seeing Bulma, before forcibly looking towards Goku. And who are you, kid? There's no way you were accepted. Everyone knows true martial artists shave their heads in order to unfetter their ki. Take the venerable Master Roshi, for example. I am naturally bald, actually. Roshi shot out, making Krillin wince before focusing on Goku. I am Son Goku, and this is Bulma. The old man already accepted her as a student. BWUH, but she's a girl. Krillin gasped in shock. Fuck you too, pachinko head. Bulma flipped him off. What? How rude. Krillin growled at her. You're cute but you're a real. Alright, that's enough of that. Roshi had stuffed his acquired porn somewhere while they weren't paying attention. He had his arms behind his back and stood as tall as his hunched form would allow. Now pay attention, for you both to be accepted as my disciples, you must accomplish one mission for me. Of course, Master. Krillin exclaimed. We will do as you command. Excellent. Then go out and find me a beautiful hottie like her. He pointed at Bulma. Just make sure she's already 16. Fucking pig. Bulma yelled. Oh, that'll be really hard. Goku commented offhandedly. I've never met anyone as pretty as Bulma. Bulma's entire face flushed red at the unexpected compliment from Goku. The fact that he didn't even glance at her made it hit home even harder. It wasn't a comment designed to try to get in her pants, like it would have been coming from any of the other boys she'd ever known. Ho, ho, Roshi let out a little laugh. Looks like there's hope for you, boy. That was smooth. Yes, it was. Bulma was still blushing, but smiling at her friend. Smooth. Goku tilted his head to the side. Right. Roshi studiously ignored Goku being the most successful one on the island with Bulma without even trying. Off you go. Grab your Nimbus and find me a hottie. Right. Nimbus. Goku called out, and the golden cloud responded. Whoa, what's this? Krillin yelled in excitement as he saw the cloud. Here Krillin, you can use the Nimbus. Goku patted it, making it clear that it was solid. Really? We can ride on this thing? Krillin jumped into the air in excitement and fell right through the cloud. A second passed. Peef. Bulma burst out laughing at the bald boy. What the hell? Is this some kind of trick? The incensed bald boy yelled at him. Huh, guess that means you're not pure of heart. Goku commented, demonstrating the cloud's abilities by sitting on it. That's right. Have you come here to train for impure motives? Roshi demanded of the small boy. No way. Krillin exclaimed, standing up and clenching his fists. I truly wish to become a great fighter. I just want to be more popular with the girls. And that's not impure to you? Roshi questioned dumbly. Pot calling the kettle black, old man. Bulma resisted the urge to smack the older bald man. Just fly with him Goku and get back as soon as possible. She did not finish the statement, but her sidey-eyed look at Roshi gave Goku the clue. Right. He grabbed Krillin without so much as a by your leave and they flew away. Be back soon. So, now that we're Aloe Master, Roshi turned and started talking to Bulma, who had already walked away. Unless you want to teach me any new forms, go read your porn, pervert. She called over her shoulder, before unsealing a barbell with some relatively light weights. She'd seen Goku lift ones dozens of times heavier and started doing squats. I said your porn. I am not porn, damn it. Don't make me bash your head in with this thing. She yelled as Roshi's giggling reached her ears. It did not take that long for Goku and Krillin to return, and this time Bulma had to bite back a smirk. Looks like the boys had indeed found Roshi's hottie, and like Bulma herself, she had blue hair. A darker and deeper blue than her turquoise, for sure, but blue, nonetheless. That compliment from Goku from earlier was still ringing in her ears. Goodness, it looks so cozy. The young woman exclaimed, looking around innocently. Bulma shook her head. Lo there. She smiled at her, still pretty confident in her own looks. So, what made you decide to come? I am Bulma, by the way. Nice to meet you, Bulma. I am Launch. Launch replied, cheerfully. Well, I came with them because they helped me out, actually. I was being pursued. Yikes. Bulma winced in sympathy. What for? The police, probably. Launch said, making Krillin and Bulma's eyes widen in shock. She then opened the bag by her side, revealing stacks and stacks of cash. Looks like I held up a bank again. She drooped. Held up a Bulma stammered, before glaring at Krillin. Did you two beat up police officers? Goku did. Krillin stammered in defense. We heard someone calling for help. We thought they were bandits in disguise. And Bulma whirled back to Launch. And what do you mean it looks like you held up a bank? Again. Did you or didn't you? Launch rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. Well, you did save me, so I suppose it's only fair. Whenever I sneeze, I change personalities. She drooped a bit more, and the other me is bad and likes causing problems. Jekyll and Hyde, huh? Bulma responded, nonplussed. Yeah, that sounds like a problem. What? Krillin gasped. That's ridiculous. Don't tell me you believe that. Bulma looked at him and raised her eyebrow. Why wouldn't I? Have you never seen magic before, Krillin? She was probably hit by some sort of magic spell. There's no way. I've never seen magic. Sure, but magic. Krillin responded, shaking his head. Bulma rolled her eyes, and with a small puff of smoke, a large turquoise tiger was sitting proudly before them. Launch let out a little squeak of fear and backed up a step, while Krillin's jaw dropped, satisfied. Bulma asked sardonically, before popping back into human form. Anyway, if it was a magic spell, then perhaps Roshi's sister will be able to help us. He told me that he's going to ask her to help train me, so maybe she could do the same to you. Oh, that would be wonderful. Launch clapped her hands together with a bright smile. At the very least, if we can both be awake it would really help us. Woo. Roshi broke into the conversation from the window as Goku finally got him out of the bathroom, making Launch nearly jump out of her skin. You boys did it. Goodness me. Launch held her hand to her heart. Bulma nipped it in the bud, delighting in ruining Roshi's little games. Happy now, you old pervert. Can we start training? Pervert. Launch blinked rapidly. Roshi bit back a groan. That was uncalled for, young lady. I am a model senior citizen. Bulma smirked back nastily. Hop on the Nimbus then, Roshi. Roshi coughed into his fist. Well, young lady, I am teaching these 3 martial arts. Perhaps you would like to join us. Oh, heavens me, it sounds like fun. Launch smiled in good humor, but if you're stronger than they are, your training must be really tough. Roshi let out a little laugh. Indeed, but martial arts are good for the health of your body and soul. Besides, there are beginner courses. Krillin grinned at Launch. You can't pass this up, Miss Launch. There's not a martial artist on this earth who would pass up training from the venerable, invincible Master Roshi. Launch smiled. My, I had no idea you were such a celebrity. I can't really say no to that, then. Though I am more interested in this magic that Miss Bulma was telling me about. That was quite a cool trick she showed us. Ah, the transformation technique? Roshi asked, getting a nod. Well, I can't say I know that one myself. Still, it is quite useful indeed. He coughed into his hand again, before pulling out a package. Anyway, here will be your uniform. Bulma's eye twitched, and she grabbed the package out of Launch's hands and looked inside. She shut the lid and gave Roshi the dirtiest look of her life. Roshi, I swear on the great god of technology. Roshi yelped and grabbed it back, making a show of looking inside. MMY mistake. I grabbed the wrong one. He hurried into the house, before exiting with more packages. They were right next to each other. Bulma. It was an innocent mistake. Here are the right ones. He handed them out to each of them. Launch immediately started grabbing at her crop top, before Bulma rolled her eyes at Roshi and Krillin and grabbed her arm, marching her into the house so they could change in peace. Drat, why did I not just send her to Baba? Roshi groaned to himself under his breath. Excellent, Roshi exclaimed, once they were all back. All 4 of them were wearing orange pants and gis, with blue wristbands and boots. There were no other markings on them, as they were just training gis. The only difference was the girls' uniforms were a bit tighter, and much to Bulma's consternation, they were also midriff-bearing. Now a wasp buzzed in front of him. Shoo! He swatted at it, and it flew towards the rest of them. Bulma flinched as it passed her and swatted at it as well, and then it brushed by Launch's nose before Goku cut it in half with a chop of his hand. Oh no, Launch exclaimed, scrunching her face up before sneezing. Achoo! And then her head completely changed. Her eyes sharpened and also changed colors to green, becoming smaller in size, while her dark blue hair turned as blonde as Bulma's mom. Even her voice became rougher and harsher. Where the hell am I? This doesn't look like any jail I've ever seen. And then to their shock, she pulled out a submachine gun from somewhere and yelled, You brought me here. Before Launch could begin shooting, Bulma whipped her hand forward with finger gun extended and landed a precise key blast on it, burning a hole through the firing mechanism and making Launch leap back in shock. Calm down, Launch. My gun. Launch gasped. What in the hell was that? We helped out the other you. Goku said cheerfully. You agreed to train here with us. Where did you pull that gun from, by the way? He asked curiously. Helped me. People don't hell achoo. She turned back into her blue self. Oh, bother. She said cutely, smiling at them. I hope I didn't do anything too obnoxious. Ahahaha. You're fun, Launch. Goku laughed, while Krillin and Roshi sweat dropped. Right. Roshi coughed again. Anyway, this little old island is too small for us to train, so give me a moment to get the house in order so we can go. He walked up to the house, pressed a button, and a BAMF had it sealed into a capsule. Huh, wasn't expecting that. How old is the house? Bulma asked. Pretty rare to see an older style like this one be capable of being sealed in a capsule. Roshi giggled as he picked up the little device. Well, it was a bit of a bother, but I had it custom built about 30 years back. Right around the time your father started perfecting his work. Ah, that makes sense. Bulma looked at him shrewdly. Won a few tournaments in your time, huh? That couldn't have been cheap back then. You got it. Roshi laughed, before throwing a different capsule and unsealing a hoverboat with a large fan in the back. Alright, Everyone in. Bulma eyed it. It was a good model. Nice and fast, but it was pretty small. She said as much, mentioning that they'd probably be too squished in there. Goku and I will fly. Where are we going, old timer? Fly. Oh, did you manage to sit on the Nimbus? Roshi asked her curiously. I did, Bulma exclaimed happily, hiding a smirk. She wasn't talking about the Nimbus. She held out her phone. So, which island are we going to? Roshi made the map a bit smaller, and pointed it out after scrolling south. This one here. It's about 20 kilometers away. We'll be set up on the tallest peak on the eastern side of the island. Thanks, Bulma said, before calling for Nimbus. Here you go, Launch. She patted the cloud. Thank you, Bulma. Launch replied cheerfully, before sitting Caesar on it. She also patted the cloud, mimicking her new friend. Hop on. Bulma grinned. Oh yeah, old timer. She smirked at Roshi. I wasn't talking about Nimbus. Come on, Goku. She blasted into the air, getting a gasp from everyone but Goku. Ah ha ha, your faces. See you there. Keep up, Nimbus. Goku laughed, before launching after Bulma. Launch squealed as the cloud sped after them. Roshi turned and gave Krillin a bit of a dirty look. I don't suppose you're going to just fly off too, huh? Krillin started to sweat, instantly realizing that he was pretty far behind the one who he had called the girl. No master. He meekly sat in the hovercraft, before they followed the flyers by sea. Well now, I wasn't expecting you to have your own capsule house as well. Roshi mumbled, looking at the much larger, more traditionally Capsule Corp domed home next to his came house. Bulma smirked, her hands on her hips. Oh please, I am a city gal. Don't you remember? Is it training time? Goku asked, hopping up and down and almost looking like he was doing a dance as he warmed up. Yes, yes. Roshi let out a sigh. Let's hop to it. He turned to Launch. You can join us if you'd like, my dear. Or you may do as you wish. Launch smiled prettily. I guess I can make us dinner. Nah, I have that handled. My house is pretty high-tech. Bulma said. Would be nice to have another gal. What do you say? Okay, let's do it. Launch replied cheerfully. It seemed that was her default mode, really. Very well then. Bulma, I know Goku has been training you, so Krillin, do you have any martial arts training? Roshi asked his shortest pupil. I do, master. I trained for 8 years at the Orin Temple. Krillin replied. Excellent. And you, my dear? He asked Launch. I haven't. She shook her head. My other half might have, though. Not really sure. It'll have to do. Let's see your strengths and weaknesses now, then. He placed his foot on the small boulder by them. This rock is precisely 100 meters from that tree. He said, pointing to it. Let's see how fast you can run it. Not that a fast runner necessarily makes a better martial artist, but it's never a bad thing to have strong legs. I am going to go stand by the tree with a stopwatch. Krillin stood smugly with his hands on his hips. I'll go first then. You'll see legs good enough to qualify for the Olympics. He took his mark, and as soon as Roshi yelled go, he was off like a shot. Huh, guess he isn't just a braggart. Bulma mused. Krillin was indeed pretty fast. For Master Roshi, he ran an unbelievable 100 meters in 10.4 seconds. Considering the current world record holder was significantly taller than the boy, those were indeed some legs. Krillin huffed a tiny bit. Not bad, huh? My record is 10.1, but that wasn't too bad. You want to go next, Bulma? Goku asked. Sure. Bulma took her mark, waiting for Roshi's go. The second he shouted it, she surged forward. And she was fast. Roshi's eyes widened. My, you've come a long way since we first met, young Bulma. He said, glancing at the stopwatch. 10.9 seconds. Bulma panted. Holy cow. I knew Goku's training was effective, but I couldn't have done that in double the time before I met him. Even on the 50 meter, my best time in school was like 12 seconds. Feels good, don't it? Roshi gave her a toothy grin, which she returned. Your turn, Launch. Okay, Launch said, a little apprehensively, and took her stance. She rushed forward, much slower than the other two. Wow, 12.4 seconds. I guess my other half did have some training. She breathed heavily. Indeed, an impressive run. Roshi nodded, Perhaps you'll be able to handle the intermediate lessons, rather than just the beginner. Looking forward to it. That was fun. Launch hopped on her heels, which made her breasts jiggle. Roshi immediately zeroed in. Bulma rolled her eyes, jabbing him on the cheek with a finger. Eyes off, old timer. You still have to measure Goku. Roshi shook his head. All right, he said, resetting the stopwatch again. Ready, Goku? Ready. Goku called out, grinning. Ha, what kind of stance is that? Krillin crowed, seeing the other boy not taking the proper starting pose. Bulma merely smirked, not saying a word. Go, Roshi yelled, and the rest of them except for Bulma dropped their jaws as Goku shattered the world record by a mile. Krillin merely looked on in dumbfounded horror. 9.2 seconds. My word, what a run. He then blinked as Goku simply sat down and pulled at his feet. What's the matter? Ah, my shoes busted. Goku turned around, revealing his soles had split from the rest of his footwear. It ripped about 30 meters from the tree. His footwear actually looked pretty old. What? Krillin and Roshi asked dumbly. Yeah, let me go grab new shoes and I'll try it again. Goku said, and a few minutes later was hopping up and down. Yeah, that feels better. I am ready, master. Okay, Roshi was sweating. Ready, set, go. Goku kicked off so hard that the ground beneath him broke, sending up a small dust cloud. He passed by Roshi so fast that his beard and mustache waved in Goku's wake. Roshi stared at the stopwatch, dumbfounded. 6.7 seconds. Krillin keeled over, almost foaming. Good going, Goku. Bulma cheered, hugging her friend. Goku grinned happily. That was incredible. You're all quite outstanding students. Roshi said, and while we do have an outlier, he sweat dropped, wondering how in the hell he was supposed to keep Goku from getting a fat head if he was already this strong. You're mostly still within human limits. In order to become masters of martial arts, you must break the wall of humanity. That will be your challenge. He handed the stopwatch to Krillin. Here, clock my time for me. He told Krillin as he pulled off his turtle shell. They all stood by as Roshi walked over to the rock, and called out that he was ready. Okay, master. Go, Krillin called, and Master Roshi exploded from the start line. He was running much faster than he otherwise would have, due to Goku's amazing feet. His crater went even deeper than Goku's and he seemed to have a shimmering aura around him. When he passed them, all four of them yelped as they slid back 3 inches. And then Roshi simply stopped, his momentum cutting completely to zero in an instant. It was a display of bodily control that utterly boggled the mind. He stood there in a running pose, not even breathing hard. He turned to them with a toothy grin. So, how'd I do? Krillin gulped. 3.8 seconds. Bulma looked odd as she swore in her head. Roshi grabbed his shell. Not bad for an old codger, He placed it back on. That is what I mean by breaking the human wall. With training and discipline, you should all be capable of breaking the 5-second barrier. He scratched his beard. Anyway, all that running has me thirsty. Can you go grab me a beer, Krillin? Yes, master. Krillin ran off, sweating heavily at the fact that Goku was so much better than him, and that Roshi still had them all beat. Roshi had tried to pull a dinner withheld routine before the day was over. Had tossed a rock over the cliff and told them that only the one who found it and brought it back would get to eat. Bulma had firmly put her foot down, overriding every protest the old master had. Had thought it was just the city girl kicking in, but it hadn't been. Bulma was well educated and knew full well that starvation would just lead to developmental issues later. If he wanted to train discipline in his pupils, there were plenty of other ways to do it. Roshi had, after a 30-minute argument between them, realized that Launch, Goku, and Krillin had just left after not being able to get a word in edgewise, and were already preparing dinner. Well, Goku and Launch were. Krillin couldn't cook to save his life. Defeated, Roshi had grumpily eaten his food while mentally reevaluating his plans. He got his revenge early the next day. BRIIIIIIIIIINGGGGGGGGG. Roshi snapped awake instantly while Krillin somehow continued to sleep. Krillin, wake up, it's training time, he yelled at the boy, who immediately protested that it was only 4 in the morning. And are you going to be a crybaby or are you going to get up and train? He got dressed and sighed, starting to make his way up the stairs, before his eyebrow twitched. Ah yes, Miss Bulma's house. He had an evil smile on his face as he grabbed a pot and pan and left came house. He entered quietly and then his eyebrow started twitching far more violently. Goku was in bed with not only Bulma, but Launch as well. Bulma had miscalculated in immediately telling Launch that she could room with them as she didn't trust Roshi. She'd forgotten that, with her intention of cuddling with Goku, she'd only gotten the single-room capsule house. Oh, it was innocent enough. Bulma was using him as a teddy bear, with him as the little spoon. But Launch had rolled over in her sleep and was accidentally all but pressing her boobs into Goku's face. You lucky little monkey butted, feeling as if he was going to burst a blood vessel. Roshi clapped the pot and pan together with a loud clang. Wahhhhh. 3 voices screeched in tune, jumping a mile into the air, and entangling themselves in the sheets. Roshi then had several milliseconds to contemplate his mistakes as Goku and Bulma wildly pointed fingers at him and Launch yet again pulled a gun out of nowhere. Bang! FWOOOSH twin beams of plasma, one red and one turquoise, shot at him, followed a half-second later by a stream of bullets. Roshi held his hand out with a coating of ki, slapping both beams just enough that they passed by him harmlessly before he caught all 5 bullets between his fingers. What the fuck? Launch asked in awe. Rise and shine. Roshi did not have a distinctively nasty tone in his voice. Not at all. Rise, and Bulma grit her teeth. There needs to be a sun out for any shine, asshole. She yelled at him, her teeth sharp and pointy like a shark's and her head significantly larger than it should have been. Oh, don't worry, there will be plenty of it during training. Roshi said, if you don't want to wake up like this every day, I suggest you set your alarm for 4. Now up and at 'em. It's breakfast time and then we're getting started. Bulma fell back into the bed, pressing her palms into her eyes with her fingers just below her ears. Her face stretched as she dragged her hands, with Goku being the only one unaffected by the ordeal and happily hopping out of bed, his tail wagging excitedly. Why did I agree to do this? She asked the ceiling in despair. She hated being out of bed at the ungodly hour of midday unless she planned for it. Why the fuck did the other me agree to this shit? Launch threw the blanket off of her and Bulma as she hopped over the other girl. Bulma swung her legs out of bed. I told you to wear boxers. She deadpanned as Roshi's sunglasses were glued to Launch's ass. Launch scoffed. Let the old man look. Once I am strong enough, I'll get my revenge. Roshi blinked. Wait a minute, since when do you have a tail, Bulma? He was 100% sure she did not have such a vibrant appendage that day at the beach, and as she had used it not unlike a belt the past day, he had not noticed it before. It's not contagious, is it? Now Launch was looking at her warily, but Bulma merely smirked. Who knows? Maybe it is. She laughed at their faces. Don't worry. It's not. Though I suppose if you want one it's possible. Just not any time soon. She then glared at Roshi, hands on her hips. Right. I'll just leave you to it. Roshi glumly left the capsule house. Fucking pervert. Launch grumbled, taking off her nightshirt. He blocked our damn ki blasts. I hate to say it, but we've got a long way to go before we can teach him a lesson. Bulma responded. Launch grudgingly nodded. He's an old codger, but damn if he's not strong. My guns did nothing. She took her new uniform from Goku and slipped it over her head, before she stopped with her arms in the air, freezing. She stood there for 2 seconds, before she resumed getting the garment on. Hey kid, how old are you? 14. Goku replied, tying his sash. 4. Launch's revolver materialized in her hand. So, you're a little pervert too, huh? She started squeezing the trigger, and Goku reached up and stuck his finger in the barrel. Bang! The revolver bulged cartoonishly as the gases escaped out the sides, just barely missing burning her hands. She gaped at her destroyed weapon. Geez, can you stop trying to shoot at us? It's not going to work. Goku stopped, before his lips quirked. Well, maybe on Krillin. Launch made a vow then and there. She was going to make her precious guns relevant again or die trying. At last, we begin your education in the Kamezen School Bujutsu, the arts of the Turtle Master. The 4 of them stood attentively, but first, let me say a few words about martial arts. One does not study martial arts in order to win a fight or have girls say, ooh, you're so strong. One masters those arts for health in mind and body. For the ability to live one's life as courageously, uniquely, and energetically as one wished. But his brows furrowed, and he leaned in. If there are any who seek to terrorize you or any other decent people with undeserved power, you must defeat such enemies with one mighty blast. Do you understand what I am saying? Yes. The four nodded, though Launch much less enthusiastically. Good. Roshi turned. Then let's begin. First, some light jogging. Keep up. After a few minutes, Krillin couldn't help but muse as quietly as he could. I'd heard the invincible old master's training regimen was really tough, but this doesn't seem bad at all. Bulma and Goku both heard him with their enhanced Saiyan ears, and Bulma bit back a groan. Does this pachinko head not have a single Genrasavi bone in his body? A few minutes more, and they were in town. The sun was just barely starting to rise. Halt! Roshi called, and then went close to one of the businessmen. A milk peddler who was a humanoid ox. The humanoid was stacking 4 boxes of milk in front of the entrance. Called it. Bulma shook her head, already walking over before Roshi had even called for them. Oh ho, a smart cookie, huh? Roshi grinned as she grabbed the top crate. Wasn't that hard to guess? Bulma shrugged. The penny dropped for Launch. You gotta be kidding me. We're delivering milk. That's just a regular chore. I thought we were going to learn martial arts. Roshi laughed. You've gotta crawl before you can walk, young lady. An unprepared body cannot handle my training. This will be good exercise and a litmus test for you all. Wait, the ox gasped. Don't tell me you're planning on doing it on foot. You're not going to use the helicopter. Don't be silly. It wouldn't be training if we did that. Roshi laughed, and the other 3 grabbed their crates. Launch was steaming as she wondered what kind of scam Roshi was running. Okay, now after me. Well, do the 2 kilometers to the first house skipping. For the first time, Launch started to sweat a bit. 2 kilometers to the first house. How many houses were there? The quintet skipped all the way to the first house as commanded, and a clear difference had already shown itself. Goku and Roshi were as cool as cucumbers. Not a bit of sweat. Bulma would have keeled over and died 500 meters in before she had met Goku, but now she was just sweating somewhat lightly. Her Saiyan physiology was helping a great deal here. Krillin was falling behind fairly consistently, and was huffing by the time they made it to the first house. Launch. Her hair was matted with sweat already, but she refused to be the first one to drop, no matter how much her legs were already starting to scream. You've got the 4 empties? Roshi asked as Krillin unloaded his bottles and grabbed the used ones. Good, Roshi said, before pointing his staff. For the next kilometer, well, zigzag this tree-lined path. Rather than running along the road, they exited and entered back onto the path as they zipped around the trees. At the next house, Krillin and Launch were lagging behind, while Bulma was huffing and puffing. Goku and Roshi were still as fresh as daisies. You 2 are lagging behind. He chided Krillin and Launch. Take too long and the milk will go sour. Fuck you, old man. Launch gasped for breath, hunching over. I'll fucking drink it myself. She tried to grab a bottle, only for Roshi to seemingly teleport and lightly whack her hand with his staff. Ow, fuck, language. Roshi deadpanned, and put that bottle away. Next one is 3 kilometers away. I am going to die. Launch whimpered, wishing there was a bank to hold up. They made it to a river, and Roshi stopped when he saw Launch was blue-haired and panting heavily. You look tired, my dear. Launch nodded silently, but shook her head when Roshi asked if she wanted to quit. Internally, she said to herself that there was no way she was going to be the one to quit. A surprisingly strong statement from the blue Launch. Very well, he pointed at the river. These rocks are spaced just far enough for you to be able to jump from one to the other. Careful not to fall in, or you'll have to work for our dear friend the milk peddler when the training is done every day. He leapt from rock to rock, making quick work of the course. Goku followed, giggling as he did so while skipping stones. Bulma also tried skipping, but slipped on one of the rocks and had to hurriedly save herself by flying. She was now wet down to her knees, and the extra exertion added to her exhaustion. She refused to stumble anymore, and followed after Goku, albeit with the proper sequence of stones. She did not try to skip any again. Krillin and Launch both had to take breaks while the other 3 waited on the other bank. But neither fell, and they made it to the other end. It was Launch's turn to place the milk, and she was elated that she had been able to do it. Excellent work, you four. Roshi praised, before pointing his thumb behind him. Next one is up these stairs. He turned as Bulma, Krillin, and Launch whimpered at the sight. They had to crane their eyes way up, and they couldn't even see the top. I suppose you don't need to take this one at a run, he said, before starting to hop his way up. Goku immediately followed him, though by the time he made it up and delivered his 4 bottles, he was a bit more tired than he had been, and was starting to sweat. Fucking kill me, Bulma moaned, before she started making her way up as well. She made it about a quarter of the way before she was forced to take a seat, gasping for breath. Krillin made it about the same, stopping a few feet after her in a complete refusal to be beaten by a girl. This had Bulma's eye twitching, and she hurriedly got to her feet and started making her way up again. She got another 2/4 of the way before needing another break, her legs screaming at her. Krillin didn't make it up to her again before she got up and finished the trek. Krillin made it up a few minutes later, and Launch finally made it up almost 10 minutes after him, once again blonde and crawling up the steps. Gonna fucking kill you, she gasped, collapsing onto her front as she made it all the way up. She just was able to put the milk case down before flopping. Each of them had delivered exactly half of their bottles now. Going to be hard to do it from down there. Roshi happily ate the eye candy. Her GI was so matted with sweat that it was clinging deliciously to her. As I live and breathe. Mutin Roshi, a somewhat squat, heavier, bald man came up to them, his hands inside his sleeves. It's been a long time. And 4 students. He smiled at all of them. Yes, they have some potential, don't they? Roshi grinned slightly. As long as they continue training, they should be able to enter the Tenkaichi Budokai in 8 months should they wish it. He had a feeling not all of them would. Krillin let out a shocked gasp, and spoke his first actual words in over an hour, the strongest under the heavens. We're seriously going to. What's that? Bulma asked, interrupting him. Krillin looked scandalized at their lack of knowledge. They gather martial arts masters from all over the world and decide who is the strongest under the heavens. It's the greatest tournament in the world. He whirled to Master Roshi. Why you really think we'll be good enough to enter? Launch finally managed to get off the ground, sitting cross-legged. TCH, it'll probably pass. The monk stated. Really? There is a 500,000 zeni prize, you know. I said it'll pass on skipping it. Launch immediately corrected herself, getting snorts from the rest, money symbols in her eyes. Roshi spoke up. However, your goal will not be to aim for the title. Life isn't that easy, but if you aim for a decent placement in the tournament, you will strive all the harder in your training. Now that milk is getting warm, so let's go. Launch groaned, followed swiftly by Krillin and Bulma. But they obediently got up, with Launch musing that if Blueher hadn't quit, she sure as hell wasn't going to. They made their way to a gigantic log that was bridging a huge gap. They had to carefully balance on it as they walked across. Disaster struck when a leaf brushed past Launch's nose, triggering her sneeze, and unbalancing her. She fell off the log, screaming. Launch! Goku yelled, tossing his crate to Roshi, and blasting off the log after her. He caught her in a princess carry, and she had such a death grip on her crate that she didn't even lose a bottle. Oh, my hero. She smiled weakly, trying to halt her pounding heart. Thank you. She pressed her lips to Goku's cheek, holding it there for 2 seconds and giving him a smooch. Bulma frowned a little at the sight without noticing. She was too busy being relieved they had been able to catch the other young woman. Goku giggled a bit, flying back to the log and setting her down. You going to be okay? He floated next to her. Yeah, that was just a really bad place to sneeze. She murmured as Goku checked her over one more time, before collecting his crate from Roshi. They made it the rest of the way across the log without further incident. Then they had to stomp through a huge sand pit, which really wanted to swallow them up. By the end of it, even Goku was starting to breathe heavily. Then they had to ford a river. A much more rapidly flowing one than the first river, so they had to take care not to get swept away. Bulma and Launch held hands doing it, not confident that the palette swapper wouldn't get swept away. And then a freaking dinosaur chased after them. In the end, Goku was huffing and puffing at the end of their marathon. Krillin was flat on his back and gasping for air. Bulma had collapsed, face first in the grass with her butt in the air, which blonde Launch was using as a headrest. Roshi showed no mercy. Don't worry. It'll get easier as you do it for the next 8 months. Anyway, that's it for your early morning training. Now for the morning routine. 3 students started to cry, and the last finally flopped onto his back. Well, now that you're rested from our little wake-up, Roshi said, knowing full well that they weren't, it's time to get our day going. He pointed his staff at Krillin and Goku. You two will be plowing these fields. He said, throwing his thumb back and pointing to the farmer in the distance. Oh, and you'll be doing it barehanded. What? Krillin squealed in shock. Goku just shrugged, and started moving towards the field. Krillin was almost hanging his head and hunching as he followed the boy. Be barehanded? Blue Launch asked. Isn't that dangerous? And what will we be doing? Oh, you'll be joining them eventually. Roshi replied, only to get cut off by Bulma. What? She gasped, but I told you I can't risk hurting my hands. Part of Ki is spirit, girly. Roshi shot back, if you have the willpower of a wet noodle you'll never get anywhere with it. He leaned down and picked up a small rock, and besides. He jabbed the rock with a single finger. It sank into the stone and cracked it into 2 pieces. Ki can reinforce your body to prevent injuries. You'll never have to worry about breaking a nail again, he said, somewhat sarcastically. Bulma ground her teeth. Okay, so if we're not going to be plowing, then what are we doing? You two are neophytes to martial arts, Roshi said. Those two already have good bases from their years of training, so they don't need my help as much. You two on the other hand, will be practicing with me. Once I am satisfied you have a good grasp of the basics, you'll begin joining the boys in their tasks as well. He eyed Bulma. When we last spoke of it, I suggested leg-based styles. Did Goku keep to that? He did, Bulma confirmed. Good. And are you happy with kicks as well, Miss Launch? Roshi asked. Launch tapped her chin cutely. Yes, I think that works. I am sure blonde me would prefer her hands free, after all. Then primarily kick-based styles it is. Roshi nodded. Then we shall begin with capoeira, taekwondo, and a little bit of Muay Thai for flavor. Take this stance, he demonstrated, with the girls following. And off they went. OWWWWW. My poor hands. Krillin held his roughed-up and throbbing hands in front of him. What took so long? We're all starving, here. Roshi said, pointing to the 2 puddles of goo beside him. Goku perked up. He was dirty as all hell, but wasn't exhausted. Food. You'll have to start being faster tomorrow. These fields are only going to get bigger, Roshi said, before leading them away. Now, let's eat. What followed was a crime against restaurants, as 2 Saiyans, a child, and a hungry, angry blonde Launch almost ate the shop out of food. Even Roshi was sweat-dropping as he watched. Soon, they went back to Kame House, and were seated on logs and chairs. From now until lunch is study time. No martial artist becomes a master by strengthening their body alone. It is time to rest and train the mind instead. We will begin with a study of the finest literature. Goku, begin reading from page 12. Bulma opened her book to follow along, rolling her eyes hard at her having to sit in this lesson. And then her eye twitched. Don't Bob, please, moaned Margaret. Mama's coming home. Bulma stood up and threw her book flat across Roshi's face, knocking the old man off his log. She collected the other 3 books, dumped them on Roshi, and stomped into her capsule house. She came out a few moments later with a stack of new books, handed them off, and cleared her throat. I am assuming you're all at least where I managed to get Goku to, so we will begin with exponential growth and decay. She was proud to see Goku had at least tried to hide the groan. Several hours later, Goku collapsed into his hammock with his brain fried. Krillin looked no better and Roshi looked like he was going to be sick. Surprisingly, Launch and Blonde Launch too, Hidden Depths, had enjoyed the lesson and had told Bulma she explained it better than her teachers ever did. Are we going to do any physics? Bulma teared up. Finally. Someone who actually likes the stuff I do. She dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief she pulled out of somewhere. Hee hee. Launch grinned. Physics was fun. I actually learned how to ricochet a bullet because of it. Languages suck though. Bulma deadpanned. rolling with it. I am glad you had fun. Enough. It's time to nap and recharge. Roshi put a stop to it before they fried his brain. He wasn't the one training here. He laid back in his own hammock, move well, study well, play well, eat well, rest well. That's the Kame school way. An hour later, they were up and at 'em again, food digested, and bodies slightly rested, for those of them who weren't Goku. They quickly were tired out once again, and this time Roshi forced the two girls into the construction gig as well. 3 hours later, they were allowed to stop. Excellent. Roshi nodded, bringing them to a nearby lake. This time, all 4 of them were sweating like pigs, though for Goku it was because of the sun shining overhead. He could have handled it better without it. Next is swimming, seeing as you've sweat so much. Why you mean we're not done yet? Krillin blurted before he could stop himself. Done. Roshi raised his voice, you've hardly begun. That made Krillin and Launch's heads spin. The only reason Bulma didn't join them was that she knew what Goku did every day, long before they ever came to this island. Goku surprisingly looked unsatisfied. Master, aren't you going to show us any new moves? Roshi reared back, hawking up a loogie and spitting it on the floor, much to Bulma's disgust. You little fledglings. How dare you be so insolent? You haven't even laid the barest foundations of strength or stamina, and you expect me to teach you moves. You showed Bulma and Launch. Goku deadpanned. You were trained by a former student of mine, and Krillin was trained at a temple. You already have good foundations in that respect. Roshi replied bluntly, I was just getting Bulma and Launch to the starting line. He then clacked his staff on a large boulder. You'll get advanced techniques only when you've proved yourself and built up enough to move that boulder. Launch blew, clapping her hands to her lips in shock, and Krillin gasped, that's impossible. Nobody can move a boulder like that. Oh really? Roshi turned to it, placed his hands on it, and with a small grunt, pushed it roughly 10 feet away with a single shove. Oh Kami Krillin looked faint, while Launch clapped excitedly. You see? Roshi asked, hands behind his back. Bulma had an entirely different reaction than he expected. You should probably pick a bigger one. She smirked and pointed at Goku with her thumb as the young-looking boy casually walked up to the boulder. Krillin and Launch's jaws fell to the floor as Goku grunted, sinking his fingers into the rock the same way Roshi had shattered the smaller one in the fields. With another grunt, he lifted the rock clear over his head, walked 10 feet, and then put it back where it had been before the master pushed it. He jumped up and sat on it, smiling cheekily, like that. Roshi gaped. Gohan couldn't have done that so easily after he completed his year of training. Krillin was stammering, he just what did. How the Launch looked like she was going to keel over in shock, and Bulma's smirk merely got wider. Roshi started laughing a little nervously, ha ha ha, silly me. Anyone could move that tiny thing. Bulma rolled her eyes as he brought them to a much bigger rock. I meant this one. Goku was making this hard. The little monkey was so much stronger than the rest of them that what was currently impossible for him might actually be impossible for the other 3. And seeing as you decided to show off, I will only consider your training complete when you can do the same to this boulder, Goku. The other 3 will simply need to push it. Works for me, Goku said, and decided to get an estimation for it. He placed his hands on it and growled, managing to push the rock about 3 inches when he pushed with all his might. What in the name of Kami is he? Roshi thought to himself in shock. Phew, that's going to be tough. Goku grinned. I look forward to our next battle, Mr. Boulder. He spun around, stretching his arms. Let's get to it. He said cheerfully, walking back towards the lake, already starting to take off his GI. Wait, Bulma stopped them as Krillin and Launch started stripping as well. She thanked herself for being prepared, pulling out a single capsule from a pocket she had sewn on the inside of her GI top. She clicked it and threw it, allowing it to explode and revealing a privacy box and a wardrobe. She casually grabbed 2 swimming jammers for Goku and Krillin since they were similarly sized, even if Goku was taller. Come on, Launch. The blue net followed Bulma in. A few minutes later, they came out, one of them blonde following a sneeze in their own swimsuits. Roshi started to drool, and Goku again felt funny as he stared at the 2 women. Krillin emulated the dirty old man, though he hid it better. It was like a real-life Sukumazu comic. Bulma held back from smacking the master again. Well. Roshi shook himself. Right. 10 laps to the farthest shore and back. Goku. 20. Bulma frowned. Something's off. Krillin grinned as he leapt in. Finally, something easy. The three followed. Nothing to it. A veritable siesta. Roshi smirked as the water erupted behind them. Bulma screamed and shot past even Goku. Just watch out for the shark. He had a grand old time watching it, and once they were back and dressed in their gis again, just slipping it over their swimsuits and resolving to just wear them underneath the gi from now on, they quickly found themselves tied to trees. Roshi, I swear to Kami. Bulma screeched as she desperately tried to dodge the bees, and quickly started getting stung. I am going to fucking murder you. Launch had whipped out her submachine gun and futilely tried to just shoot every bee down. There were thousands of them, so this quickly became a lesson in failure. If you don't dodge them quickly, you'll only be stung more. Roshi dodged Bulma's fists and Launch's bullets as the two women attacked him. You asshole, the other me is allergic to bees. Bulma stopped the violence for a spit take. Wait, how is only one of you allergic? Fuck if I know. Launch threw the pistol away and whipped out a shotgun. Die. Oh dear, my apologies. I'll exempt you from the bees and throw rocks at you instead. Roshi commented carelessly. Anyway, he quickly surged forward, and judo through Launch, disarming her. He followed that up with tripping Bulma and sending her sprawling. You did well for today. That's it until tomorrow, so the rest of the day is yours. Krillin moaned. Zensei, the type of training we underwent today, do we have to do this every day? Of course not, Roshi replied, and Krillin let out a sigh of relief. Bulma hated that she did as well. Today was just a warm-up. Fuck, 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 warm up. Bulma stammered in disbelief. Of course, they don't call me the Kame Sennin for nothing, you know. Roshi grinned just a bit. Starting tomorrow, you'll be doing the same exercises you did today but carrying these 20 kilograms shells. He dropped a shell on the ground, and it made a loud thud. Oh, that's going to make things a little harder. Goku commented, staring at it with a bit of a sweat drop as Krillin, Launch, and Bulma started to cry. Not you, Roshi said. Goku blinked, pointing to himself. Roshi nodded. You get this one. He walked into the house, and they heard a grunt. He came back out, walking steadily but a little slowly. While the other shells were blue, this one was Goku's favorite red. You get this 50 kilograms one. Krillin flopped onto his face. Goku simply smiled, challenge accepted. Quite a bit of time had passed, as the quartet undertook Master Roshi's training. Summer had melted into fall, which had passed into winter. And yet they never deviated. Every morning they delivered milk, and in the afternoons they plowed fields and worked in construction. The frozen ground had provided extra discomfort for their hands, and they had quickly learned, or taught, in Goku's case, how to use their inner ki to protect their bodies. They would have frozen over quite quickly just from the swimming if they hadn't, even if it was uncomfortable. Bulma and Launch had taken a month and a half before they joined the two boys in manual labor on the fields. After that, Roshi had shown no mercy. Bulma at least had Saiyan physiology and her growing ki. Launch had no such luck. The poor woman had started from the beginning, and her hands and fingers were essentially in perpetual agony for 3 solid months. Both of the launches came fairly close to throwing in the towel, and none of them would have begrudged her if she had. But she hadn't. It was interesting to see, as both launches became more in sync. When they'd met, neither of them knew anything that happened while the other was awake. What happened to one was not at all remembered by the other, and it was only the knowledge of what they were doing every day that kept them from being extremely confused day in and day out. That had stopped being an issue about 2 months in. Where once each launch had been asleep, now they were more in the back seat. They started to wonder if the two would simply merge, or if they would learn to control the switches. In any case, the two twins in a single body had the most catching up to do, and the switches enabled them to push through where one of them might have quit. And it was a joy to watch the brunette become more confident, and the blonde become less trigger-happy. Now she only shot at Roshi when he was being especially perverted, and hadn't shot at Goku or Bulma in months. Progress. And after 5 months, more than just launch had made exceptional amounts of progress. Bulma had become an adept fighter. Krillin and Goku were obviously far more skilled than her, but she had quickly shot past the bald boy in sheer power, though never quite catching up or even approaching Goku. As predicted, she had focused heavily on lower body, and had developed quite a good kick-based style with Goku and Roshi's help. That wasn't to say she couldn't fight with her fists and elbows, but she had actually developed a very good deal of control over her ki. In some ways, she was becoming better at it than even Goku, and had developed an energy blade technique, which she could further alter into different shapes. It completely lacked the power of Goku's version, with his being potent enough to cut through hers unless she used much more ki than she wanted to, but it was far more versatile. But she had not just focused on her new, likely Saiyan-derived enjoyment of fighting. Oh no, while she did actually really love it, she loved her science far more. And while the spaceship was grand, she had already seen and fixed Yako's spaceship as a child, and it wasn't incredibly different from that one. She had gotten copies of all of the data on it, and then shelved it. The clothes that Goku had shown her had caught her attention far more. A material that was incredibly soft, could stretch to hundreds of times its original size, and also functioned as bulletproof armor. They would advance material sciences by decades. She had immediately started analyzing it, starting with the jumpsuit. It had been relatively easy, and it had only taken her a few weeks before she was confident she could recreate it. A quick trip back home with Goku, Roshi had been very reluctant to let them leave, and so they had promised to tack on more weight on their shells, and Bulma had brought back some small-scale fabricators. Shed dropped off the attack ball for her father to look at after getting a few promises that he would be extremely wary of any possible self-destruction traps. It took a few more attempts than expected, but Shed ended up with a perfect replica of the original. Shed then moved on to the armor, which included the boots, the actual armor plate, and the gloves. Those had taken her a whole 3 months of work before she was able to replicate it perfectly. She loved sleep, but sleep didn't really like her during those months. Goku had needed to drag her out of her lab more than once. She then obviously went all in on bettering them. She was a scientist after all. The original design of the actual armor had been a bit clunky, so she had improved them, getting rid of the shoulder and crotch plates. It did sacrifice some protection obviously, but they just made it kind of hard to walk in. Plus, she thought the shoulder plates looked kinda ridiculous. In the end, she had created some very nice outfits for her friends. Goku's bodysuit was a deep red, and she had made a flowing black vest with a long backside that he kept secured via his tail, making it look like he wore a red sash as well. His gloves and boots were recreated battle armor pieces, in black with red highlights. It really was his color. For launch, Shed gone with simple black, and Shed taken the redesigned armor plate as well, seeing as Bulma had made it look sexy. Her bodysuit was actually just a singlet, and she wore the strapless chest armor over it. Bulma herself had gone all out on hers. She loved the color orange and also liked black. With the new material, Shed created a twotone set of pants that were primarily black, but had an orange flare racing up the side. Her top was also full body, going up to her neck and down to her wrists. Black and orange vambraces covered her forearms, and her boots had been recreated with the new material, looking sporty and matching in her favorite colors. Her own turquoise tail wrapped around her waist. She looked damn good and the material was magic. It was illegally soft, breathed well, never let sweat pool up, never really got dirty, and functioned perfectly well as a swimsuit. Plus, they had some inbuilt hydrophobic qualities, so the water just ran right off as soon as they were done swimming for the day. Their clothes were almost completely dry a few paces away from the lake. If she hadn't already been aware magic existed, it would have made her a believer. She wasn't the only one who grew though. Goku had developed well and even seemed to grow a few inches. His Kamehameha had grown strong enough that he could split the ocean with it, and had grown monstrously strong. Something he was demonstrating for Roshi right that second. 5 months down the line, and Roshi's sunglasses had been shattered by his eyeballs pointing out of his skull at the sight of Krillin pushing that massive boulder 3 whole feet. Bulma had then pushed it a further 5 feet, and even Launch had been able to make it budge a foot. Goku put them all to shame, lifting it clear over his head. With a strained grin, the monkey boy threw it. It landed and shook the land beneath their feet before loud cracks rang through the air as part of the rock could no longer take the strain. It was rent down the middle, splitting into 2 different chunks. The 4 of them grinned at Master Roshi, and Bulma slyly said, "Well, would you look at that? We all moved it and this little overachiever went and threw it." Goku strolled up. "So, you going to teach us some moves now?" "Darn, I had meant that to be an impossible challenge. Youngins sure are something." Roshi wiped some sweat away. "Before coming clean, I've got to be honest. There isn't actually all that much more that I can teach you for." "Fucking called it." Bulma shook her head in amusement while Krillin and Blonde Launch flipped out. Roshi cleared his throat, blushing a little at the stream of expletives that Launch shot at him. "I didn't say I had nothing left, but the basics of the Kamisenin School of Martial Arts are all things you've already been training in the past 5 months. You may not have noticed, but your eyes, legs, fists, your entire bodies and even your minds have been forged like steel swords. All the fancy tricks in the world mean nothing in the face of what you 4 have already accomplished. None of you were meant to be capable of moving that boulder. It was supposed to be an impossible challenge. On the path of Budo, one doesn't strive for victory over an opponent. One strives to avoid defeat over oneself. This is the foundation that we have been setting these past months, and it is what you all must continue to build upon." He smiled. "Besides, you 4 have been working hard even outside of training. Goku has done well to teach you your key abilities, and creating your own techniques off of that, such as Bulma has done with her various spirit blades, should be a cinch." He dropped his shell and slipped off his shirt. "Now, watch closely. Goku, you've done well to learn the Kamehameha wave, but there is still much to learn. Perhaps one day you'll take it even farther than me." He bulked up, small sparks of lightning crackling around him. Roshi had not been idle. He damn well knew that if he did not pick up his own training once more, at minimum Goku would leave him behind. The young boy showing he could budge that giant boulder months ago had proven it. He could hardly teach him that vital lesson at the Budokai if he couldn't win. He took his stance and slowly worked through the motions of his ultimate technique, Kamehameha. A blindingly bright bluish-white light almost blinded them, as Roshi threw his arms forward. Where Goku split the sea, Roshi's boiled it while throwing up massive walls of water everywhere the attack touched. After a moment, the beam suddenly veered upwards and out of the stratosphere, dissipating harmlessly. Roshi let out a steamy breath as he shrunk back down. As you can see, there is still much more potential that can be drawn out of the Kamehameha wave, and it can even be forced to change directions in mid-flight. "It's definitely more powerful than Dad's riot javelin," Goku mumbled to himself, and only Bulma heard it. He spoke up. "Whenever I use it, it feels like it's much stronger than my first technique. It takes much longer though." "That's because it is, and that's the point," Roshi said. "The Kamehameha wave is no mere ki blast. It is designed to amplify your power and allow you to take down stronger opponents than you would normally be capable of. The trade-off is indeed the slower time to charge it. You can fire it like a normal ki blast, but then it is barely more powerful than just using both of your hands." He grinned. "In other words, you still have far to go, my young pupil." Goku smirked. "Bring it." Roshi nodded. "For these last 3 months, you shall." Bulma cut in. "If it's all the same to you, Master." Bulma could respect the old man some of the time. "You did promise us something when we spoke to you up on Frypan. When are we going to meet your sister?" "Ah, that's right," Roshi mumbled, remembering the conversation. "Well, I did promise. I'll give the old bat a call. I can't promise the old crone will bite though. She was always." "I am going to stop there." The old master turned and walked away. Launch turned to Bulma. "What's so special about this old crone?" Bulma grinned. "She's Roshi's sister, and she specializes in magic. Goku and I both already know one spell, and it is super useful. We were hoping she could teach us more. Me especially, since back then I had very little skill with ki. I couldn't even do a measly regular ki blast. I didn't think I'd cut it with the martial arts thing." "Oh, I remember now." Launch smiled, having sneezed, and turned back into blue. "I had totally forgotten about it. Here's hoping that she can help you out." Bulma high-fived the other woman. "Hello, big sister." Roshi nodded to the old, tiny woman floating on a crystal ball in front of them. Inwardly, he was surprised she had come, even if it was a month later than his call. "Faye, You call for me so rarely I figured it would be interesting enough to take a look, at least. Baba responded to his thoughts and not his words. GRK. Never remember you were always better at telepathy. He muttered. She snorted. So, what's this about? She eyed Goku, noting with surprise he was wearing the heaviest turtle shell shed ever made for her little brother easily. Need more shells for your pupils. Bulma stepped forward, and bowed. Thank you for coming, all-seeing crone. She smiled. Name's Baba, the old woman replied, and you are Bulma of the Capsule Corporation. My, quite a famous student you've got here, twerp. Roshi's eye twitched behind his sunglasses. Bulma smirked. When he began training us, Goku and I were interested in learning more magic. She quickly fed into a little turquoise kitty, meowed, and turned back. He said you were far more learned than he was. Baba's eyes widened, and she burst out laughing. Teach my secrets. My, Roshi must quite like you lot if he thinks I'd be willing to do that. Bulma's smile dipped a little, but she continued, in any case, even if you decline to teach us, our friend Launch here could perhaps use your help. Oh, Baba turned to Launch, and why is that? Launch was currently blue, and she pulled out a feather and tickled her nose. Achoo, and the change happened instantly. That answer her question? Blonde asked, smirking a bit. My, I've never seen that before. Baba admitted, hopping off her crystal ball and positioning it in between Launch and herself. It began to glow as she perused its insights. Well, magic is certainly involved, but it is not the cause. Their eyes widened in shock. Roshi spoke up. We thought she might have had her personality split by a spell. One is kind and diligent, while the other is very aggressive. Not even close. Baba snickered. They are, in fact, two souls inhabiting the same body. Their jaws all dropped. I've never seen such a thing. Both of their souls have an incredible affinity for her body, and are almost mirrors of one another. Launch bit her lip. So we're stuck like this. We're always going to be stuck changing whenever we sneeze. Not even close. Baba repeated herself. Like I said, you two are mirrors. You're all but sisters. This dedication you've shown in your training has brought you closer together than ever before, and I am sure you've both realized it. It was true, too. As mentioned, both launches were awake in either form, even if one was driving. Blonde had become a bit kinder, at least to her friends. Blue had become less tolerant of being taken advantage of. It had been interesting to watch them develop over the past 6 months. Baba noticed her thinking it over. That body belongs to you both, and the more in sync you become, the less you will need to switch. Perhaps eventually, you may stop needing to switch altogether, as you both will be in control at the same time. Launch smiled at the thought, and knew her other half was as well. Thanks, Baba. Baba smiled back, before turning to Bulma. So, why should I teach you kids anything? She asked. Bulma shrugged. Well, we certainly aren't interested in poaching on your fortune-telling. Would you like payment? Hey, why don't I get payment? Roshi asked indignantly. First of all, you offered to train us. Second of all, you did make us pay you. I gave you a mountain of porn, and then you still made Goku and Krillin go find Launch, you old pervert. Bulma replied, flatly. Roshi started to sweat as Launch turned to him, glaring slightly. Oh yeah, I haven't shot at you in a while for that. And now, Roshi started backing up. Baba started to cackle. Oh, but I do like you kids. I think I'd pay to see that, dear. She grinned. Tell you what. I'll teach you, and I'll even give you a discount. All it'll cost you is 100 million zeni per person. Krillin, Launch, and Roshi sputtered, spewing spit from their mouths. 100 million each. Goku said nothing, as he had no idea how much things cost. Had barely used money on his trip with Bulma, and it had been months since anyway. Bulma's reaction took the cake. About 2 yachts then. Yeah, that's fine, she replied, utterly nonchalantly. She said yes. Even Baba's dentures popped out. I am out. Krillin crossed his arms. I am out. I'll stick to the venerable old master's training. What? Bulma whirled to him. What do you mean? I am covering it, Krillin. No way. I'd feel like I owe you and I'd never be able to pay that back. Ever. Krillin shook his head adamantly. We're friends. What the hell do you mean you'd owe me? She yelled back. Roshi stepped up. Let it go, lass. If Krillin doesn't want to, then he doesn't want to. He shrugged. Some people are like that with money. Krillin told her, it's alright, Bulma. Magic would be cool, but I am not that interested. He smirked. Just you wait. While you're playing with magic, I'll be making some secret moves up. Bulma harumphed. Fine then. She sagged, turning to Baba, me, Goku, and Launch then. She turned to Launch, daring her to be stupid. Launch laughed. Hey, free eats is free eats. She pecked Bulma on the cheek. Thanks. The brunette blushed slightly. 3 students huh? Baba muttered. Gotta say, even my crystal ball didn't tell me that. The ultimate months passed fast. As promised, Krillin had continued to teach and tried to broaden his own unique method in secret. Goku, Bulma, and Launch had all started with one of the most effective capabilities, magic materialization. Bulma was quite put out when she recreated the Saiyan outfit with a finger and idea. That idea vanished whilst Baba defined that magic materialization could create items with any homes that they favored, so long as they had the energy to create it. Bulma had quickly figured out the way to create their outfits with greater weight, permitting them to shed their shells. Goku and Release had found out it a little slower, but now they have been freely capable of manipulating their clothing. Losing weight become as easy as magic materializing garments without that property. They didn't even should take the garments off. They could just trade them while nonetheless sporting them. Release however took the cake. She right away used the skill to create bigger and badder weapons, and bullets with unique homes. She did not even want ammo. She could simply make it. Roshi were pretty displeased, even though she hadn't hurt him too badly for all of the perversion of the past months. They had also quickly absorbed telekinesis and telepathy, and had been able to lifting that extremely heavy boulder with their minds. All of them additionally educated in mystery, preparing closely for the Tenkaichi Budokai. Release had found out a unique skill that not one of the others knew about, as had they all. It was certain to be an epic time on the match. And earlier than they knew it, it turned into time. The match had arrived, and it become time to discover who the strongest underneath the heavens turned into. Okay, why exactly do we have to wear these things? Goku pulled uncomfortably at his suit. It fit fine, it just felt weird to be wearing it. Give him his usual outfit any day of the week. It's professional wear, twerp. Launch, currently blonde, snickered, though she didn't look too comfortable herself in her business wear. Hat's a bit much, though. Yeah, I can't imagine that's comfortable with that much hair. Bulma giggled as well. She was well used to clothes like this, though she preferred dresses. It itches though, Goku whined, much to Krillin's chagrin. He wasn't complaining. She shook her head. Guess I'll have to design a set using the special stuff. Bulma winked at him. Goku gained a look of relief. Yes please. We're burning daylight. Let's get going before we're late. Hours later, Bulma was fighting the urge to facepalm and ruin her light makeup. Roshi, she growled, knowing that they still had hours to go before landing. Can you stop being perverted for 5 minutes? She reached over and pinched his side as hard as she could. Yow, Roshi jumped, before turning and glaring at his student. What was that for? You fucking know. Launch glared at him, fucking pig. Roshi had, of course, pinched the stewardess butt. Launch had needed to steady the woman and catch the tray with full cups. Can't go anywhere with you lot. Krillin let out a sigh. The rest of the flight proceeded without incident, and before they knew it, they were standing at the registration table for the Tenkaichi Budokai. The clerk for which was being a pain in the ass. You don't understand. These 4 are contestants, Roshi explained to the man. You gotta be kidding me. These 2 little kids and little ladies. What was that old man? Launch growled at him, making him stiffen. Just fucking sign us up already. She made motions like she was trying to reach for one of her guns. Krillin saw this, and stared at her dryly. You know you can't shoot anyone during the tournament, right? Shut it, she growled, a bit of pink crossing her nose. The group walked over to where the group stages were gathering to begin the preliminaries. This is as far as I can take you, lads and ladies. The 8 who make it through will fight in front of the audience, so if I get to see you, I'll have no complaints. Well, give it our best, master. Krillin bowed. Can't fight in those suits though. Roshi grinned, inching for his briefcase. We got this, Launch said, And she, Goku, and Bulma pointed at themselves. The suits flickered, and then were replaced with their battle clothes. The only differences from when Bulma had originally made their outfits was the fact that neither of the girls were wearing their armor. They were in a martial arts tournament, after all. Emblazoned on their backs were the kanji for turtle in a circle, marking them as students of the Kame School of Martial Arts. Krillin actually preferred the loose gi that he had worn at the Orin Temple, and so he gratefully accepted the orange one that Master Roshi gave him. None of them paid attention to the gawking from the people around them. Good luck. Fight well. He bowed his head to them, and they all bowed back. Goku grinned as he led them into the temple. Let's do this. They took the place in, seeing that there were 4 large mats on the floor, with a large number of people milling about. Immediately, Bulma and Goku flinched. Ugh, what is that smell? She growled out. I don't smell anything, Krillin said. You don't have a nose. Launch snarked, getting a glare, but you're right. I don't either. It's really bad though. Goku looked like he had something nasty under his nose. D-O-O-O-O-O-O-M. The sound of a gong drew their attention before anyone else could say anything. A robed man who looked as old as Roshi, though much whiter, walked onto one of the stages. There was a microphone in front of him. Greetings, he said calmly, his voice ringing throughout the hall. Contestants, for 5 years, you have trained and waited for this opportunity. You have journeyed from all corners of the earth to compete for the title of strongest under the heavens. This year, we have a total of 144 masters from around the globe, and only 8 of you will be allowed entry into the final rounds. Truly, we will be honored by a very fierce competition indeed. 140, Krillin yelped. Yikes, there's so many. I am starting to think we might have rushed this. Krillin was getting cold feet. Oh please, you're a student of the Kame Sennin, aren't you? Sack up. Launch scoffed. Even I think I have a shot, and I never did more than Tai Chi before this. Krillin let out a sigh. It's just nerves. Master didn't teach us much fighting. Krillin, when you removed the shell, you jumped 300 feet straight up. Bulma deadpanned. You'll be fine. That did cheer him up a bit. Listen well. I will now explain the rules. The old man with the thick, bushy mustache and equally bushy eyebrows said, glaring at them lightly, all contestants will fight atop these mats. Should you fall off, lose consciousness, plead mercy, or cry, you lose. Launch and Goku snickered at one of those. However, killing your opponent is absolutely forbidden. You also may use no weapons. Bulma elbowed Launch, a smirk on her face. The blonde let out a tch. Each round will last only 1 minute. If the match has not been settled, then victory will be decided by the judges. Due to the great number of contestants, we will be dividing you into 4 blocks. The 2 ultimate victors will be named the participants in the finals. One by one, please draw a slip of paper. Compare your number to the chart, and proceed to your block. It took a few minutes, but eventually all of them had drawn. 93. How about you, Goku? Krillin asked his friend. Number 1. Goku grinned brightly. Boo. Launch groaned. I am 35. I am going to get knocked out before the finals. Nope. Bulma pointed to the board. You two don't fight. You're on opposite sides of the bracket. I am 42 by the way. Launch sighed in relief. So you're saying there's a chance? She grinned brightly. Maybe you'll get lucky and all you tough guys will knock yourselves out and leave the prize all to me. Ahahaha. Bulma shook her head. You know I am rich, right? She started limbering up. Anyway, looks like you and Goku are in block 1, and Krillin and I are alone in block 3 and 2 respectively. Pretty lucky none of us have to fight one another. We are beginning. One of the announcers called out, to your blocks everyone. Goku grinned and stuck his fist out. See you all on the other side. Yeah, the other 3 stuck their fists out as well, meeting in the middle. Launch was the first to be called, meaning they were doing the matches out of order. She was up against a Bruce Lee-looking dude, who was shirtless. Immediately, laughter rang out. This little girl is fighting. Launch's eye twitched as someone called out, 36 must be someone's lucky number. She turned to him, your number anywhere from 19 to 34. The werewolf-looking guy grinned, his tongue licking his chops. That's right, sweet cheeks. 25. Good. Launch said, don't go losing before I get to you. otherwise I'll find you and yank your teeth out. A chorus of oohs rang out, as the werewolf steamed. Cocky bint, aren't you? Bruce Lee glared at her. Don't go looking past me. He took his stance. Begin. The smaller gong rang, and Launch vanished. She appeared with her fist in his gut, folding him in half. His eyes were only whites as he was launched backwards off the stage. He bowled into the crowd, knocking a number of people over. Look past what? She smirked, before looking straight at the suddenly terrified werewolf. What's wrong, little bitch? You were talking all that good shit a second ago. She hopped down, hands in her pockets. If you run, I'll find you. She walked past him without another word. Off in Block 2, it was Bulma's turn to fight. Well, here goes nothing. She hopped onto the platform. Wonder who she trailed off, feeling electricity streak from her nose to her brain. She hunched over and squealed as the stench intensified. What is that? She cried out, holding her nose. That revealed itself. It was a man standing a bit taller than her and also as wide as 7 of her. He had a shaggy mane of black hair with a matching beard, a dopey grin full of missing teeth, and a line of drool coming from his lips with a matching line of snot dribbling from his nose. He was also only wearing armbands, boots, and a Speedo, and he had literal flies buzzing around him as he waddled onto the stage. What the fuck is that? She cried out, holding her nose and mouth with both hands. The man belched in response. Man, poor girl, one of the guys said. She matched with Bacterian. He's never bathed or brushed his teeth in his life. Disgusting pig. Bulma screeched upon hearing this. He. The brute laughed lowly, and Bulma swore she saw dark shadows of visible stench wafting from him. Begin. The poor dog man refereeing their block had a full gas mask on and was still cringing at the stench. Why did he have to get the dumb brute? Let's see how you like my breath, little girl. Bacterian snickered as he advanced. Yeah, fuck that. In a panic and complete and utter desire to keep this monster as far away from her as possible, Bulma did the one thing she could. She let go of her face with her right hand and thrust it forward. Stay away from me. She shrieked, firing a small, turquoise ki blast at the beast that was more pushing force than anything. The ki blast smashed a shocked Bacterian square in the chest and lifted him clean off his feet. The shocked man flew backwards and hit the wall of the building and broke straight through it with his bulk. The man lay there underneath a pile of bricks, twitching. The stunned silence in the room filled the air just as much as the stench did. Hey, I win right. She snapped at the referee. Ah, the bloodhound jumped. Yes. He's alive right. Yes. Bulma yelled at him in response. Air. She turned and raced from the room. Need air. The contestants of Block 2 all turned to the fleeing woman in disbelief. Holy shit, did you see that? One of them yelped. It was like the legendary mutant Roshi. He was said to be able to channel his ki too. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back. I am out. I forfeit. Another shot out, before running. And that seemed to trigger a stampede of people quitting the competition and running from the room. In seconds, the left side of Block 2 had emptied, leaving Bulma the de facto ultimate winner. On the right bracket, a young girl with spiky black hair scoffed. Cowards. She stepped onto the stage as they began the fights for the right bracket, before grinning. Can't say I blame her. That guy reeked. None noticed, but her belt seemed to twitch of its own accord. Maybe this will be some fun after all. Yahoo! Off in Block 3, Krillin shook his head in exasperation. Really Bulma, I can't see what was so bad that you wasted a shot so early. He mumbled to himself, before perking up as his number was called. He hopped onto the stage, and then blanched as he saw just who his opponent was. What's this? The skinny man started to laugh. He looked very much like Krillin, in that he was bald and had 6 dots on his forehead. Unlike Krillin, he had a hooked nose and a smug, lazy grin on his face. Little baby Krillin fighting at the Budokai. Are they letting anybody register now? He sneered at the younger boy as he got into his stance. Don't hurt me too bad now, Krillin. Krillin gulped, shaking so badly that he couldn't even take his stance as one of his old bullies at the Orin Temple stood before him. Begin. The referee yelled, chopping his arm in front of him. Hiya. The man yelled as he punched at his opponent. And then Krillin abruptly realized what the others had been reassuring him about. His old bully might as well have been moving through molasses. He was weak, uncoordinated, and slow to Krillin's eyes. He vanished and reappeared behind the man, not moving. What the? His bully cried out. Krillin let out a short chuckle. What in the world was I so afraid of? He asked himself, turning and looking at his old bully. You're slow, old man. He smirked at the man, who snarled and threw a much faster kick at him. Krillin caught it, and the man struggled and grunted as he tried to free his leg. But Krillin held it firmly. Here's for all the good times at the temple. Krillin yelled before starting to spin. W-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A- in pitch as he moved through the air. And then Krillin let go of his leg, launching him through a wall just the same as Bulma had done to Bacterian. He grinned fiercely at the other bully from the temple. Next. The man trembled, glaring at him while sweating rivulets. Krillin is the winner. Please vacate the stage, the referee called, and Krillin hopped down, clapping his hands. And that's that, he said cheerfully, catharsis racing through him. Several fighters around him gulped. The rest of the matches progressed quickly, taking only about an hour. Fate was not on the side of some of the fighters. Goku, Bulma, Krillin, and Launch all won their brackets, but there were 4 other slots to go. Their performances were not the only dominating ones. Like the quartet, the winner of the other bracket in Block 2 had gone untouched, winning in a single devastating blow each time. Over in Block 4, Goku and Bulma's old friend Yamcha had participated, searching for either some redemption or at the very least, a reaffirmation of his strength and skill. Only luck of the draw had him facing Jackie Chun. Head unleashed his wolf fang fist with a fury, only for Jackie Chun to dodge every blow with such great ease and agility that Yamcha had been stunned. And then a wave of his hand had generated a pressure wave that blew Yamcha back and off the stage, eliminating the man before he even made it out of the preliminaries. The dejected, defeated man wandered off, leaving the arena, and collecting his companion, not feeling worthy enough to even try to approach Goku or Bulma to apologize. And with that done, the winners were set, and their fates sealed. We did it, Krillin told Master Roshi in excitement. Master, your training really was amazing. It's like these guys were moving in slow motion. Aha, you doubted it. Why? Roshi asked his smallest student. Well, the only people we ever practiced with were each other. Launch shrugged, so I guess he couldn't see just how much stronger he was. Roshi chuckled. Yes, I suppose that would about do it. He turned to Krillin. I explained it before, but I think you finally understand what I was saying. Your muscles, your senses, and your minds have all been forged and tempered now. You have left the realm of normalcy behind. Yes, Krillin said, before bowing to him. Thank you for your tutelage, Master. The others followed, bowing in respect for once. Bulma rubbed her head sheepishly. I only got one fight. I blasted this revolting brute who never showered or brushed his teeth in his life to get him away from me, and everyone in my bracket quit. Oh, that's why. Launch started to laugh. I was wondering who the hell pissed you off so badly. You distracted me during my second round. Do you lot really have time to be standing around here? A new voice rang out, and Bulma, Launch, and Goku all smiled as they turned around. Baba, they all yelled. Before Bulma bowed to her, I didn't know you were coming. Yes, well, I was bored of reading fortunes. I decided to take a day off to watch my students. The old crone replied from atop her floating crystal ball. Now I suggest you all scoot before you're disqualified. Yes ma'am, Bulma said for all of them. See you when it's over, Master. Goku waved at him, as they hopped the brick wall and ran back. That goes for you too, dolt. Baba said dryly, turning to smirk at her brother. I suppose it does. Now where is that wig? Roshi grumbled as he rooted through his briefcase. Don't know why you're bothering. Even if Krillin and Goku somehow fall for it, Launch won't, and Bulma definitely won't. Baba commented, still smirking. Roshi's grumbling only increased in volume. Finalists, please assemble. A blond man in a suit and tie with sunglasses, which he was wearing indoors, called out, and my personal thanks for not letting Bacterian make it into the finals again. He said, smiling dryly. Bulma let out a full-body shudder. Don't even say his name. The man chuckled. I can certainly understand that reaction. He cleared his throat and pulled out a pointing stick. We will now draw lots to determine the schedule and matchups. When your name is called, come forward and draw a slip. Are you all prepared? He got a series of nods. Very well. Nom, come forward. A fairly tall man with brown skin, a long face, small beady eyes, and a small red dot on his forehead known as a bindi stepped forward. He had a white turban on his head with orange robes that were familiar to anyone who knew of the Buddhist monks. He reached in, drawing, number 8. Excellent. The announcer wrote his name on the board. Next, Goku. Number 1. Hey, I got it both times. The boy laughed at the luck. Geez Goku, it's like the world is trying to tell us something. Bulma laughed as she walked forward and drew her lot, number 3. Damn, looks like no finals for me. She chuckled somewhat depreciatively. She knew there was no way in hell she was taking down Goku. TCH. The unknown girl in the group clicked her teeth. Not with that attitude, girly. She had very spiky black hair, not unlike Goku's, though she had hers tied in a ponytail. She was wearing a pair of purple track pants, a black tank top that fit a bit loosely on her slim body, and an open tracksuit jacket that matched her pants over it. Bulma turned to her, realizing she was just a bit taller than Goku. Oh, there's no way I'd beat Goku. I know him pretty well, and know my own limits. Doesn't mean I am giving him a free win, obviously. Ah, she replied, yeah, that's fair. You're getting me fired up though. I hope I get to. She grinned, displaying somewhat sharper than average incisors, just like Goku and Bulma. Well, she was going to find out now. Kefla, please come draw. Yahoo! The newly named Kefla leapt forward, landing neatly in front of the bald man with the box. Ah, damn it. I got 5, she whined. Guess I'll have to wait for the finals. The rest of us made it here the same as you. Stop looking down on me, princess. The dinosaur-looking beast Jiren growled as he passed her, getting her to pull her eyelid down and stick her tongue out. Number 4. Looks like you won't even get near the brat because he won't get past me. Then he wasn't worth all the hype. I'll gladly cook you for dinner if that's what you want. She sneered at him. Goku scratched his head. Man, you guys like to talk, huh? He asked nonchalantly. 6. Launch grabbed her slip. Looks like it's you and me, Kefla, was it? I am Launch. Kefla smirked back, looking forward to the dance. Launch. Ah, hell, Krillin groaned. 2. Looks like it's me and you, Goku. He let out a despondent sigh. Let's have a good match, buddy. Goku held his fist out for a bump, and Krillin smiled back, rapping his knuckles on Goku's. And finally, Jackie Chun. Is Jackie Chun here? The announcer asked, getting some foreheads to wrinkle, wondering if it was a pseudonym. It seemed a little too on the nose because of that old actor. Yes I am. A wizened voice rang out from behind them as an old man stepped forward. Bulma, Goku, and Launch's jaws lowered. Bulma sputtered, are you for real? She gaped at him with a twitching eye. I am sorry. Jackie asked her quizzically, did I do something to displease you, young lady? How about putting on that ugly wig, Roshi? Launch deadpanned. Jackie coughed into his fist. I have no idea what you're talking about. This is my natural hair. He reached up and tugged at it, revealing the hair pulling at his scalp. See, he turned around and stepped forward. Despite the futility of it, seeing as only one slip remained, he drew and declared, 7. Does he think we're stupid? Bulma asked, getting her training mates into a huddle. Wait, is that really the master? Krillin asked in confusion. Launch deadpanned, you're joking right. All he did was take off the sunglasses and slap on a wig. Even went and glued it to his thick skull apparently. Okay, maybe he does think we're that dumb. Goku snickered at Krillin. He also put on some of that smell good stuff to fool mine and Bulma's noses. Bulma rolled her eyes. Yeah, except he still smelled like it outside. What a dumbass. She sighed. Well, whatever. If he wants to fight, then let him. Who's the old guy? Kefla joined their huddle without a care in the world. You know him. Yeah, he's our master in a wig. Goku laughed, getting a snort from the girl. I am Goku, by the way. Nice ta mecha. Sup. Kefla bumped her fist against Goku's with a grin. Kefla. Hey, how old are you, Kefla? Bulma asked the shorter girl. 16. Why? She replied, making Bulma and Goku start in surprise. She certainly didn't look it. Well, Master is an old pervert, so watch yourself. You're legal. Launch replied. TCH. He tries anything and I'll deck him right in the schnoz. Kefla stood back and cracked her neck. Let's have some fun, shall we? She held her fist out challengingly. Yeah, I think this is going to be great. Goku laughed, holding his out for a fist bump, which she delivered. All right, the announcer called out. The matches are set. They are as follows. Son Goku vs Krillin, Bulma vs Jiren, Kefla vs Launch, and finally, Jackie Chun vs Nam. He put his pointer away. Each match will be one round only, but the rules are different compared to the preliminaries. You are eliminated only in the event that you fall off the stage or cry mercy. Even if you are knocked unconscious, you will not be out of the match until you are rolled off the stage. Unless, of course, there is a clear and obvious medical emergency. He clarified, attacking the eyes or the vulnerables is a violation, and will earn you a disqualification. And with that, we will begin momentarily. Please wait here until further notice. Hey, what about lunch? Goku stopped him. Yeah, I am starved. Kefla hopped up as well. You want to eat before the match? Wouldn't you rather? The announcer looked dumbfounded. Did these kids think this was a joke? When you're hungry, eat. Goku said sagely. Kefla nodded her head rapidly next to him. Bulma sighed. Yeah, I am hungry too. Freaks. Launch chortled playfully, nudging the younger woman. Who the hell eats before big fights? Why? I am way too nervous to eat. Krillin might not have been, but he was fighting Goku. Well, alright, I suppose. Prepare some lunches. He turned to the bald monk. Yes sir, the monk declared, and minutes later, was watching completely dumbfounded as Bulma sped through a second portion while Goku and Kefla were competing on their fourth. There was a giant pile of dishes stacked on the table before the trio as the rest of the competitors watched in growing exasperation. Finally, the announcer had to put a stop to it. Okay you three. Sorry to interrupt your meal, but we're ready to begin. Kefla pouted at that, putting her bowl down. We'll have another match after the fights. Goku declared, getting a grin and a hell yeah. From the other girl. I swear, they're sharing the same brain cell. Launch deadpan to Bulma, getting a startled snort and some coughing from the blue-haired girl. Ladies and gentlemen, the announcer roared, thank you for your patience. And the crowd matched his roar, drowning out even the microphone. And now, for your enjoyment, let's begin the first match. He pointed to the tournament entrants. They may be young, but don't underestimate them. They won their fights fair and square. Give it up for Son Goku and Krillin. The cheering intensified as Goku and Krillin both leapt over the barrier rather than taking the entranceway. They grinned, throwing peace signs at the crow, beaming. The announcer adjusted his sunglasses. Excellent. Now, before we get the match underway, let's have a word from the presiding monk of this temple. A short and chubby man with a dog's head walked onto the ring. Honorable Master. If you please. The dog was silent for a moment. Woof. Everyone except for the announcer fell over as the dog handed the microphone back and walked away. Excellent. And now, he raised his arm. Let the first quarterfinal match of the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai begin. He chopped his arm down, and the sound of a gong followed. Krillin gulped. Go easy on me, yeah, Goku. Goku grinned as they both took their stances. Let's have some fun. And with that, he blurred from sight. Krillin twitched, before he vanished too. The two reappeared facing away from one another, in the same spots the other had been standing previously. Instantly, the crowd went silent, dumbfounded. They both turned, grinning. Wowie, you got faster, Krillin. Did you get a heavier shell from Master? Yeah, Krillin grinned, a little bit more settled now. I had Master double mine. Knew I would need an edge if we had to fight. Excuse me, the announcer asked. What do you mean, shells? Oh, Krillin waved him off. We're students of the great Mutant Roshi. Electricity raced through the stadium and the crowd, and all of our training was done wearing heavy turtle shells. Off in the temple, Roshi let out a sigh. Idiots. Don't go revealing all of our secrets. TTHE invincible old master. You're his students. The announcer gasped, shaking. No wonder. This is bound to be an amazing match. It's been an age since the invincible mutant Roshi took students. The cheering was just shy of causing an earthquake from how loud it was. Goku grinned. Well, let's get to it, huh Krillin? Krillin nodded. Let's. And with that, the two lunged, jumping so hard that they didn't even touch the ground again before reaching one another. Krillin threw a roundhouse kick, which Goku ducked under, before throwing a fist at the bald boy's head. Krillin basically limboed under it, with Goku's fist just barely grazing his chin, causing a small cut to appear. Krillin grit his teeth, allowing himself to fall and catching himself with his hands, before bending his knees and launching himself at Goku, aiming to spear him with both feet. Goku swiped a hand at his legs as he spun away, slapping Krillin's leg and sending him spinning sideways. Krillin landed on his back and wound his legs back, kicking up into the air and back onto his feet. Goku was on him in an instant, and it was all that the bald boy could do to dodge the flurry of blows Goku was throwing. He threw a punch of his own, and Goku jerked his head back. The blow followed his chin, but lost all momentum and basically just gave him a small tap. Goku grabbed Krillin's wrist and judo threw him away. Krillin landed, rolled, and just barely managed to stay on the ring. WWH, what just happened? Did anybody see what just went on? The announcer yelped. They were standing close, and then they were mere blurs of motion, and now young Krillin is almost out of bounds. The crowd erupted in raucous cheering. What an incredible battle they must be having. Wow, they really are great, Kefla exclaimed from where she was watching, hanging off the wall. I mean, I could beat them, but they're really strong. She continued nonchalantly. Confident, aren't we? The disguised Roshi commented, staring up at her from the side. He was watching with the rest of his students near the entry. Of course, I am the strongest. She dropped down and punched a hand. Bulma giggled. Well, see, I suppose. Just don't get too disappointed when you lose. She shot at the younger girl. You haven't seen anything yet. Launch smirked, not even looking at her. HMPH, well, don't let me down, then. I am itching for a good fight. She joined them at the gate, sitting cross-legged. No one back home could fight worth a damn. That was false. They were actually pretty great fighters. It's just she was a monster. Back in the ring, Goku cracked his neck. I'd say that's a nice warm-up. Again, the crowd went silent in shock. Shall we get a little serious? Krillin gulped, starting to sweat a little. Yeah, LHA. He thrust his hand out, launching a lance of ki that he hoped to catch Goku by surprise with. The crowd screamed in shock at the sight, the yellow bolt traveling extremely quickly towards Goku. The wild-haired boy kicked upwards at the bolt, launching it into the air. Gotcha, Krillin cried, throwing both arms forward with his index and middle fingers pointed, ring traps. Much smaller ki balls shot forwards, much faster than the first bolt and way faster than Goku had been expecting. What the Goku was cut off as the first of the balls hit his wrist, wrenching him backwards until he hit the temple's wall. The ball had stuck to his arm, and now it looked more like a cuff as it glued to the wall. Another hit his opposite ankle. What the heck is this? He protested, before another landed on his other wrist, and a final one hit his last leg. He was now completely stapled to the temple wall, spread eagle. He. Krillin laughed in rapture. My secret technique. You won't be able to break away from those, Goku. Goku growled, his strength increasing as he tried to brute force his way out. Like heck, I want. Goku roared, and the band started to crackle with electricity. Krillin panicked. No you don't. He clapped his hands together, and started to growl. His ki started to visibly churn around him before his hands started to crackle with electricity. He thrust his palms forward, thunder shock surprise. He cried out before a continuous stream of electricity shot out and impacted Goku. Gya! Goku roared in agony as the technique began frying him. Say mercy, Goku! Krillin yelled. I don't want to hurt you. Oh my god! Bulma gasped, feeling cold. Stop it, Krillin! She yelled. This is too much for a tournament. Holy cow! Kefla gaped, having never seen anything like it before. Could she withstand an attack like this? The disguised Roshi clenched a fist behind his back. I didn't think any of them would actually be capable of this technique. Give up, Goku. You'll really die if you don't. Goku. Krillin, Launch, and Bulma all yelled, begging their friend to forfeit. Goku was spasming, and crying out in agony. Have to do something, he thought, before managing to position his palm, riot javelin. He cried out, and the familiar red bolt of ki shot out, impacting between himself and Krillin and blowing a hole in the ring. The plume of rock and grit interrupted the lightning attack, and Goku sighed in relief as he stopped getting electrocuted. Growling in fury, he ripped himself from the wall, tearing clean through the cuffs. Oh no, Krillin gasped once he saw him, and readied another few ring traps, take T. And then it was over. Goku appeared, folding Krillin in half with an absolutely devastating blow to the gut. Krillin gagged, vomiting out a bunch of saliva, before he impacted the wall separating the spectators and slumped down to the grass. Goku panted, stumbling, but managing to stay upright. What a spectacular finish, the announcer roared, as medics ran to check on Krillin. Thankfully, the boy was just knocked unconscious. He would have a hell of a bruise when he woke up though. Bulma ran out. That was too much, you dumbasses. She growled at Goku, what the heck were you two thinking? Goku rubbed the back of his head, man, he caught me completely by surprise. He got really strong. He didn't really answer Bulma's question. Ooh, you damn blockheads. She shook her fist impotently as Krillin woke up. Oof, he groaned, holding his stomach. Geez Goku, he complained, you hit like a whole warship. Me, what was that lightning attack? Goku protested, ouch, Master showed me while you, Launch, and Bulma were with Baba. Krillin rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Good fight. He held a hand out good-naturedly. I hate to interrupt, and I am glad you're both okay. The announcer walked up to them, but due to Son Goku's attack, we're going to need to repair the ring, so there's going to be an intermission. Please clear the stage. Sorry. Goku looked at Krillin and Bulma, let's go, guys. They walked back, and they immediately had a face full of Kefla. That was amazing. She bounced in front of them. What was that? She asked. I've never seen anything like it. Hey. Goku rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, and Krillin did the same. Ooh, I can't wait to fight you guys now. Kefla had both fists under her chin, trembling before them in excitement. Not intimidated at all, huh little lady? Roshi asked rhetorically. Hell no, I am excited, Kefla replied. Don't you dare lose before we fight. She pointed a finger at Goku. Off to the side, Jiren was sweating heavily, wondering if there was any way he could beat Goku once he got past the blue-haired bint. And Nam had his eyes closed and his hands clasped in prayer, hoping beyond hope that his strength would not fail him before the finals and perhaps that Son Goku was tired out by that point. It did not make him feel good, but he could not be blinded by pride when his village and people so depended on him. We thank you for your patience, everyone. The announcer called out, getting more cheering from the crowd, and while I am sure that first match will be a hard spectacle to beat, it's time for the second fight. Give it up for Bulma and Jiren. Bulma waved to the crowd, smiling. The Saurian before her flexed, showing off his muscles. He put on a strong front, but inwardly, he was worried. He decided to go all out from the start, knowing he would need all of his energy if he was to have a chance against Son Goku. As for Bulma, she hid a smirk. Thank you, telepathy, she mused, making no indication that she knew the bulky, pterodactyl-like being's plan. Let the second match of the quarterfinals begin. The announcer chopped his hand forward, and again, a monk rang the gong. Go gum. Jiren immediately yelled, opening his maw, and spewing out a thick, viscous, purple substance from his throat. He hated the fact that he had to show off this trick so quickly, but he would have no chance at all if he was tired out. He made the mistake of underestimating the two kids. It wasn't likely at all that the girls were as strong as them, but why take the chance? GRK. Bulma grunted as the thick gum enveloped her, becoming not unlike a rubber straitjacket. It was tight, but it had immediately vulcanized and was no longer completely sticky too. Now it was tough, and she rather doubted she was strong enough to break free with brute force. What a dirty trick. She yelled at Jiren. Hey, sorry little lady. I was taking no chances after the Pipsqueaks shows. He licked his chops, ill win that 500,000 zeni. He charged, aiming to knock Bulma off the stage with a shoulder tackle. No, stay away, Bulma yelled, trying to move but unable to. Game over, Jiren yelled, barreling into her and then tripping onto his face, tangled up in his own gum. What? He yelled, getting back to his feet, and holding up the rings of gum head trapped her in. Where did she go? Exclamation mark. He rapidly twirled around as quickly as his large bulk would allow. And then a chittering caught his attention. He turned his head to the left, and furrowed his eyebrows in confusion. What the? How did a squirrel get on me? Exclamation mark. The squirrel on his shoulder fluffed its tail, chittering at him as it stood on just its hind legs, tilting its head to the left in a cute manner. And why the hell are you blue? Get off unless you want to become dinner. He raised his hand to swat it off and then found himself on the floor, his head swimming with zero idea how it had happened. Wah, he slurred, shaking his head, and zeroing on the squirrel. The squirrel chittered, sounding like it was laughing. What in the world happened? The announcer yelled to the crowd. The squirrel shot a blue energy bolt at Jiren, the same way Goku and Krillin did in the previous match. Where did contestant Bulma go? And then the squirrel exploded into a very large poof of smoke, and Bulma walked out from it, smug smirk all over her face. What's wrong, big guy? I thought you said it was game over. The crowd roared, unbelievable. The announcer roared his approval. I thought we had already seen it all, and yet here is contestant Bulma turning into a squirrel. What kind of fighting technique is that? Magic. Duh. Bulma shot a peace sign at the crowd. Wanna see my next trick? She asked rhetorically, before a massive plume of smoke erupted where she stood. And then a massive, dark shadow appeared in its midst. And then everyone stumbled as the ground quaked. A massive, blue, three-toed foot stepped from the cloud, before Jiren's disbelieving eyes. And then the head appeared, revealing a titanic Trex. It roared, making everyone clap their hands over their ears from the noise. It did nothing. The sound ripped through every primal defense everyone in hearing had, freezing them to their bones. Which were rattling. Mercy. Jiren yelled in a panic. Mercy. Get me away. He opened his wings and flapped them, almost stumbling off the ring in an attempt to get away. Bulma poofed back into herself, waving at her opponent with a giant grin. Bye-bye. Better luck next time, Jiren. You're crazy. I am never coming back. Jiren's voice faded into the distance. Well, the announcer coughed, adjusting himself. It certainly wasn't conventional, but nobody can say it wasn't entertaining. Victory to Bulma. The crowd roared the loudest yet, mostly because they were all temporarily deaf. Also, the announcer yelled, before pointing at Bulma furiously, pay for my tinnitus. Yeah, the crowd roared back at her. Oops. Bulma stuck her tongue out, rubbing the back of her head sheepishly. Ha, Goku laughed. Nice job, Bulma. He gave her a high five. She snickered. Well, I figured I had to show off now, seeing as you're my next opponent. Kefla jumped in. That was so cool. How did you do that? Magic. Bulma answered again. This lug can do it too. She jerked her thumb at Goku. He. Goku turned into a tiger again, putting stars in Kefla's eyes. Ooh, I love tigers. She started to pet him, getting a rumble from the transformed boy. Well, you'll have to save that for later. You're up, Bulma said, pointing to the ring. Ooh, right. Well, time to fight. Kefla jumped up, stretching her arms. Good luck, you two. Goku transformed back, waving at Kefla and Launch. And have fun. You bet I will. Kefla waved over her shoulder. Man, you two are like two peas in a pod, huh? Launch let out a little chuckle. Never quite met anyone so eager to fight like you two. Course I love it. Kefla crossed her fingers behind her head as she walked. The rush is the best. Launch snorted. Got nothing on holding up a bank or sex. She leered as the girl beside her started to guffaw despite blushing bright red. Blue Launch, who had willingly taken a backseat for the tournament, as she had no interest in actually using her newfound training, also blushed. Well now, I don't think we've ever had an all-female match in a Budokai before. The announcer roared to the crowd. This is the first time in the tournament's history that multiple lovely ladies have made it to the finals. Give it up for Kefla and Launch. He put extra emphasis on their names when he yelled them, and the crowd absolutely ate it up. And now, let the third match begin. The gong rang once more. Kefla grinned as she stretched out, limbering up without a care. All the matches so far have been awesome. Wonder what tricks you've got, Launch. Most of 'em I can't use. Launch grumbled, mirroring her. Why the hell not? Kefla asked indignantly. I wanna fight you at your best. Well, you'll have to do it outside of a tournament setting. I am a gunslinger. She made a gun shape with her hand and mimed shooting at her, so I'd get disqualified. Gunslinger. Kefla blinked, befuddled. The hell can you do with those dinky things? Against real fighters, I mean. She blinked again, no offense. She stuck her tongue out sheepishly. Launch chuckled darkly. You'd be surprised. Anyway, she said, and she synced up with her other half. Neither of them could pull this technique off alone. Too much brainpower and concentration needed. But together, she might be one of the only people who could possibly pull it off. Yosh, Kefla cheered, bending her knees, let's go. And then she moved. Holy shit. Launch threw herself to the left in a panic, rolling and watching as Kefla hit the ground with one leg, unbalanced, and then started hopping forward with one leg up above her head while waving her arms back and forth, trying to regain her balance. Launch immediately made a finger gun and shot a green key bolt at her back. Kefla finally regained her balance, and her upright leg whipped down, kicking the bolt into the ground with a small detonation. She was right at the edge of the ring too. You're faster than Goku. Launch let out a disbelieving gasp. Hee hee. Kefla turned around, smirking, told ya I was the best. She flexed, showcasing some strong muscles. She dropped her arm, bending her knees again. Come on, Launch. What you got? She jumped forward, much slower this time since she had unbalanced the first time. She wasn't too used to fighting in such a small ring like this. She had to be careful, or she'd fall off. I ain't going down without a fight. Launch yelled, and suddenly winked out of existence in a dark cloud which vanished quickly into a singular point in space. What th Kefla cut herself off and ducked forward just as a punch ripped through the air above her head. She quickly threw her hands onto the ground and got into a handstand, kicking up at her opponent. She completely missed, as again, Launch simply vanished into thin air. Kefla had been expecting an impact, so she overbalanced once more, and had a front row seat to watch Launch reappear in that same dark cloud with her fist glowing green. Take this. Launch punched her in the gut and let her ki explode, blasting Kefla's stomach and sending her flying. GRK. Kefla hit the ground and rolled, just barely able to keep herself from flying off the ring. She dug her fingers into the stone and came to an abrupt stop. Launch hadn't been idle either, having jumped straight up and vanishing once more. A much larger cloud looking vaguely portal-like opened up above Kefla, and a small rain of weak ki blasts rained out of it. Kefla used her fingertips which were still dug onto the stone to haul herself forward at speed. She dodged the weaker bolts, jumping back to her feet and facing Launch, who fell out of the above portal after her ki rain failed. The woman looked visibly winded. Girl, what is that technique? Kefla had stars in her eyes as she squealed. Launch however wasn't so happy to answer it. Her ki-enhanced explosive punch had burned part of Kefla's top off, but all that did was reveal her carved from granite six-pack. There wasn't even any soot on her skin. Shit, what are you made of? You don't even have a scratch. Hee hee hee. Kefla looked pretty smug about that. Yeah, that ki punch of yours wasn't strong enough. Hope that wasn't the best you had. Without my damn guns it probably was. Launch groused in irritation. The spectators had not been idle either. The crowd was raucously cheering, but more interesting was the rest of the competitors. What in the world was that? Roshi had his eyes popping out of his skull. She can teleport. Krillin looked at an equally dumbfounded Goku and Bulma. Did you two know she could do that? No, Bulma exclaimed, and for the life of me I can't figure out what she's doing. I can't either. Goku looked stumped, which was a weird position to be in. As a Saiyan, he had figured out techniques with nothing more than a glance before. For him to see something like that multiple times and be unable to even start to parse it was new. Then again, it was probably magic, which he wasn't as good at. But for Bulma to not be able to figure it out with her new Saiyan blood and her knack for magic. That was certainly something. Baba Roshi grumbled under his breath, not remembering that he was supposed to be Jackie Chun right now and that the two humans with enhanced hearing were near. So now you're not even pretending, Roshi. Bulma snarked at him. Wah. He then remembered himself. I have no idea what you're talking about, Miss Bulma. My name is Jackie Chun. You're not fooling any of us, Master. You can't hide your key signature. Not from this close. Goku deadpanned. What are you up to? Oh, dangnabbit. Roshi finally gave it up as a bad job. Fine. It's me. What a waste of time. Now I have to get this darn super glue off my head. He groused, but I'll only tell you the answer if one of you beat me. Works for me. Bulma shrugged, and resumed watching. Kefla had cheerfully let Launch catch her breath. You're not too used to that, are you? You caught me, Launch replied, hiding a groan, only figured it out like a week or two ago. That's too bad, Kefla threw out, somewhat sadly. It's definitely a fun technique. I can't make heads or tails of it. Yeah, but not very useful right now, apparently. Launch grumbled, before getting in her Muay Thai stance. Guess I'll have to do this the hard way. She lurched forward, blitzing Kefla with speed that was about equal with Krillin. She threw a hard jab followed by a cross, and then a kick. And she noticed right away that Kefla had amazing speed and likely dominating strength, but as a fighter, she wasn't great. Her return punch was not sloppy, but it wasn't refined either. Even Launch could tell that she probably only had grabbed bits and pieces of technique from whatever sources she had learned from. Enough not to break her fingers hitting something, but not enough to actually be considered skilled. But damn was she strong. Launch dodged a lightning-fast punch and felt her cheek get sliced from the punch, and the one kick she had to block rattled her bones. Her leg was definitely going to get bruised to hell and back. Launch jumped back, panting, and glaring at her opponent. You could at least pretend you're not as fresh as a daisy. She growled, looking cartoonishly angry at the other girl. He, make me. Kefla shot back, waiting for Launch to come forward again. Say, where'd you learn to fight, anyway? Launch asked, fishing for some info. Kefla raised an eyebrow, here and there. I was raised in a village hundreds of miles away, and there were some decent fighters there. They were teaching me. Her smile dipped, but then a natural disaster struck. I was the only survivor. She said solemnly, missing her mom. She sighed. After that, I just wandered around. Found dojos here and there, and they all kinda sucked. Not even their best fighters could beat me. So, after that, I just kinda traveled, crushing dojos every once in a while and learning their best techniques. Found out about the tournament and, well, here I am. She shrugged, as if saying, what can you do? Launch smirked. So, I was right. About what? Kefla asked, tilting her head to the side. You're definitely stronger than almost everyone I've met, but you're absolutely a novice compared to Master and Goku. I'd even say I am more skilled than you. Launch taunted, hoping to get the girl to make an angry mistake. Kefla foiled that plan by laughing. Ha! Never met any skill I couldn't beat with strength. She declared, fists on her hips, so come and prove me wrong, Launchy. And this time, Launch made the mistake. She portaled behind Kefla, looking to blast her in the back of the head with another explosive punch. Too easy. Kefla didn't even turn around. She had just backed up a step the second Launch had vanished. Launch's fist flew past her head, and Kefla buried her elbow in Launch's gut. The blonde almost threw up from the hard hit, stumbling back a few steps before sinking to her knees and putting her forehead on the ground. She could hardly even breath, her entire torso spasming from having every milliliter of air forced out. Mercy, she managed to squawk out as she gasped for breath. Launch has thrown in the towel, ending an utterly spectacular match. The announcer roared, much to the approval of the crowd, Kefla is your winner. Woo! Kefla threw up peace signs, cheering. She quickly dropped them and started rubbing Launch's back. You okay? I didn't hit you too hard, did I? You mean like a fucking semi-truck? Launch rasped out, trying to clear the drool from her chin as she fought to get any semblance of control over her breathing. Just a bit. He. Kefla chuckled a bit nervously. My bad. Launch groaned as Kefla helped her to her feet. That's going to be a vicious bruise. The two walked back into the waiting area, where Launch let out another pained grimace. Whoever has to face her. Good fucking luck. Bulma rolled her eyes. Everyone is going overboard. She glared at Goku. Hit me that hard and I'll have your Kintama. Meep. Goku made an uncharacteristic noise, crossing his hands in front of his pants. SNRK. Kefla valiantly held in a snort. Everyone still heard it, and that got some chuckles. Launch immediately groaned, laughing. Bad idea, she slouched. Hope this heals quickly. Go see Baba, she might be able to do something. Roshi mumbled to her as he passed. Nam had already left the room, and was waiting on the ring. Launch snorted, stopped pretending. Yeah, Bulma replied, wouldn't tell us why though. Not unless one of us beat him. Launch smirked, shit, with Kefla here. She hugged the grinning girl, who threw them a peace sign. That's going to be easier than he thinks. And the final quarterfinal match between Jackie Chun and Nam may begin. The announcer roared, and the gong rang once more. And yet, neither opponent moved. Roshi stared evenly at Nam, his opponent. He was holding back a frown, feeling the warring emotions in the man. Anger, determination, despair, resignation. My good man, whatever is the matter? He finally asked. His opponent was distracted and definitely didn't have his head in this fight. Nam had his hands clasped in prayer before him, and his head dipped. Many joined the Tenkaichi Budokai for selfish or greedy reasons. Fame, glory, the promise of 500,000 zenny pot. He stared hard at Roshi. I entered for none of those reasons. My village is dying. We don't have enough water to last us until the rainy season, and our wells and rivers have dried up. I came here to win that pot to save us all. Every bit of money the village had, we pooled to send me here. He dropped his hands. My cause is just. My strength is great. Surely victory should be mine as well. But I am well aware of my abilities. I have faith that I could defeat any one fighter here. But all of you consecutively. After seeing what Son Goku, Bulma, Kefla, and even Launch and Krillin could do. He lowered his voice, and knowing the legendary, invincible master stands before me. He sighed, returning to regular volume. I fear I may go back to my village with nothing but shame in hand. Oh woo. The announcer yelled, what a moving tale from of our competitors. I am rooting for you, Nam. He had crocodile tears pouring from behind his sunglasses. The crowd was also cheering loudly, getting him to look around in surprise. You can do it, Nam. Win. Save your village. Nam looked around, shocked at the outpouring of support from the crowd. He turned back to Roshi, who was smiling gently. I think you do not have much to worry about, my friend. You are a good man. You and your village are not alone, and things like this have their way of working themselves out. He took his stance, and now, I think it is time that we begin. No. Nam looked settled, the chaotic emotions that had been churning within him gone. Now, only determination remained. He took his own stance. Thank you. He lowered his head. They stared at each other for a moment before Nam erupted forward. His first move was a roundhouse kick, which Roshi ducked under. The old master threw a punch forward, which Nam just knew he could not block. He dodged left, and his eyes widened in surprise when a breeze struck the crowd, ruffling their clothes. Just the wind, Nam gasped, before throwing a flurry of kicks at the old man. Roshi calmly and speedily parried every one of them, taking no damage despite the power behind the blows. Nam had crushed rocks with his fists, and his feet were even stronger. Nam spun, sweeping Roshi's legs with his own. Roshi simply hopped, tucking his feet behind his butt. Got you now. Nam's momentum carried and his other leg swung, aiming to plant his foot through Roshi's face. He exclaimed, when Roshi quite simply became a mirage. His eyes strained to keep up with the mont's speed. You are quite skilled, much more so than some of the whelps I've faced. Roshi commented from behind Nam. The dark-skinned man whipped around, but it was too late. Roshi's fist was cocked, and it sprang forward. The blow didn't even touch Nam, and still, he was blasted backwards. He impacted the stadium wall, hacking, before quickly grabbing on and using it to launch himself forward. He swung his arm in a wide arc to chop Roshi on the neck, but Roshi caught the blow, whipping around and bodily throwing the larger man across the ring. Nam hit the stone floor with a groan and rolled, coming to a stop halfway off of the ring. He scrambled to stay on, and managed to climb back up. Had the ring been recessed into the ground, he would have lost then and there. What an astonishing bout! The announcer screamed. Nam has proved his great strength, speed, and agility. and yet despite his efforts and the importance of his quest, it seems meaningless before Jackie Chun's might. Just who is this old codger? Roshi almost faceplanted. Hey! What gives? Stop making me sound so unappealing to the ladies. He yelled at the announcer, who took a step back out of shock. Off inside the building, Bulma snorted. If he hadn't already admitted it, that definitely would have given him away. Old lech, I will not leave without at least one victory. Nam sprang forward, unleashing a vicious combo of fists, elbows, knees, and feet. And yet Roshi simply weaved around his attacks, which was leaving Nam increasingly exhausted. The old man, on the other hand, still looked fresh. In fact, he was even talking to Nam, as if a fight was not occurring at all. It served to showcase the extreme difference in ability. It appears you've forgotten, my friend. On the path of Budo, one does not strive for victory over an opponent. One strives to avoid defeat by one's own self. You must take this lesson and internalize it. It is there that true strength lies. He finally acted, stretching an arm out and pounding it into Nam's chest with an open palm. Despite Nam's great speed and strength, Jackie Chun is making it look easy. How incredible! The announcer roared again in delight, something which the crowd was cheering over. Despite it being clear that their favorite would lose, Nam flew backwards, groaning in pain. He still didn't go off the ring, but he could tell he was nearly beaten. He had very little left in the tank. Roshi easily could have pushed him all the way off of the stage. He got to his feet, slumping over, and panting tiredly. Thank you for the kind words and the lesson. He smiled, knowing he would take that to heart. Though it is clear to me that I likely cannot defeat you, I hope you will forgive me for not simply surrendering. Roshi snorted. I suppose I can expect nothing less, you young whippersnapper. Very well then, he blurred, turning into a mirage once more. But Nam wasn't where he was standing anymore. No, he had leapt so high into the air that the announcer was saying that Nam has leapt into the heavens. He looks as small as a gnat. Oh, but what a gnat. Roshi smiled. My, he's very skilled and strong for someone who has never taken part of my tutelage. It may have seemed arrogant, but in his experience, most martial artists couldn't do half of what he and his students could do. He bent his knees. Nam stared down at Roshi as he crossed his arms, prepare for the heavenly super cross. If this doesn't take you down, nothing. Roshi blurred into existence before him, making him nearly swallow his tongue. The strongest under the heavens tournament has turned into the strongest in the heavens. This is unprecedented. The announcer screamed in excitement as the crowd was near deafening in their cheering. Unbelievable. Unimaginable. But most of all uncomfortable for my poor neck. Nam desperately threw a right cross, but Roshi caught it. A follow-up kick was casually slapped away. My apologies, friend, but even I must save my energy for future matches. I could hardly let my young students win and allow it to inflate their heads. He quickly jabbed Nam in several pressure points, forcing the man to stiffen in pain. But despite that, his mind was clear. Nam thought to himself, so that's why. How unlucky for this to be the tournament you chose for your students to debut in. He smiled as they landed and Roshi threw him casually off of the ring and into the grass. There was silence for a moment, and then the cheering erupted again. It's over. The announcer cried out, the most brilliant match in history is over. Nam is out of bounds. Contestant Nam has lost, and Jackie Chun will advance to the finals. He then caught himself. Wait, that's not right. This match was only a quarterfinal. It could have been a final in and of itself in any previous tournament. I will say it again, folks. This was unbelievable. The semifinals haven't even begun yet. What more remarkable sights will this tournament grant us? Nam looked pained, but managed to get to his feet. Thank you for the incredible opportunity, Master Roshi. Congratulations. He whispered the mont's real name as he bowed, hands held before him once more in prayer. He grabbed Roshi's arm, raising it to the air. And what a show of sportsmanship. Let's give a hearty congratulations to Nam for making it this far, and for being such a class act. I hope you find success for your village. The cheering nearly knocked them over. Once it quieted slightly, the announcer said, and now, a short intermission while we prepare for the next fights. The two fighters made their way back in. Kefla was bouncing on her heels. Woo. That was such an awesome fight. You're not bad, old timer. And those were some awesome moves. She threw at Nam. Thank you, Nam said, bowing to her. It didn't go the way I wished, but I suppose I cannot be upset to have had such an incredible opportunity. I'll say. Bulma walked up to him. Here, Nam. She held her hand out, revealing a dino cap, for you and your village. His eyes widened. Truly. Of course, Bulma said, playfully affronted at the question. Your story moved me. I can't not help. Go ahead and take it. He hesitated for a moment, before picking the cap out of her hand. He held it in a tight fist, before clapping it between his hands in prayer and bowing deeply to her. Thank you, young lady. He straightened up. May I ask what is in it? Oh, 5 million zeni or so, she said nonchalantly, and Kefla and Nam's eyes popped out of their skulls. FFFU 5 million. Nam nearly shrieked. He was quite shrill. Miss Bulma, it's too much. I can't possibly accept this. It's 10 times what the prize money was. He tried to hand the dino cap back to her. Bulma waved him off. There is no guarantee that rain will come, and no guarantee that there will not be further droughts even if it does. The climate has been changing, and not really for the better. Your village is in a precarious position, and you need to figure out ways of getting yourselves out of it. That money will buy you some time to do exactly that, she said evenly, closing his fist on the capsule with her own smaller hand. I don't understand, Nam confessed. How do you have this much money? What are you even doing at this tournament if you have no need for the prize? Isn't it obvious? Kefla snarked. For the fun. Am I right? Bulma made a wishy-washy motion. Not quite. A year ago, I was a total brat. A diva. I've grown up a lot since then. This tournament was a measure for how far I've come. She smirked, nodding slightly while shrugging, though, yeah, I did start to find it pretty fun. She confessed with a grin. I see, Nam said haltingly. As for how I have the money. Bulma grinned. Well, my father did invent that little capsule you're holding. With my help, of course. Even Kefla's eyes bulged out of her skull at that. Holy cow, you mean your dad founded the Capsule Corporation? AYEP. Bulma popped the P, still grinning. So yeah, take it, Nam. I won't miss it. Nam swallowed, and gratefully pocketed the capsule. You say you were a brat and a diva. I am afraid I cannot believe that, Miss Bulma. The soul that stands before me is too good for it. Bulma blushed, and he bowed in thanks. My eternal thanks, and it is good to see that there are still those in this world who can be born into plenty and yet still provide rather than take. He straightened up. I will never forget this. I wish you all luck in the coming battles. I must go now. Good luck to you as well. Bulma waved. Oh, and I would suggest emptying the capsule out once you get back to your village and place the money in good hands. There's plenty of drinkable water in the world in places you don't need to pay for it, and those things can hold thousands of gallons. Don't spend it all at once, you hear? You can be sure we will not. Thank you again, and farewell. Nam bowed one last time, received goodbyes from the rest, and left the room. Man, that sure was nice of you. Kefla grinned. Can't say I believe you were a brat either. Well, believe it. Bulma winced. One of my ideas for a perfect wish was year-round perfect strawberries. She deadpanned. Kefla stared at her in disbelief. Before she could say anything, they were called once more. Bulma smiled, staring at Goku. Looks like that's us, Goku. Take it easy on me, will ya? Goku grinned. Nah, I think you can handle it. Like you said, you're much stronger than you used to be. The two walked side by side into the light. Ooh, the announcer roared into his mic. Here we are, folks. Another matchup between disciples of the fabled Mutant Roshi. Can this semifinal match possibly top the previous legendary round? Bulma and Goku smiled as they waved for the crowds. The roaring was louder than ever, with all of them having shown their stuff so far. They dropped their hands, and took their own stances, staring at one another. Bulma kept her breathing even, wondering just what she could do to possibly win this match. Her gaze sharpened, something which made Goku smile wider. They both knew it. There was no way she could win. He had too much of a head start on training, and his sheer power was far beyond hers. So why did she just feel like she did not want to lose? Saiyan is a hell of a drug, she mused as the announcer got ready to start them off. Well, It seems there won't be any words between our two young competitors. He roared into the mic, they're both raring to go. Let's not keep them, and you, waiting. Gong. And yet, as the match started, they didn't get the explosive beginning they expected. Goku and Bulma continued to stare, simply circling one another. Finally, Bulma smiled slightly. BAMF. Ooh, what's this? What has Bulma turned into this time? The smoke started to clear, and the announcer almost fell over. Wah. She's cute. Bulma had shrunk down, appearing to be Goku's visible age. He grinned. Hey, what gives? Bulma laughed. I just thought it would be annoying to be punching down at you. She refocused. Let's go. She exploded forward, not quite surprising Goku with her speed. She threw a right cross, which Goku slapped to the side. Bulma allowed the momentum to fling her slightly, and her left leg spun in a compass kick. Goku blocked it and threw a low kick at her head. She raised a hand and caught his ankle, leaving her in a one-armed handstand. She pulled, trying to unbalance him, while also kicking straight at his face. Goku grinned as his tail whipped forward, catching her leg. Her own tail wrapped around his other ankle, and the two of them tumbled to the floor and rolled away from one another. They both kicked to their feet, and this time Goku came at her, moving faster than before. He threw himself into a roll and whipped his heel out, which she barely dodged by a hair's breadth. He tucked and finished his roll, before springing into the air. She exploded upwards, and the two began to trade punches, kicks, blocks, and dodges above the ring. Cutting power. They both landed, and Bulma exploded into another cloud of smoke. She charged out as a bull, and Goku matched her. The two massive bulls, one red and one turquoise, ran full tilt at one another. Right before colliding and headbutting each other, Bulma was engulfed with smoke again. Goku yelped as the absolutely massive boa constrictor caught him in her coils. He tripped and slammed into the ring, with the two of them sliding almost to a ring out. Bulma started to squeeze. Cheater. He growled out as he tried to get free. My head isn't nearly as hard as yours, Goku. Like hell I am going to try to beat you like that. She laughed as she squeezed tighter, before yelping as he turned into a hummingbird and her coils constricted on nothing at all. The twin puffs of smoke heralded the end of their transformations, and they both stood facing each other once more, with Bulma breathing noticeably heavier than he was. Unbelievable. The announcer cried out, his eyes nearly popping through his sunglasses. First an exchange so fast I couldn't even see what was going on, and then the zoo came to town. You guys need some high-speed cameras. Bulma called out, not taking her eyes off Goku despite her grin. Do you have any idea how expensive those things are? The announcer yelled back, besides, this is the first time we've needed them to see what was happening. You two were nothing but blurs. I'll donate a few then. Bulma waved him off as she charged forward, having foregone her child form and trying to use her longer reach now. She lashed out with a roundhouse that was blocked, and immediately followed up with another and another. The third one, Goku ducked under before trying to sweep her feet. She leapt up, tucking into a ball and rolling in the air. Goku jumped after her, but her tail whipped out and caught him in the chin, knocking him away. He recovered quickly as she landed, an even bigger grin on his face, and the two struck each other with twin palm strikes. Oof! The twin grunts sounded as they both slid back, nearly to the edges of the ring. Bulma was noticeably panting now, with Goku simply taking deeper breaths. And again, our two young fighters astound. The announcer was apparently crying behind his sunglasses. Ooh, how I wish I could actually see what was happening. From the crowd's perspective, the two blurs had merely collided in the middle of the ring, and then been forced back. Goku chuckled. Can you imagine yourself doing this even a year ago, Bulma? You've come so far, all thanks to you. She winked. I didn't do anything. You always had it in you. You just had to bring it out. Goku's smile turned softer as he stared at his friend. And I never would have, if not for you. She had caught her breath, as the announcer waxed poetically about their friendship. Taking one deep breath, she grinned. I'd say that's it for the warm-up, huh? Yeah, it's about time we get serious. Goku agreed. What's this? The announcer gaped as the crowd roared. This was you guys just warming up. Bulma smirked as she snapped her fingers. Her clothes began to glow a blinding white. When it vanished, She was wearing the Kame school outfit Roshi had prepared for her. What's this? Bulma has changed clothes. With magic. The announcer sounded confused. What was the purpose of that? Bulma giggled. Look at Goku and you'll get your answer. Everyone turned to the boy, who had just removed his gloves. What? He's taking off his clothes too. Now they all looked even more confused. And then Goku tossed his gloves off the ring, and 2 small clouds of dirt popped into the air. What the? Goku then shrugged his boots off and kicked them off the side of the ring, and then slipped off his vest, leaving it hanging off of him via his tail as he took the tight muscle shirt off. Throwing it over his shoulder, he flinched as several people screamed. He had slightly misjudged his throw, and the shirt had landed on the dividing barrier and nearly shattered it. Frankly, he didn't need to do any of that since he could use magic materialization as well. He was just showing off for the crowd. As he slipped his vest back on, the announcer gulped. Why, you have to be kidding. Have you guys been wearing weighted clothes this entire time? Yup. Bulma shot him a peace sign. What were we up to again, Goku? 200 kilos, I think. Goku scratched his chin. No, you were. I was only at half of yours. Bulma corrected him. TWTW 100 kilos. The announcer screamed. Boy, you probably don't even weighfifty. Goku grinned and shot him a peace sign. 42. He flexed, and they all gaped at the bulging muscle on his arm. The announcer felt faint. Gee, good lord. No wonder you made it all the way here. Ooh, he held a shaking fist in front of him. Truly folks, we are receiving a blessing today. This is the greatest tournament I've ever casted, and there's a good chance it'll be the greatest you'll ever witness. Let's hear it for our competitors. The island nearly started to shake from the roaring of the crowd. With the other finalists, Kefla had stars in her eyes. That's so freaking cool. She cried out, we should make this double elimination. She yelled at the announcer, I want to fight everyone. Roshi laughed, sorry little lady, I don't think they'll be changing the format mid-fight. He said dryly, geez Kefla, you're just as much of a battle nut as Goku. Krillin chuckled, rubbing the back of his head, you're not intimidated at all. Who the hell would be intimidated? She asked him, aghast, I am having the time of my life here. I wanna fight so bad. She wiggled, making Launch smirk. Don't her words died as she realized the girl's belt was wiggling too. Kefla, what's that? She pointed. Kefla followed her finger. Oh, this. And then the 3 onlookers' jaws dropped. Just my tail. The jet black tail wiggled behind her. What the hell? They all yelled, making her flinch. What's the big deal? She asked cluelessly. They have them too. She pointed at Goku and Bulma. I saw them using them during the fight. Kefla, you're a Saiyan. Launch was completely and utterly flabbergasted. I am a what? Kefla looked confused as all hell. She's a what? Goku and Bulma caught the conversation with how loud they were being. Both of their heads snapped to the other finalists. Oh, brother Roshi was rubbing the bridge of his nose. No, seriously, Kefla glared. What the heck is a Saiyan and why are you calling me one? Nope, not dealing with this. Launch turned around. Yup, we're leaving that to Goku and Bulma. Krillin agreed. Guys, Kefla pouted. Come on already. Time out. In the ring, Goku made AT with his hands, with Bulma nodding rapidly, doing the same. The announcer looked confused. Sorry kids, but there's no calling timeouts, even if you both agree to it. Goku and Bulma both growled, and looked at each other. Tonight's a full moon, isn't it? He asked quietly. Yup, she replied, also not wanting anyone to overhear. I make sure to keep track of it. Shit, Goku concluded. We need to wrap up quick then before it comes out. Sounds like she doesn't even know. Enough time wasting. Bulma took off, and surprised Goku as she stopped short and swung her fist forward, punching nothing but air. Goku yelped and threw himself to the side as a massive fist bigger than Bulma made completely of fire appeared in the air and mimicked her punch. The burning fist passed through where Goku had been standing moments before and seared the air as it passed, before vanishing harmlessly. What was that? He had stars in his eyes as he stared at Bulma. The crowd was going wild, and Kefla had entirely forgotten what was happening in the back as she resumed drooling over their fight. She grinned evilly. You like that? Baba taught me how to conjure elements, and I came up with it in secret. She raised her leg. Try this. She stomped, and a storm cloud of lightning shaped like a leg smashed down on Goku. He vanished from sight to avoid being hit, and the electricity seared Lichtenberg figures onto the tiles. He appeared right in front of her. Bulma let out an eep of surprise as she threw herself back. She swiped her arm forward, and the conflagration erupted between them again. Goku instantly felt the intense heat, and aborted his attack. Bulma started waving her arms, controlling the fire rather than letting it vanish. She stepped forward and punched, and the flames surged forward. She gasped along with the rest of the crowd as Goku was actually engulfed. Goku! She cried out in horror. It had been a direct hit with the full searing force of her attack. Why didn't he dodge? She rapidly cut the flames, and then her jaw dropped as Goku stood there, grinning. Even his clothes were fine. They weren't even smoldering. What the hell? Goku giggled. Remember when we went to Fripen Mountain, and I couldn't get into the castle? No way. Bulma's eyes bulged. You didn't. I did. Goku laughed. Next time there's a massive burning fire protecting something we need, I can just walk right in. The fire avoidance charm was such a nifty tool, and he hadn't even expected to get any real use out of it. You jerk. Bulma pouted. Now I can't even use my awesome new technique. Goku laughed. Hope you have more fun tricks. Seeing, but not believing folks. The announcer yelled. What was once a world martial arts tournament has turned into the world magical arts tournament. Bulma stuck her tongue out at him. Hey, if Ki is free game, there's no reason magic should NTB. She said playfully. I suppose so. The announcer recovered, grinning widely, and there's nothing in the rules against it. Goku smirked at her. Well then, my turn. His red Ki formed a ball in his hand, before it rapidly elongated into a replica of his power pole. Bulma winced. This was going to be killer on her reserves. She pointed her hand straight, and a Ki blade formed, wavering, and looking like flames. She dashed forward and swung down. He raised his staff and stopped her slash cold with a shower of sparks. Redirecting her, he parried and spun, aiming to jab the butt of his staff into her side. She unraveled her tail and quickly used it to catch the blow, wincing in pain as even that much hurt. His own tail whipped out and grabbed her ankle. She yelped as she was thrown off of her feet and landed painfully on her back. Goku twirled his Ki staff and raised it over his head for a downward swing. Bulma pulled her free foot back and kicked out at his face. Goku was forced to abort, and his eyes popped open as he jumped back, and another storm leg appeared and pierced right through him. His nervous system flashed as he was electrocuted, before he dropped to the ring floor, smoking. Bulma quickly rolled back to her feet and prepared for his counterattack. But no matter what happened now, she could smile and say she had gotten the first good blow in for their fight. Hey, what gives? One of the crowd roared. I thought the Budokai had no weapons allowed. That is correct, good sir. The announcer agreed. However, they have brought no weapons into the ring. Those were created with their Ki. An astounding technique. I've never seen the like before. It makes me wonder if we'll be gifted with the sight of a Kamehameha wave today. He shook his fist in anticipation. Let me tell you, folks. The Kamehameha is a legendary technique, and with so many disciples of the Kame Sennin here today, I seriously pray we'll see it come out. This will be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Goku shook his head and let out a puff of smoke as he got to his feet. He grinned. Geez, Bulma, that's such a cool technique. You caught me with my pants down there. Bulma was panting and sweating as though she had run a marathon, tiring too, she admitted. She needed to end this fast if she wanted any hope of winning. The two dashed forward, and Bulma surprised Goku by leaping at his face with her legs open. Oh my, the announcer flushed a little as Goku got a face full of Bulma's crotch, before the girl twisted her body and flipped the both of them to the ground in a pin. She reared back to hit him with her fist, but Goku immediately forced her up and off of him, though he had a weird look on his face. The two rolled up before Bulma tried to punch him, but he caught her arm and whirled around in a picture-perfect judo throw. He quickly got on top of her and raised his fist. She managed to get one arm up to block, but his punch was so strong that she could barely protect herself. The blow still cleaned her clock and made her see stars. She snarled as she managed to hook her tail around his neck and pull him forward for just a moment before his own tail swatted hers away. It was enough of a distraction for her to get her arms around his neck and pull him forward. She arched her hips up to try and dislodge him, but he had her even with her surprise. She wasn't able to get him off or even to flip them using her superior size, but she was able to free one of her legs using her tail to hook one of his legs as an assist. In any other scenario, the two writhing on the ground would have looked very dirty, seeing as they were pressed close together and their new position had them rubbing their crotches together. The fact that it was a fight and that they were throwing punches was the only thing keeping the announcer from asking for a privacy screen for them. Of course, the blonde in sunglasses had no way of knowing that for Saiyans, this was indeed practically foreplay. Growling, Goku punched her in the side, making her hack out in pain, but she refused to let go. Her tail whipped out and returned the favor, making Goku growl. The flinch was all she needed, and she was able to grab his arm. She tried desperately to twist it and put him into a kimura, but Goku's fist landed in her ribs again, in the exact same spot as last time. Gasping for air, her hold weakened, and Goku quickly took advantage. Swinging himself up and around, he kept hold of one of her wrists and got himself into position for an armbar. Bulma desperately tried to keep him from locking it in, but it was too late. She screamed as her arm was tweaked, "Say mercy, Bulma." Goku yelled out. Bulma was able to hold on with gritted teeth for 3 seconds longer, before she managed to yell out, "Mercy." It was her only option, other than allowing Goku to break her arm. She tried to transform to squeeze out of it, but she was just in too much pain to manage the concentration needed. "Bulma has called mercy," the announcer roared. Immediately, the pressure on her elbow disappeared as Goku set her free. "Son Goku is your first finalist." The two panted, one much harder than the other as Bulma cradled her aching arm and sighed. "OWWW," she moaned. Goku helped her to her feet. "You okay?" "Ill live," she deadpanned. "Congrats, Goku," she said warmly as they embraced. And pinked a little bit as she felt his ahem excitement. Well, that's a first. She wondered if that meant he was nearing his big growth spurt. "You were so awesome, Bulma." Goku hugged her tight. "I think you could have beaten Master." Bulma chuckled. "Probably not, but I am glad to hear it coming from you." She pecked him on the forehead. "What an absolutely fantastic battle." The announcer roared. "Let's hear it for both fighters." Both of them certainly deserve a roaring round of applause. The crowd again shook the arena as Bulma, with her good arm, and Goku waved, and now, a short intermission. "We need a break after all that excitement." Immediately, Kefla wailed, "No. I wanna fight no." "Oh, right, there was that as well." Goku and Bulma sprang apart and ran to the waiting area. "You really have a tail." They yelped at Kefla as they skidded to a stop in front of her. "What's the big deal? It's just a tail." Kefla huffed as she unwrapped it again and then sat on it, holding up her entire body weight via just the appendage. "You guys have them too." "Oh," for crying out, Bulma ran her hand down her face, pulling at the skin in exasperation. "So, you don't know that you're a Saiyan?" "No, seriously, what even is that?" Kefla glared at them. "I am just a regular old girl." "Human girls don't have tails, damn it." Bulma yelled at her. "And our king is a dog with a mustache. What do you want from me?" Kefla yelled back. Bulma blinked. "Point," she said flatly. "Wrong, but point." "Okay, Kefla, when was the last time you looked at a full moon?" Goku asked her. Kefla's full body flinched, dropping off her tail and onto her feet. "I hate the full moon," she said flatly. "The tsunami that wiped out my village came on the night of a full moon." She looked away. "I have no idea how I survived when everything else was washed away. I can't even remember the tsunami coming in or the warning from everyone." "Oh, honey," Bulma patted her on the shoulder, knowing exactly what that meant. "You know that's tonight, right?" "It is," Kefla yelped. "Okay old man, let's wrap this up quick. I want to get the hell to sleep before that stupid thing comes out." She then stopped short, and Bulma could visibly see the gears turn. "What the hell does the full moon have to do with anything?" she asked quietly. Bulma and Goku looked at one another. "Maybe you should wait until after the tournament. Otherwise, you'll be distracted," she scoffed. "As if I am not distracted now." She glared at them. Bulma pursed her lips. "Goku." Kefla, we're not human. Goku said quietly, we're Saiyans. From planet Vegeta. What? Kefla guffawed. Oh, come off it. I think I would know if I was an alien. Saiyans are born stronger than humans, have sharper senses than humans, and have an affinity for ki that humans generally don't. Bulma said, you telling me you never noticed your nose is better than a silvertip grizzly's? Or that you quickly grew stronger than everyone around you while you were still just a child? Goku asked her. Or that you had a tail when no one else did? Bulma shot in. Or that you could learn any technique you saw with half a look while others needed days just to get a passable attempt at it? Goku crossed his arms, staring at her with a deadpan look on his face. Or that your hair is always perfect, and you never need to do anything to it while everyone else needs regular haircuts or care? Bulma brushed her fingers through her own locks. She stared at them, looking back and forth from one to the other. Why, you're serious? As serious as I've ever been. Bulma said quietly, I've studied Goku's spaceship extensively. It's centuries ahead of anything we have. She smirked. Or, well, had. Dad and I are working on it. But I don't have one. Kefla protested. Wouldn't I have known? Or found it? Bulma shrugged. Couldn't tell you. She said, but if you have a tail like that, you're definitely a Saiyan. Just like us. Gong. Sorry to keep you waiting, folks. It's time for the next match. Will Jackie Chun and Kefla make their way to the ring? Thankfully, as soon as that gong rang, all thoughts of the existential crisis that Kefla was going through were chased out of her head. Wahoo! Come on, old fart. She yelled as she ran onto the ring. Roshi grumbled, I'll show her old. He calmly walked in after her. Goku and Bulma breathed a sigh of relief. Well, at least she won't have that weighing on her. Saved by the bell. Launch agreed quietly, that poor girl. The rest of the Kame school were well aware of what happened on the nights of the full moon. Once a month, they had all gathered on Bulma's plane and watched as first Goku, and then Bulma transformed. The giant turquoise ape would have been hilarious if they hadn't needed to watch their intelligent and beautiful comrade absolutely lose her mind and try to destroy everything around her in a blood haze. Goku had transformed by himself the first 2 times, and finally had managed to control himself during the transformation. The first time he had been able to stand beneath the light of the moon and laugh rather than fight. His own body and instincts had driven the great ape to his knees in joy and sorrow. And then the process began all again, with Goku allowing Bulma to transform for the first time. The first 3 times she transformed, there wasn't a hint of sanity in her mind. She had been as mindless as a wild beast, firing mouth cannons at Goku and trying to beat him like a savage. But Goku was far too strong for that, and had worn her down and made her submit. That 3rd time, she had even managed to somewhat remember the night before. The 4th time, she managed to stay cognizant but was still completely out of control, and felt like a backseat driver in her own body. It was so terrifying to her that Goku almost couldn't get her to transform again the following month. Even as of the previous full moon, she hadn't made much progress, if any, in controlling herself. The 2-eyed Kefla speculatively, if I have to teach her too, we might be in trouble. I am not sure yet how strong she is, so I don't know if I'd be able to keep even just her under control. Goku mumbled. She grimaced, if only I could help. Stupid Ozaru. Well, here's your chance to find out. Krillin spoke up. Looks like it's about to start. Kefla was bouncing in excitement, hopping up and down as she got ready for the fight. You ready for this, old timer? She stood on one leg and pulled the other back to stretch it, before switching to the other. Oh, you seem to be taking this one a bit more seriously than your previous bout. Roshi commented on it. Her spirit seems so similar to Goku. At this point, I am sure they share a few brain cells. It would be a shame to see her stagnate as well. Yeah, well, she grinned and let go of her other leg, before driving it forward and stomping the ring. Displaying her unnatural strength, the stone beneath her feet cracked. Something tells me I can't take you lightly, old timer. Well, you have good instincts, for sure. Roshi smiled, his puffy Fu Manchu quirking from the motion. Such brute strength. She has wild, untapped potential. I am not certain I can afford to hold anything back. It's a good thing I had to push myself so hard with that young monkey being so strong. For the first time, he took an actual stance himself. Shall we begin? Let's. Kefla roared back, a wild grin on her face. Well now, it looks like our contestants are raring to go. The announcer called out, let's not keep them waiting. Gong. With a roar, Roshi took off like a shot, aiming to finish the match in a single blow. Kefla was made of sterner stuff than that, and only seemed to get more excited over his speed. Rather than trying to evade, she rushed forward to meet him head-on. With a roar like a tiger, she raised her right hand and drove it towards him with her fingers clawed. In a swift, practiced move, Roshi pivoted, twirling to the right as Kefla's hand crashed into the empty ring. Her fingers pierced the stone and shockwaves seemed to ripple out, gouging the ring beneath. Roshi finished his whirl and with a roar of his own, lashed out with a roundhouse kick that thumped into the back of Kefla's thigh, sending her flying forwards. Tiger form, he asked as she tumbled twice on the ring and then found her footing. An interesting opener, but far too telegraphed for an experienced opponent. Wowee, that actually hurt. Kefla got up, calm as you please, and patted the back of her thigh. I can't even remember the last time I actually felt a blow someone landed on me. Jerk. Launch roared from the waiting room, which got both her and Roshi to snicker. Kefla got back into her stance. Well, how about this? She dashed forward, faster than she had before. Roshi held his hands up calmly, and prepared for the onslaught. Kefla started with a right cross, which Roshi redirected, grabbing onto her wrist, and tugging her where he wanted her, throwing her off balance. You're too quick to engage, Roshi told her, forming an axe hand and slashing at the back of her neck. Kefla surprised him by using the momentum that he had created in her and bending herself forward. Her left leg came screaming backwards, showcasing her excellent flexibility as she aimed to knock his teeth out with the back of her heel. Roshi jerked back to avoid it and Kefla rolled, getting back to her feet. Well now, that was quite good, young lady. He brushed his beard. I think you even cut off some of my hair. He. Kefla got herself ready. We've barely started, and this is already the most fun I've ever had in a fight. You're good, she smiled. Guess the whole invincible old master shtick was legit. I am so freaking lucky. She couldn't wait to beat him and move on to Goku. Try this on for size. Moving even faster than before, and now at her maximum speed, she shot forward like a bullet, and Roshi wasn't ready. GRK. His teeth clacked together as her foot crashed into the bottom of his jaw, flinging him into the air. What overwhelming power, he thought as he flew even higher than Nam had with his technique. He rubbed his jaw and moved it from side to side. If Goku hadn't pushed my own training so far, I think she might actually beat me. Kefla hadn't been satisfied with just that, and had shot into the air after him. Let's go. She had her fist reared back for another punishing blow. Now, Roshi couldn't fly. That was a crane school technique, and Roshi refused to learn it out of his own pride. He didn't even allow Goku to teach it to him, despite knowing the boy had not ever even heard of the crane school before due to the similarity. But that didn't mean he was helpless in the air. Tilting his body, he pumped his legs so harshly that the air compacted beneath his feet, forming a solid wall. He shot down at Kefla even faster than she had moved herself, and planted a straight kick directly into her belly. For the first time all day, Kefla showed signs of pain, rocketing down to the ground as a heap of saliva escaped her mouth. She hacked again as she hit the ring and cratered it. Shame that you dropped your guard, young one. It's a good lesson in false security. He sighed. Guess I didn't need to worry so much. He turned to the announcer. Shouldn't you be counting? She won't be getting up from that. I'd be surprised if she even wakes up in the next few days. Ah, right. The announcer hurried. 1, 2. The crowd started to count with him. 6, 7. And then Kefla twitched, her eyes snapping open. Oh, holy shit. She groaned out as she clamped a hand to her stomach. Roshi's eyes popped out of his skull, and the announcer even forgot to count. Kefla got a little lucky because of it as she rolled to her feet and clutched her gut. Geez, old timer, you're strong. She patted her tummy. That's gonna bruise. What the hell is she? I'd bet my bottom dollar that would have put even Goku on his back for a 10 count. Roshi started to sweat as he took his stance, hyper-focused now. He absolutely could not afford to lose here. She got into almost a horse stance as she started utilizing her ki. Try this on for size. She yelled out as she held her hands in the air, and 6 little balls of light red, flickering ki appeared. Roshi gulped, before she jumped into the air to avoid hitting the crowd just in case and threw them at him. Roshi dodged around the ring, and each time one of the ki balls struck the ring or the grass, they blew pieces of it up. None of the explosions were particularly powerful in the grand scheme of things, but enough of those would certainly do some damage. Kefla yelled, "Not good enough, huh?" She realized she needed to control them, and formed another set of 6 as she landed, and threw them. The crowd screamed, and surprising Kefla, Roshi formed 2 larger and more solid, light blue ki balls in his palms and batted her own, more fragile attacks away. The first 4 were batted at the ground and detonated, peppering him with small bits of shrapnel from the explosives and tearing his clothes a bit. "Jackpot," she yelled, raising one hand and jerking it back, as if in a come-hither motion. Roshi yelped as he sensed the ki balls reverse course, and did a split to drop out of the way as they raced past his head. He quickly took his feet as Kefla spun, as if capturing the 2 spheres on their way back to her. "Take this." She threw the 2 of them back at him far faster than she had originally. "Dignabbit." Roshi stuck his 2 ki balls forward and smashed them into the 2 light red attacks from Kefla, purposefully detonating them. The explosion that engulfed him ruffled the hair of everyone there. "Oh wow, amazing. Kefla and Jackie Chun have ki attacks of their own, and it appears that Chun has exploded." "I got him," Kefla cheered. "Man, that was to." She dropped her guard and stood straight as she spoke. The smoke cloud blew apart, revealing Roshi perfectly fine, if crispy, with some missing parts of his uniform. He was also rushing at her as fast as he could. "Oh!" Roshi's fist pounded into her face, making her teeth clack shut as she flew like a baseball out of the ring and past the stands. "It appears Jackie Chun has done it," the announcer roared as Kefla flew overhead, screaming. "She's definitely going to land out of bounds." Roshi shot the crowd a peace sign. "Looks like this is my win." Kefla rubbed her jaw. "Ow, damn it." She cursed, looking around. "Shoot, I can't lose like this. That's so boring." And then her face lit up. "That was such a fantastic bout. It almost seems a shame to allow this one to end via ring out, but it appears your winner is Jackie Chun." The announcer cried, "Now, please clear the ring so we may repa." He cut off as his jaw dropped. Roshi had already been walking away and stopped short at the sudden silence, and then the cheering from the crowd. His eyes popped out of his skull again. "What the hell?" Kefla had her arms crossed and was grinning madly, her tail whipping around and around like a damn helicopter blade as she flew back to the ring. "You've got to be kidding me." He gaped at the sight. Kefla was giggling. "You spin me right round, baby, right round," she sang, before she and most of the audience burst out laughing. She landed back in the ring. "Hey, heard that stupid song a few nights ago. Couldn't get it out of my head." She rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. "Incredible," the announcer roared. "It appears we have a third-tailed competitor." And she used it like a helicopter to fly herself back to the ring. She never touched down out of bounds, which means this glorious match is still on. She shot Roshi a peace sign of her own with a big grin. "Shall we continue, old timer? Saved by your stupid tail. Ooh, what a lucky little monkey." He growled back. "I was hoping to save some gas in the tank for young son Goku, but it appears you're determined to push me to my limits, aren't you? Oi, don't be looking past me, old man. I am winning this whole thing." Kefla yelled back, pointing at him imperiously. "No, you won't." Roshi seemed to glitch, and just stood there. Menacingly. Kefla twitched. "Oh no you don't." She whirled back and threw a kick out at Roshi, who had just appeared behind her. "What?" She screamed in shock as her kick went straight through him, revealing a wavering form that looked just like Roshi sticking his tongue out at her. And then Roshi kicked her in the back, and it was his turn to be shocked as his foot went through her as well. "What? Did you instantly copy that from me? Gotcha." She came in from the sky, aiming a double hammer fist for his head. And then she went through him as well, slamming her fists into the ring instead. "Ah, crap baskets," she grumbled as she ate his shoe straight in the mouth. She shot back into the dividing wall, shattering it with her body and getting buried in the rubble. "To think I needed a triple afterimage just to land a hit." Roshi brushed himself off. "Oi, start the count." He pointed at the announcer. "Just get it over with. If she gets up from that, I'll eat my shorts." Right. 1, 2, 3. The rubble shifted, and Kefla threw all of it off. Oh wow wow. She rubbed her aching jaw, too. Ew. I have rocks in my mouth. She spat some grit out. Oh, I hope no one heard me about the shorts, Roshi squeaked out. He shook his head. Fine then. I was hoping not to have to break this out, but let's see if you can handle it. Roshi took a different stance and then burped. Ew. What the heck? Kefla complained, watching as he started to stumble and even hiccup. What are you doing? You better not be trying to gas me like that fucking disgusting guy did to Bulma in the prelims. She crossed her arms. Oh my, it appears that Jackie Chun has spontaneously become drunk. Did he nip some sake while hidden by that explosion? The announcer called out. Over in the fighters area, Goku's tail twitched. Oh, don't tell me. He started to snicker. What happened? Bulma asked. Something real silly. Goku responded, snickering just a bit louder. Grandpa showed me this a long time ago. Kefla scoffed. Don't think I want hit a drunk. She shot forward, aiming to clean his clock, only for Roshi to fall back as if he was passing out, and then Kefla's injured stomach was taking another kick and she was flying overhead. Wah. What the hell? She landed, rubbing her stomach with a grimace again. Grr, you won't make a fool out of me. She rushed forward, much more cautiously this time, before unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Hick. Master Roshi moved so fluidly that he appeared almost boneless. He effortlessly dodged Kefla's savage combos, and blocked what he couldn't with no pain showing at all. Juke, duck, juke the other way, block. He fell on his back to avoid a roundhouse and then rolled limply to the right as Kefla attempted to stomp on his head. She was starting to get angry as she stomped forward. Stop messing around, damn it. She stomped between his legs, only for him to roll back and onto his feet. Before a jab, a left cross, and a spinning back kick all landed on her chest and stomach and sent her flying back. Grr, she growled as she rolled to her feet. What the hell is this, huh? It's Sukin. Goku called out, perched on the dividing wall. He was grinning in fond memories. Grandpa used to show me this all the time. It always made me laugh. Drunken fist. Kefla looked back at him. That's a thing. She shook her head. No, wait. Forget it being a thing. Don't you need to be drunk to use Sukin? Hick. Roshi leered at her. A true master can simply turn it on, young lady. He stumbled. Pity you've never been drunk. You won't be copying this one, little monkey. Kefla grinned. Bet. And then her cheeks reddened, and she let out a hiccup of her own. Her knees weakened and wobbled, before she stumbled. What? Roshi almost snapped out of his own Sukin at the sight. Kefla let out a drunken giggle. Drank some moonshine once. Hick. She stumbled forward. Can't recommend. It tasted like. Hick. Shit. Roshi stumbled forward as well, sure that his experience would win out, only for twin blows to land on each of them. The sharp impacts to the sides of their faces knocked both of them out of their drunken states and sent the two flying in opposite directions. The two landed roughly on the destroyed ring, bouncing a few times. Kefla hit the diving wall again, just beneath Goku, while Roshi had to mimic her earlier fight and dig his fingers into the ring to avoid a ring out. Roshi scrambled back onto the ring, growling, "You little..." He rubbed his eye, sure it was going to be black by this time tomorrow. Stupid, cheating Saiyans. How can a girl who has only ever been drunk once perfectly copy my Sukin? It's confounding the ability for kinesthetic learning that these brats have. He rushed forward, moving so fast his body blurred, aiming to knock Kefla out. Now you're talking my language, old-timer. Kefla yelled, and foregoing defense, the two phenoms started to wail on one another. Kefla struck first, landing a devastating right cross that made him taste stars for a moment, before eating an uppercut herself to the gut that made her hack. The two stumbled back, before attacking once more. She threw a roundhouse at him, and he stepped forward as he raised an arm, trapping her leg. Realizing it was the same thigh he had hit earlier, he drove his knee into the back of her thigh as hard as he could, making the girl scream in pain. Remembering the fight Goku and Bulma had, Kefla utilized her tail for the first time in the actual fight. The extra appendage snaked around Roshi's leg and prevented him from setting his feet. Roshi quickly raised his other fist and landed a hammer blow into her thigh as well before she flung herself off her other foot and kicked him in the face as hard as she could. Blood flew through the air as Roshi backed away, and the both of them fell onto their backs. They got up as quickly as they could, but Kefla's thigh was killing her now from the two recent, hard blows. He's trying to cripple my mobility. She stumbled as she tried to set her leg firmly on the ring, wincing. Roshi was a tiny bit slower to get up, but he merely rubbed at his face. His legs and fists still worked perfectly fine. He saw her weakened leg and pressed his advantage, diving forward. Kefla fought through the pain and stepped into it, throwing a hard right cross at him. He evaded it by a hair, and her fist even cut a little bit of his cheek. He returned the favor, aiming his fist directly for her nose. Exclamation mark. She dodged back, and kept going. She bent backwards in an incredible display of flexibility, planting her hands on the ring and getting into a backward handstand. And then her thighs clamped around Roshi's arm and neck. Roshi's arm was crushed up against his cheek. Now, most times, Roshi would have been allowing his perverted nature to go wild over the fact that a very pretty girl had her legs around him. This was not most times. Dignabbit, he groaned as she completed her backhand spring, pulling him forward and off his feet and slamming his face so deep into the ring he was buried slightly in it. Kefla landed and lost her balance, taking a few steps back before landing on her butt. She shook her head, still a little woozy from a previous blow. What an incredible exchange. Jackie Chun has been planted like a carrot. The announcer roared out. Kefla let out a giggle before grabbing onto her bruised ribs. Ooh, don't make me laugh. She moaned. 4, 5. The announcer had started the count, before Roshi's legs twitched and started waving helplessly in the air. Oh geez, what a tough old man, Kefla groaned as she got to her feet. Roshi planted his legs and yanked himself out, stumbling back and mimicking her as he landed on his behind. Yeow, he set his broken nose, before hacking out a wad of blood and spitting it away. I really am going to be too tired to face Goku. I have to end this now. He stood up, glaring at her in respect. I must congratulate you on pushing me this far, young lady. Not many could claim that honor. Kefla smirked back. Hey, why are you talking like this is over? Because I'll be finishing this now, Roshi declared. She's already seen the Thunder Shock surprise, and if Goku could get out of it, she certainly will as well. I have no choice. He took his stance, and allowed himself to bulk up just slightly. Well, see about that. Kefla set her feet again, gigantic blast. She named her technique this time, and the 6 red ki spheres started to float above her hands. Kameha Roshi started to chant, and his ki started to build. Kefla gulped as she sensed the power growing within him, and immediately knew her current technique wouldn't cut it. The announcer let out a strangled gasp. What's this? The legendary Kamehameha wave, but he's not a student of the Kame Sennin. Me. Roshi formed the bright blue core of his special technique between his hands at his side. Kefla started to rapidly spin the 6 ki balls until they started to resemble wheels, and then started to pump more ki into them. The edges of the spinning ki masses were the only sign that the ki was actually spinning, as the ki itself seemed as uniform as Roshi's technique. Ha! Roshi roared, thrusting his hands forward and nearly blinding everyone watching. Gigantic burst. Kefla created her new technique on the spot, utilizing her instinctive know-how of ki, and unknown to her, some forgotten, repressed memories, as well as what she was learning from watching Roshi create the Kamehameha. She fired the attacks forward, and the 2 drilling beams of red ki impacted the much larger, single, bright blue beam from Roshi. The 2 attacks clashed in the middle of the ring, forming a large bulge where they were connected. The 2 attacks struggled against one another, kicking up a near-gale force wind that blew at the spectators. Beneath the bulge, the ring cracked and shattered. Kefla grit her teeth, trying to force as much power out as she could, but Roshi's much more powerful attack was slowly encroaching on her. Roshi took a step forward. Ha! He yelled again, and the strength of his Kamehameha also increased. The 2 attacks could take it no more, and a massive detonation blew them both apart. Kefla smashed into the dividing wall and fell flat, getting buried again by the falling rubble. Roshi crashed to the floor and was nearly knocked unconscious. There was silence for a moment as everyone except the remaining fighters trembled in exhilaration. What an incredible show, ladies and gentlemen. The sobbing announcer roared out, what a gift. The legendary Kamehameha wave, and a new technique that nearly matched it. I can't see how the finals could possibly top this, especially with our two competitors down. He raised his hand. I pray that one of you can get to your feet, as it would be a crying shame for Son Goku to win by default. What? Goku yelled, his starry-eyed look replaced by horror. Jackie Chun. Kefla, I don't care which one of you gets up, but someone get up. Seems young Son Goku doesn't like that idea, but there must be a winner and I've delayed long enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. The announcer counted, and the crowd chanted with him. 7, 8. And then the crowd went wild as Roshi started getting to his feet and the pile of rubble started to shift. Just as the announcer finished the 9 count, Roshi stood firmly, his outfit totally ruined with parts of it torn off entirely. And then Kefla managed to crawl out of the rubble, her clothes also in tatters and barely covering her modesty. On shaky knees, and down one arm which was limp from a pinched nerve and hurting like hell, she managed to take her feet. The two of them panted as the crowd went absolutely wild. And the fight is still on, but how much more do they have in the tank? Not much, Kefla rasped, letting out a pained giggle. Roshi took several deep breaths. I haven't been pushed this far in centuries. He mumbled to himself. He stretched, showing that despite the fight, he was still in much better condition than Kefla herself was. His body popped several times as he let out some pleased groans. Sorry little lady, but it looks like this is the end of the line. She held up her one good fist. I ain't losing without a fight. Her fist shook. Well, I can hardly refuse such an invitation. Roshi took another deep breath and launched forward. Kefla took a stumbling step forward and threw every last bit of her strength into this one final blow. And Roshi could have sidestepped it, could have allowed her to waste the last of her strength. But this time, he wasn't even remotely interested in it. Not after the fight she had given him. He wanted to win, not just allow her to lose. Their arms crossed as their fists blasted each other in the face. Roshi was forced back several steps and almost fell over again, while Kefla was out cold before her face smashed into the ring. As he stood there and marveled at the sheer potential of his young opponent while the announcer finally finished a 10 count, he looked over at his remaining opponent. With a sigh, he mused that his young protege might end up having the last laugh after all. Did I win? Kefla blurted out as she snorted awake, sitting up in a hurry and scaring the bejesus out of the nurse who was caring for her. Nah, Launch grinned, getting her attention. Old man knocked you the fuck out. Kefla stared at her, her face rapidly growing more disbelieving. I lost. She put her fists on her hips. You certainly gave him the craziest fight I've ever seen, and he's been sleeping it off since it ended while they make repairs, but yeah, you just straight up lost. Kefla continued to just stare. Some concern crossed Launch's face. You good, girl? Kefla looked a little lost. I never lose, she said softly. Well, you just did, Launch said, before feeling something akin to knocking on her brain. She paused for a moment, before chuckling. Hey Kefla, my sister wants to talk to you. You have a sister? Kefla latched on to that. Where is she? Sure do, Launch said, before taking a feather from her pocket. Have fun. She tickled the underside of her nose as Kefla looked on in confusion, before she sneezed. Achoo. What the hell? Kefla jumped up as Launch completely changed. The forgotten nurse dropped her clipboard. He. Blue Launch giggled. Hey Kefla. I am also Launch. We're basically twins that can switch who is in control of our body with a sneeze. I was the one who was controlling the trajectories of our warping technique during our fight. And you guys were freaking out about my tail. Kefla deadpanned at her. She paused. Also, badass. Launch giggled again. My sister isn't great at the whole comforting thing, and you looked pretty down, so I thought I'd step in. Kefla started to mope a bit. It'll be fine, she said, noticeably half-heartedly. I am not sure where to go from here. I've never lost a fight, not even against adults. She forced a smile. I guess he's the invincible old master for a reason. Launch smiled and started to head pat the younger girl. Listen, I am not much of a fighter myself. 8 months ago, my sister and I didn't even share memories while the other was asleep. I was weak and afraid of most things, and she was a criminal who kept getting us into trouble. Goku and Krillin saved us, and Master offered to take us in as well. I only took on our Master's training because you really don't turn that kind of thing down. and because it put us in the best shape of our lives. So, I really don't know what you're feeling right now. She made sure Kefla was looking at her, but what I do know is that the thing that Master told us when he first started training is stuck in my head ever since. Both mine and my sister's. On the path of Budo, one doesn't strive for victory over an opponent. One strives to avoid defeat over oneself. Yeah, you lost. That just means you have to get stronger, doesn't it? Avoid defeat over oneself, Kefla whispered back. That was the philosophy of the invincible Kame Sennin. That's right. Launch nodded happily. Before stopping, you know. She tapped her chin. I think I just figured out why Master entered the tournament in a disguise. Huh, she pointed at Kefla. Exactly because of you. Kefla frowned. What does that mean? Well, think about it. You lost one fight and got all down on yourself. Launch replied. This must have been the lesson Master was trying to teach us all, and he couldn't do that as himself. If we lost to Master Roshi, then, well, we just lost to the one who trained us. Of course Master would beat us, right? She chuckled, sure of it now that she was speaking it out loud, but if we lost to a complete unknown, it would teach us the lesson he wanted us to learn. That being, Kefla figured she knew it now, but wanted to hear it. That there's always someone better. Launch replied simply. Kefla lay there for a moment or two, before she started to laugh. Full on, holding her belly, gut-busting laughter. And then she hopped up and out of the bed and crushed Launch with a hug. Thanks, Launchy. I think I needed that. She let go and punched her palm. I am not even his student and he's teaching me shit. She tilted her head to the side. Where's everyone else though? Like Bulma or Krillin. Oh, the staff was having trouble repairing the ring. They actually needed to make more repairs than they ever had before, so they ran out of materials. Bulma and Krillin are helping them. Launch replied. Let's go see how they're doing. Oh yeah, Bulma is rich. Kefla patted her palm with her fist in realization, so she bought a bunch more stone and they're helping shape it. Launch grinned. Something like that. They walked out and Kefla's jaw dropped. What the hell? Bulma had raised her hand up and a very large, perfectly cut, and shaped stone tile appeared in midair. It then fell down a couple feet, and landed in Krillin's hands. The short boy grunted as his knees bent, but he held the several hundred-pound rock with just a bit of effort. That should be the last one, Krillin. Yup. Thanks, Bulma. Krillin steadily walked the heavy stone tile over to the last bit of the arena that needed a replacement, and gently lowered it into place. He then got out of the way and let it flop with a loud crash, landing perfectly where it should be. And with that, the ring is repaired. The announcer cried out, let's hear it for Bulma and Krillin. You two saved our bacon with that astonishing show of magic and strength. Bulma flashed them a peace sign. I made the tiles more durable too. Hopefully these ones won't break so easily. Wait, you can do that? The announcer gaped. Of course, Bulma said playfully. How else would you make clothes that weigh several hundred pounds? Well, that's me told. The announcer laughed. This is the greatest night of my life, and hopefully Jackie-chun isn't too tired to make it even better. I feel like there's a joke in here somewhere. Bulma mumbled. Don't pick low-hanging fruit. Krillin nudged her with his elbow, smirking slightly. Gong. Will Son Goku and Jackie-chun please make their way to the ring? The announcer called out. They walked towards Launch and Kefla. Oh hey, you're up. And you're blue again. Did your sis want a nap? Krillin smiled at both of them. No, I just wanted to talk to Kefla. Launch replied. Also, I am pretty sure I figured out Master's game. Oh, you have you? Roshi's outfit was back to normal, with Bulma having replaced it for him. I'll want to hear about it after this. Sure thing, Master. Launch bowed slightly to him. Where's Goku? Let me see. Bulma closed her eyes and sought his ki out. And then a vein started to twitch lightly on her head. That little she stomped off. What was that about? Kefla raised an eyebrow. She stopped Roshi as he made to walk onto the ring. He raised his eyebrow at her, and she surprised him by bowing. Thank you for the awesome fucking fight, old timer. She straightened up. And thanks for the lesson. I'll remember it. Roshi smiled and bowed back to her. Oh. Glad to hear it, lass. Was it the lesson he wanted them to learn, though? She then grinned fiercely. Still gonna root for Goku to kick your ass. No offense. Roshi threw his head back and laughed, "You do that." And then Bulma walked back carrying a pouting Goku by the scruff of the neck, "I swear." She grumbled, "You're going to give me gray hairs, Goku. What the heck were you thinking, falling asleep right before your final match? You guys took too long." Goku continued to pout. "Oh, to be young and carefree." Roshi laughed lightly. "Come on, boy, we have something to finish, don't we?" Goku landed on his feet. "You got it, master." He stepped out into the light, before he froze with one foot in the air. He frowned, before backing inside, "Moon's out." We took too long." Bulma complained, before raising a hand. It started to spark, and then a pair of sunglasses appeared, "Here." "Can't. It would just get broken during the fight." Goku said, "Just make sure you and Kefla don't look." He walked off. "Can you not talk about me like I am not here?" Kefla grumbled, glaring lightly at Bulma. "Sorry Kefla, but seeing is believing in this situation." She held the sunglasses out to her. "Can you just trust us this once and put this on?" Kefla pursed her lips, before accepting the sunglasses and slipping them on. "Woof, the optics on that," Bulma said playfully, "those look hot on you." Kefla blushed a little. "Hey, I make anything look good," she said, fosnoodly. Bulma giggled as she materialized her own set of sunglasses. Or moonglasses, in this case. "Just make sure those don't slip off. And absolutely do not look at the moon without them on." Yeah, Kefla grumbled. "You guys owe me one hell of an explanation though." "You'll get one," Bulma promised, "though depending on how long this lasts. And how long the victory feast takes." Krillin elbowed her with a grin. Predictably, the two female Saiyans blushed as their stomachs roared, seemingly on cue, and that. Bulma agreed, it might have to wait until the next full moon. And with that, the time for talking was over, as the two combatants stood in the ring, staring at one another. "Our final combatants are ready to rumble," the announcer roared, and the crowd cheered with him. "Please, take your stances. No holds barred, lad," Roshi said, taking a different stance than he had in the fight with Kefla. "You got it." Goku grinned back eagerly. "This is it, folks. The moment we've all been waiting for. Who will pocket the 500,000 zenny purse and laugh with triumph? Who will shuffle away dejectedly, in tears? There's only one way to find out." He raised his arm, before swiping it forward, "Begin." And yet, neither fighter moved immediately. Instead, they stared at one another, playing out a fight in their heads. Image training was a powerful tool, though not one the crowd was very excited about. "What's this?" The announcer looked confused. "Did you both not hear me?" he asked cluelessly. "The match has begun." As the crowd started to grumble, Bulma flew out and landed near him. "Hey folks," she said cheerfully as she grabbed the mic, "sorry if this is a little boring for you, but they're actually not doing nothing. The most skilled of martial artists like them who also have skill in telepathy can actually have an entire battle in their minds, with physical benefits for training." Note the sweat starting to develop on Jackie Chun's brow. It's hard to believe, but they're playing out an entire mental battle at the moment. As if on cue, Roshi slumped a bit. "Yow. That was a cheap shot, you little brat," he panted. Goku laughed. "Hey, just because you don't have a tail doesn't make mine cheap." "Oh, come off it." One of the crowd roared. "You expect us to believe that nonsense?" "Really?" Bulma asked dryly. "Telepathy is where you all draw the line after everything you've already seen." There was a smattering of chuckles. The announcer snatched his mic back. "As fascinating as it was, I don't think that was what we were all hoping for when it came to the grand finals." "Hey," Goku let out a small chortle, "you hear that, old timer? Seems like they're not too happy with our fight so far." He let out a wild grin as he took a familiar stance. "I suppose they wouldn't be." Roshi took his own stance, bulking up quite a bit. "Kami-ha-mi," the two chanted as the glowing balls of ki started to form between their palms. "Oh, my word," the announcer cried out as Bulma vanished and sped back into the waiting area. "I don't believe it. After that nothing burger of a start, it appears our contestants are about to show off the legendary move." "Ha!" The two roared and fired the attacks at one another. Two beams, one blindingly bright, light blue, and the other a dark, churning blood red, collided in the middle of the ring. A purple bulge started to form where the two beams were connected, and winds started to blow so harshly that several people were even in danger of getting blown back. The beams struggled against one another for a second, then two, then three, with pushback from both sides as more power was pushed in. And then finally, there was an explosion. Another gale force wind blew out, actually containing enough pressure to shatter the ring below it as well as crack bits of the surrounding walls. Finally, the smoke cleared, and the stunned audience got to watch as the two panting contestants were revealed, standing at the edges of the ring which resembled more of a bowl now than a ring. Stone was shattered and vaporized alike, creating a concave surface in the formerly pristine area. "Oi, I just fixed that," Bulma yelled out angrily. A nervous little giggle escaped the announcer, before he started to scream, "Well folks, are you not entertained? Absolutely astounding. The pinnacle of martial arts has utterly demolished our little arena." Master Roshi caught his breath. "I am going to lose the thought hurt to admit." He thought he had more than a fair chance of beating his protege, but he was still too damn tired from his fight with Kefla. "Oh, it appears Jackie Chun is already tired." The announcer caught on, realizing Goku was only breathing a bit deeper. Goku smiled at the man. "Next time I want a proper match, old-timer." "What's that supposed to mean, you little young'un?" Roshi called back. "I am not beaten yet." He rushed forward, but Goku was just faster. The younger boy got inside Roshi's guard, and his foot practically formed contrails before slamming into his opponent's chin. GRK. Roshi almost bit his tongue as he sailed out of the arena. "Little brat, striking his master with such force." Roshi grumbled. "Oh my, it appears Jackie Chun is flying out of the arena. And he certainly doesn't have his own tail to fly back. It appears that Son Goku is our ultimate winner." "Nah," Goku laughed, "he's already on his way back," he told the announcer, who didn't quite compute that. And then Roshi flew back in, riding the pushback from a very small Kamehameha. He flipped a few times before landing immediately in his fighting stance. "Well, that's me told. You'd think I would have figured out that it isn't over till the fish jumps after all of these amazing matches." The announcer castigated himself a tiny bit. "I'll need every bit of concentration here if I hope to walk away with victory." Roshi took several deep breaths as he placed his hands behind his back, before calming his heart rate to a very low BPM. He even closed his eyes, and focused his entire being on the fight. Accepting defeat, Goku sounded confused, but rushed forward anyway. He tried to punch Roshi in the face and knock him out of the ring, only for his eyes to widen as Roshi dodged so smoothly that Goku almost flew out of the ring. Goku slid to a stop, hopping on one toe right at the very edge of the ring. It was almost as if the old man had become both Afterimage and not. "How did you do that?" Roshi turned around, before Goku heard his master's voice inside his head. "Move well, play well, eat well, rest well," Roshi said. "That is the Kame school way." Goku smiled as he replied, "I know. Where are you going with that, old-timer?" "Time for one last lesson how to move well." He dashed forward, much faster than Goku had expected. He let out a kick which Goku blocked, and even that sent him sliding slightly, his feet smoking. "Woo, what's this?" Jackie Chun seems to have found his second wind and is knocking Son Goku around. Goku shook his arm slightly, before rushing forward and trying to spear Roshi with a kick. The old man again flowed around it, still with his eyes closed, and landed a punishing blow to Goku's gut which crushed the younger boy into the ring. Gah! Goku rolled away as Roshi tried to stomp on him. How is he doing that? He narrowed his eyes, before leaping into the air. He pointed his fingers like guns, and started to shoot little key bullets at Roshi. They definitely weren't fight enders, but he wanted to see what the old man was doing from afar. Roshi used the barest of movements to dodge an incline of the head here, a slightly raised arm there. He dodged around all of the blows so fluidly Goku could barely believe he wasn't a fluid himself. Goku landed, astonished at the sight, but couldn't marvel for long. Roshi meanwhile was starting to strain. His heartbeat was starting to rise. What he was doing was incredibly taxing and by no means mastered. His ability to react instinctively to his opponent's blows was hard-earned over centuries of mastering nearly every martial art put in front of him. But he had rarely faced a foe like this, and never so exhausted as he was now. Goku's little test had put more strain on him than the boy had known it would. He rushed forward, knowing he needed to end this immediately if he was to have any hope of victory. Goku was ready this time, and met him in midair with a jumping, spinning back kick. Roshi ducked under it, but Goku was ready this time. A ki blast shot out of the back of his foot and redirected his momentum instantly, and his roundhouse kick smashed into Roshi's cheek at full speed. The old man spun in the air and landed. Goku wasn't taking any chances and jumped the second he landed, tucked into a ball, rolled, and came down like a lightning bolt with both feet in Roshi's abdomen. Roshi gasped in pain as his hands, head, and feet rose, before falling down. Goku hopped off of him as Master Roshi laid spread eagle in the crater they had formed. It appears Jackie Chun is down. 1, 2, 3. The announcer began his count, but Roshi was getting to his feet already. His knees wobbled precariously, but he managed it right before the announcer reached 8. Roshi let out a pained laugh. All we've got, right lad? Yeah, that's right, Goku agreed, taking his stance one final time. What will you do if you win? Roshi asked. Isn't it obvious? Goku grinned. Keep training. Keep fighting. Keep on finding good friends. There's a whole universe out there. He clenched his fist, raising it in challenge. The crowd ate it up, thinking he was talking about the rest of the world. Little did they know. Hey, Roshi closed his eyes. Guess I was worried for nothing, this little rascal. He grunted, bulking up to his absolute max strength. Which, to be fair, wasn't too much more with how exhausted he was. He also couldn't keep his heart calm like this, so he was probably better off doing the other thing. The two exploded forwards, arms cocked back for some devastating punches. Ha! Roshi roared, his fist hitting Goku square in the face and then going right through it. What? Goku had hidden inside his own afterimage, and dodged to the left. It was what he thought Roshi had been doing a few minutes ago. With a roar of his own, his fist smashed into Roshi's jaw, sending his master flying off the ring and onto the grass. There was silence for a moment, before the crowd roared. Awa! Victory! Victory for Son Goku! One of our youngest competitors has claimed victory in an astounding upset. Goku cheered, jumping into the air, and pumping his fists. As his friends cheered and ran out to hug him, Roshi managed to get to his feet. He grunted as he climbed up the ring, before stopping in front of Goku. He smiled, before offering a bow. Good fight, lad. You too. Goku smiled and shook Jackie Chun's hand. Next time we'll have to fight when we're both fresh. I know that wasn't your best. He grinned, and threw an arm around Kefla's waist. He would have gone for the shoulder, but she was a fair bit taller than him since he hadn't hit his growth spurt yet and she had. And I definitely want to fight you too, Kefla. Can't wait. She grinned back, hugging him from the side. Here is the 500,000 Zeni prize, Goku. The announcer handed him an envelope. He. Thanks. Goku cheered. Can you hold onto it for us, Bulma? Sure. She grabbed the envelope and tucked it away. So, what will you do with all that money, Goku? The announcer asked, before he held out the microphone to the boy. He. Goku nearly let out an ominous giggle. My word, how much can they eat? The head chef only didn't hold his head in his hands because he was a professional. Are we even going to have the supplies to cover all this? He asked his wife and sous chef. Indeed, the table that held Goku and his friends was piled with dirty dishes. All of them were eating hungrily, but 3 of them were Saiyans. The 3 monkey-tailed ones had piles of dishes 3 times higher than everyone else, and yet still managed to eat with grace. Well, except for Kefla. She was eating much more like one would have expected for one of the 3 ravenous beasts. Roshi shook his head. Is 500,000 even going to cover all of this? He was still smarting over his loss and his aching head from having to yank that damn wig off. Still, the food was delicious, and he was starving. If it isn't, we have the National Bank of Bulma. Bulma laughed a little bit in between bites as she watched Goku and Kefla continue their eating contest. Hey, best bank to have. Blonde Launch was the one eating, seeing as she was the one that did the lion's share of the fighting. So, Master, was my sis on the mark with her guess for why you had that crappy disguise? What was her guess? Roshi asked. That you wanted to teach us that there's always someone better. Launch said, in so many words. Hey, she was always a smart cookie, wasn't she? Roshi sighed. That's right. He looked away. I've lived for centuries, kids, and I don't take disciples anymore. Over these hundreds of years, I've seen countless students fall to arrogance and youthful stupidity. Even Ox King, whom two of you have met, disrespected the Kame school because he believed he was strong. He turned to them as they all put their chopsticks away so they could listen. I suggested you enter into this tournament so you could measure how far you'd come, but when I was training you you surpassed my expectations time and again. I realized there was a good chance of one of you winning the whole thing. I couldn't have that, couldn't have one of you thinking you'd reached the pinnacle of your strength when you have so far left to grow. You needed to realize that there was always someone better. So, I entered to defeat you, and I couldn't do that as Master Roshi. He glared at them from behind his sunglasses. Of course, then a pair of little monkeys had to go and throw a wrench into my plans. Hey, my bad. Kefla rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. Goku shook his head. Thanks, Master, he said, but that wasn't something you had to worry about. Not with me and Bulma at least. His smile dimmed, remembering his parents' messages and their warning. Everyone shifted as they realized his mood had downturned for some reason. Goku, Bulma asked gently. Goku shook his head, before smiling. I am well aware that there's always someone better. He said quietly, but refused to elaborate further and resumed eating. Only Baba saw anything from a quick peek into his mind, and her expression turned shocked. She also kept mum, knowing Goku would say something eventually. Guess I was worried for nothing. Roshi pushed the conversation on. So, what will you all do now? Krillin looked at him. Aren't we just going to continue training with you, Master? No. Roshi made an X with his arms. It's time for you all to blaze your own trails. I've already taught you just about everything I can. From now on, you must train yourselves. Guess I'll go searching for my grandpa's Dragon Ball. Goku mused out loud, looking at Bulma for confirmation. No can do, Goku. She shook her head. What? How come? He asked, looking surprised. It's only been 8 months. They need a full year to recharge, remember? Bulma asked, smiling slightly. Oh hell, I did forget. Goku rubbed his chin, and then the light bulb went off over his head, and he turned to Kefla. Wanna stick with us? We can show you our training. Seriously, Kefla grinned, having felt a little excluded seeing as she just joined their group. Hell yeah, it must be awesome if you guys are so tough. She threw an arm around his shoulder, laughing. She totally missed the shared evil grins the 4 disciples shot themselves. Guess we're going back to the island then. Bulma chirped, though not right away. She said, before her eye twitched a little as she noticed Goku and Kefla's tails playing behind them. We're definitely heading home first. I haven't seen my parents in 8 months. Sounds good to me. Goku gave her a thumbs up. What about you, Krillin? Launch. Hey, you're not getting rid of me that easy. Launch crossed her arms with a smirk. I am definitely coming with. Krillin chuckled. I wouldn't mind seeing the city. He smiled. Though I am not sure I'll join you on this dragon what's it hunt thing. Well then. Goku gulped down the rest of his soup. Let's finish eating so we can head home. Can I get some more of this? Actually, sir. The head chef was nearly crying as he approached. We don't have any more off that. He swallowed. Actually, we don't have anything else. You ate us out of house and home. Oh, Goku pouted along with his new friend. Well, everything in moderation. The 2 Saiyans laughed, and laughed harder when everyone but Bulma fell over in exasperation. The end.